Without wasting any time, here's the video. What if Naruto betrayed the village and became a rogue ninja? Let's jump right into it and see how things could have turned out. A person dressed in dark gray ran from one shadow of a house to another. No one noticed that the person was fast. Nothing could be noticed that could identify the person, just as was the intention of said person. If he were to be identified, there would be massive accusations about him doing something illegal, which would only result in him being dragged to the old man again. He had no other plans tonight. The empty streets of his hometown, he used the term home very loosely, were working well for his plans. He finally reached his hideout. He pressed a rock on a wall and said the wall slid aside, silently the wonders of silencing seals, and left him. As soon as he entered, the wall slid back. Pretending that nothing of interest could be found there, the person turned on a flashlight, and now the features could be identified. The person was about 1.50 tall. He was thin, masculine, and he was wearing dark gray pants that were held in place with black bandages at the ankles and a gray long-sleeved shirt that was held in place with gray arm guards. He was wearing black gloves with dull metal plates on the back of his head. She was hidden by a hood and a mask that only left her eyes uncovered. Now she removed the mask from the lower part of her face and pulled down the hood. Her spiky yellow hair was revealed as 3 whisker-like birthmarks on the boy's cheeks. She walked down the stairs, behind the door disguised, and came to a room. After 5 minutes of walking, she turned on the lights, and now the whole room was visible. The room was huge. It was rectangular and was divided into 6 parts by walls. To the left, shoulder height, sun. One part was completely closed. The one on the far left, 4 parts were about the same size, and 2 were twice its size. He walked to a wall in one of the smaller parts and pulled out 3 sealing scrolls from his pouch on his belt. He unrolled a scroll that was labeled weapons and began to open the contents. Several shuriken and kunai, a short sword, 2 katanas, 4 kodachis, an oz of chain, a container with zon, 2 windmill shuriken, and 4 daggers were taken out of the unsealed scroll and placed sorted by class on a shelf. Where other weapons were stored, the larger weapons, such as swords of various sizes, were on the wall next to the shelf. Then the boy walked over to another shelf in the neighboring part, which was filled with scrolls of different types. The individual shelves were labeled with the category of information on the scrolls. One shelf had a sign for water, 1 for wind, 1 for fire, 1 for the earth, and 1 for lightning. Then there were the non-elemental taijutsu, kinjutsu, fuinjutsu, clan techniques, politics, and noble families, geography, survival, and strategy. He reopened the contents of the second scroll and sorted the scrolls he pulled out into the respective categories. He would have to look through them later, but now he had other things to do. The last scroll he pulled out was revealed to contain bags that clinked when moved. There were coins in them. Other bags rustled. There were bills in them. He put away the money in the bags in a safe next to the shelf with the scrolls. Nice haul tonight, the boy said to himself. I really like Chuny exams. I always get a lot of new materials that way. He went to the part that was on the far right side of the room. There was a small bathroom with a shower, sink, toilet, and tub in the back, and a kitchen in the front. He turned on the shower, and while he waited for the water to heat up, he undressed, tested the water, and then got under the shower, enjoyed the water. He lived for some time before taking the shower foam and cleaning his body. When he washed himself, he washed his hair with shampoo. Once it was clean, he turned off the faucet. He got out of the shower and took a towel from a holder. He dried his body and hair before putting on his nightgown. The part opposite to the bathroom, the one that was completely separated from the rest of the room, was a bedroom with furniture that he had made himself. It had a closet, a bed, a nightstand, and a dresser. The carpet. No one, not even the old oakage, knew about this hiding place, although it was underground, and therefore no natural light entered. It was a certain fact that no other place in the entire village could claim to be for the youngest of all his official residents. Well, if someone were to look for him, they would only find a shadow clone of him lying in bed pretending to be him. It was a great stroke of luck that he had the habit of observing the true genin tests of the honings. In 3 years ago, when he was 9 years old, he had seen a strange honing with silver hair, dotted knot, and a face mask like his own that only had one eye uncovered from his entire face. Using the jutsu first, he thought it was the normal clone that the academy taught. But it was different since the clone could attack like the original. The shadow clone jutsu had become his favorite jutsu. First, he could do a lot more with the support of the shadow clone. Second, he had found out after 2 weeks, after finally managing to do the jutsu, that every time one of his clones dissipated, he and the other clones gained the memories of the dissipated clone. It had helped him greatly in his training. The village was completely against him. He knew that since he was a child, maybe there was a handful of people who didn't hate him outright. He didn't know how often he had been in the hospital, because of his hatred, but he had found ways to avoid it. He knew the only way to not get hit anymore was to become stronger than those hitting him. He didn't care if he hurt them more, those attacking him were going to pay, but getting stronger didn't happen overnight, and he also needed to cover all his bases, so he wouldn't be executed by order of the council. His greatest enemies in the village had discovered the reason for his hatred 5 years ago. He had become smarter after stealing scrolls and books from old and in used warehouses at the academy. In his mind, it wasn't bad. What he did was simply survive. In this ruined village, although the Okage was one of the few who didn't hate him and protected him otherwise, he was sure he would be dead by now. He was too old and tired to do his job properly. Naruto Uzumaki, or rather Namikaze, even if no one knew, he had realized he was the container of the chi, the nine-tailed fox that had attacked the village the day he was born, and for some reason the entire village had been informed about that fact and hated him for the connection to the fox, as if he had chosen to become the container of that demon. But they didn't see him as the fox, stupid bastards. Even him with his self-taught knowledge and sealing, he knew that he and the fox were two separate entities. One day, when he was cleaning the storage rooms in the Okage Tower after a prank, his only real way of showing his frustration with the village, he found a box with the kanji for the room. He had released the box of dust when a misplaced nodachi fell from an upper shelf and cut his arm. He quickly bandaged the wound on his arm with the already ruined mando of his jacket, and then opened the box. He found some personal things that the yondaime had left him: a marriage certificate and his own birth certificate that said his parents were Minato Namek and Puzina Namek. No Uzumaki had been shocked to find that out, but he knew that he would only have this one chance to see if his father and mother had left him anything. For some reason, the Okage had lied to him, telling him that he didn't know who his parents were. He was hurt that the old man had lied to him and decided not to tell him that he now knew in the box were some documents for bank accounts. He saw that he should have inherited a large fortune, the deed to a plot of land on the outskirts of Konoha. He would see the place later, he decided, and some photos of his parents. He took them and hid them in his body. He supposed that if there was still a house, he would keep a lot there. Seeing the place had been a very good idea. He found a small house with only ground floor, first floor, and basement. But it was obvious that the person in charge of the interior had chosen it with love to the detail. Finding the house had been difficult since there was been hidden with seals again. It was no surprise with his father's reputation as a genius. But after 4 hours of searching, he had found the seal that led him, and he found a small shelf of jutsus, many notes on sealing with the Uzumaki spiral on them, a book on the Uzumaki clan from Waipal country, and one on the Namek clan from the country of fire. By now, he had read both books and knew the history of their clans. It made him feel even more resentful towards the general population of Konoha. It should have been treated like royalty, even if he had been happy enough to be treated like everyone else. From the book of the Namikaze clan, he found out that the daughter of the Nidaime Okage had married the heir of the Namikaze clan, which made his father the grandson of the Nidaime, and himself a great-grandson. The Shota was his great-granduncle. The only Okage he was not related to was the Sandaime, and even the old man treated him like a second grandson. He was also related to Shodai Mito's wife, who had born as an Uzumaki and had married Ashira in a political marriage to strengthen the ties between Konoha and Uzusio, rather than the distant relationship between Senju and Uzumaki. Mito Uzumaki had been his mother's great, and she had also found her parents' journals informing her that since Mito had always been an Uzumaki who held the Kyub, and his mother had written how she had come to Konoha to replace the old Mito, how she had not been ostracized by the fox, as no one but Sandaime and the higher advisors knew. Why the hell hadn't they done the same for him? Because letting the villagers know he was a Jinchuriki was pointless. He lifted the blanket off his bed and climbed into bed. He lay down after setting his alarm. He looked at the picture of his parents on the nightstand and smiled. He would have to be at the academy the next morning, and he didn't want to get too much unwanted attention. While he kept up the image of an idiot, it was just safer to let the villagers think he wasn't a threat until he was ready to give them hell. He didn't skip classes unless he was kicked out. It had been the constant attempts at sabotage that had made him develop his resentments against the village. If he could escape, but he knew that wouldn't be allowed, and he couldn't escape from Ambu. No, first he needed to get to that level. Everyone would underestimate him. As long as the Okage held off the worst attacks, he would persevere. There hadn't been any serious attacks in 5 years, logical, since the most ruthless attackers had always been the Ukiya, but with them controlling the military police, nothing had been done against them officially. If one of the attackers had been captured, he had been disciplined, but unofficially, he knew they had gotten away with it. He had been one of the few people happy about the Ukiya massacre. In his opinion, Yachi Ukiya had done a good deed, killing them all. and he himself had benefited as well. He had already found their current hideout 3 weeks before the Ukiya massacre. It had been one big coincidence. He had fled from another crowd of drunken villagers when he was looking for a hiding place in the alleyway. This right, he had leaned against the stone that activated the mechanism. With the stone very low in the wall, it was not surprising that the place had not been found already, and he had fallen back into the dark corridor. At first he had panicked in the darkness, then he had calmed down and lit a match to see where it was. The flashlight was already there, and he had turned it on to explore the place. The whole underground room was full of things. He had thrown most of them after recovering from his upset stomach, and many useful things. Some things were horrible, like body parts and glasses with some liquid to preserve them. Luckily, those had been really few, maybe 10 or so. The other things were much more useful to him. A shelf with some jutsu scrolls, some weapons, medical equipment, medical scrolls, information on poisons, and said poisons in bottles, and some machines that he was pretty sure were used to torture people. Machines were now stored in the second part of the room on the left side. He kept there all the things he didn't really need, but didn't want to throw away. Who knew when something might come in handy, even if he didn't know if he would ever get in the night after the Ukiya massacre. He had sneaked into the empty room and searched for any scrolls or weapons he could add to his holdings in the secret room. He had found plenty of them, even if he couldn't get close to the amount total of jutsus that the Ukiya possessed. Had a large sack with him, and he put them all inside. There was no way he would leave that kind of knowledge behind for the bastard village to benefit when the Ukiya is in. His opinion had to compensate him greatly. Luckily, there were no guards placed around the complex, so it was easy to sneak in there. Everyone was busy chasing the culprit on that night. He had received 27 scrolls with jutsus of all kinds. Most of them were fire jutsus. He didn't want to risk being caught by accident and return. Over the next few weeks, he had gone to the Ukiya compound 2 more times, but the cleaning crews had obviously already collected the remaining good stuff. Well, he had quite a haul himself, and now he had many jutsus that he could learn with the scrolls from the hideout, his stolen scrolls and books from the academy, and the Ukiya scrolls. He learned a lot about taijutsu. The medical scrolls were very useful, as they explained where a body was most vulnerable. Jinjutsu suction, that area. At the beginning, Hutsu soon realized that his main problem was chakra control. He had so much chakra and no control that he messed up his jutsus at the academy. Luckily, there was a scroll that described all the known chakra control exercises with the medical scrolls. He was really grateful to have found this place. Although the previous owner had to be a kanaya, obviously, he had also been a good shinobi. Since then, Naruto had trained in the secret room. He learned how to avoid being overcharged by the villagers, mainly by hunting in the forest for meat and fish, gathering edible plants, and growing some vegetables in a small field. He had started 4 miles away from the village in a part of the forest no normal ninja used to come. Civilians did not leave the main roads and traveled outside of Konoha, so his hidden field was safe. He worked in peace. He knew the exercises, spying on the genin teams that were trained by his honings on. He trained his weapon techniques as well as possible without a training partner. He worked on chakra control exercises and started with low-level ninjutsu. It was morning, and Naruto prepared himself for the next day of torture. He hated having to pretend to be an idiot. He should be praised as a genius. He knew he could already beat all the chunin in the village and most of the honings. The only ones he wasn't so sure about were the elite honings, the Ambu, of course, the Okage. After all, he was only 12 years old. And although he was strong and had more physical power than all the other children his age, including the boy who imitated Game Mato, the best taijutsu master in the village, he was limited in what his body could withstand. He had the advantage of having the chi heal his wounds overnight, which included his muscles that were torn from training during the last year. He had prepared greatly to have the opportunity to leave the village on missions. It was the last year. He would be a civilian. He had toyed with the idea of graduating early, but his chances were better with his age group. Being the son of the Yonda Okage, he would have to be able to defend himself from his father's enemies, who might recognize him after some time. He had come to the conclusion that probably that was the reason for Lokage's lies. The old man always tried to protect him, but was not so successful. The civil council had too much political power for the old man to control all parts of the village life, and before he was not a ninja, he would not be under Lokage's power. While the Okage, as his official guardian, was always included in his punishments for pranks, most of the civilian council tried to screw him there again, and since the ninja part of the council was mostly neglecting him, there was no chance of him returning to the civilian council at the moment. Luckily, the graduation exams were in 2 days, so he would finally get out of the academy, get a honing sense, and could start showing his skills well, depending on the honing, but normally he could trust the old man not to put him in contact with another demon hater. There were some jonin who would at least treat him neutrally. He walked out of the room and turned off the lights. He grabbed the lit flashlight and walked to the entrance. There was a peephole in the wall, so he could check if there were people outside, but usually the narrow alley was empty after all there were. No entrances to the houses in the alley, and it was too narrow to store things. There were some trash cans at one end, but that was it. He opened the wall and came out. He was carrying the orange abomination that the only store owner who had ever sold him clothes had thought was appropriate for him. Of course, he had been overcharged, but the next night, he had taken the things he had paid for with the money they had illegally demanded from him. He always did this if a store owner overcharged him or kicked him out. He took what the store owner owed him or played pranks on the store that kicked him out. Of course, no one knew about his compensation. The council would have a field day. But since no one could prove anything, and they never found any of the stolen things in his possession, they were pointless, and the Oakage had refused to allow him to be punished without proof ever since the day he learned shadow clones. He had sent a shadow clone to pretend to train in a training camp every day. His clone pretended to be __, but he never gave up. The only thing true about his personality that he showed to the village was the attitude of never giving up. Everything else was fake. Naruto arrived at the academy and sat in the back of the room, resting his head on the table and trying to get some more sleep. No one would really care. The only teacher who tried to get him to pay attention was Irika. Naruto knew that Huka didn't like him either because of the fox, but the Chunin was at least professional enough not to let him influence his work. Just because of that attitude, Naruto respected Irika. He didn't like him, but he respected him. Naruto woke up again when the best fans of the class, Sakura, Runo, Aino, Yamanaka, had their loud entrance. Every day, really all that effort for an emo whose only ambition in life was to kill Itachi, and the bastard wasn't even that strong. Of course, for a student at the academy, he was strong, but with all the help that several ninjas in the village had offered him, he should already be a Chunin. He could have graduated 2 years ago if he had chosen. But he didn't. Naruto knew that Sasuke was not as good a ninja as his older brother had been and would never be. Itachi was a rare genius, intelligent and powerful. It didn't happen often that those two traits came together in someone as young as Itachi. When he graduated, Genin with 7, Chunin with 10, Honing with 12, and Captain Ambu with 13, Sasuke was 2. Obsessed with revenge to reach his full potential, his hatred of Itachi was holding him back. Although he trained hard, he focused on the things his clan had taught him before they were all killed, which meant he had a solid understanding of the Chiya style of taijutsu, which depended on the Sharingan that Sasuke hadn't activated. Yet he also knew AC rank fire jutsu, the great fireball jutsu, that Naruto knew the ones had really liked to use when they could get away with it too. With him, Sasuke was the best in his studies, the 3 basic ninjutsu that were taught at the academy, and with his throwing weapons. But all the talk about beating Itachi one day, he lacked his skills in anything outside of that knowledge and skill. He didn't know the Jinjutsu that even Naruto, after thousands of collective hours of chakra control training, which had become much easier with the shadow clones, he had been able to learn. He did not have a weapon besides the standard Kyuna and Shuriken he had that he learned to use in combat. Naruto had chosen to follow the Sandame's example and learned to use a staff. Boy also knew how to use a Tonto as a backup weapon. He knew nothing about Seal's skill, which Naruto, in ambition to follow in his parents' footsteps, had already mastered, and his use of other tools was massively lacking. No, while Sasuke was skilled for a normal ninja of his age, he was far from a genius. That title was given away far too easily nowadays. Last year's genius Yugain G, this year's Sasuke, and probably the other years too, had all had a genius in them. Naruto hadn't really cared. Now the 2 cat-fighting girls tried to settle the matter, who would be allowed to sit next to their crush. What else was new? If they had looked, they would have noticed. There were 2 seats next to each other. The bastard and said Emo didn't even pay attention to them. He just brooded as always. Finally, IRU arrived and sent both girls to sit away from Sasuke and began with the retake of the exams. Naruto would do whatever it took to pass the test, but not much more. He wanted to score low to be put on the same team as Sasuke, the only one who would be guaranteed to pass. There was just no way the precious Yukio would be allowed to fail his real Genin exam, and to keep him happy, he would be assigned a strong Honing that could teach him a lot. Well, with Naruto's honed spy skills, he would get the same advantages once he got the team through. He knew a little about the Honings that normally face teams to pass a test. He would just have to know which one he got as a sensei and act accordingly. He even knew what Kakashi's attack, the strange Honing that he had copied the shadow clone jutsu from one from his teams. The man was a big believer in working in team up. Isn't that hard to accomplish? If he could get Elamo to cooperate in passing the jutsu they were repeating today was the transformation, while Naruto had his own version, which he used to embarrass Irika, the sex jutsu, and a real transformation contrary to the normal illusion Not that anyone knew about this difference. Naruto had created that jutsu to distract the pursuers and knock them out. He swore the village was made up of more than 95% of the pervert Iruka was knocked down by a giant nosebleed. Naruto then took the option safe and ran away from the classroom, where almost all the girls wanted to castrate him for using such a jutsu in their presence. He went to Ichiraku and asked for 7 bowls of ramen. Although it was part of his mask, Naruto really liked ramen. In Ichiraku, he didn't like the packaged ramen that the store sold. He had simply drunk too much when he was younger. It was the only food he could afford and cook with his limited skills. The ramen at Ichiraku were better and healthier. He got some of the meat, fish, and vegetables that his body needed from here, although there was a lot of salt in the broth with the kiwi chakra. Helping Temer had started hunting and fishing 2 months after finding the secret room, which gave the fox more nutrients to work his vegetable field. It was then added to his diet once his efforts to grow vegetables bore fruit. Naruto learned to live off the land with the temperate climate in Fire Country. He did not have to fear for extremely cold weather that would make growing things impossible. He also collected nuts and fruits from the trees and bushes in the forest to add to his diet, was shown in him finally having a growth spurt when he started at the academy. He was one of the smallest kids in the class. Once he turned 9, he was one of the tallest. Understandable when he saw the pictures of his father. Minute MIT had been tall, although getting fresh milk and eggs had been a problem at first. Once he mastered the transformation jutsu, that problem was solved. He went to buy the things he needed, and he couldn't hunt or grow in disguise, and he got them without any problems. He didn't buy everything he needed because he didn't want to give his money to people who hated him. He could do better things with them, like wait for the merchant caravan that came to Konoha twice a year and buy them the things he wanted. He had bought his new outfit, one that he would wear once he became a Nia. During his last visit in a week and 2 days, the day the teams were assigned, he would introduce it for the first time. Finally, the day of the graduation exams arrived. Naruto answered enough questions correctly to pass this part and not get into trouble. If he didn't do too well on the Ning Hutsu part, he didn't know how the teachers would take his clone jutsu, weapon throwing, and taijutsu. On average, it was okay for him. Hitting a student from a civilian family with his Street Fighter style wouldn't reveal that he was proficient in taijutsu styles. Uzumaki and Mike would wait until he was sure that no one could screw him over anymore. Then it was time for the last part, and Ruka announced that they would have to show the clone jutsu Naruto side. This was definitely another attempt by the council to ruin him. It was well known that he was PS in this jutsu. He walked into the room where Iruka and Mookie were waiting to test it on the jutsu. Naruto, who wanted to graduate, concentrated hard to reduce the amount of chakra he used to the least amount possible that he could handle clone jutsu. He screamed, and a cloud of smoke appeared. As the smoke dispelled, there were 20 Naruto that could be called proper clones. The coloring was a little weak, but they were viable clones. Naruto exhaled in relief, and Luca would accept this even if it wasn't perfect. Well, that's a surprise, Naruto. There was no need to make so many clones, Iruka said, surprised that Naruto had managed to do the jutsu. He had never lowered it before. Well, Iruka-sensei, I trained very hard for this jutsu, and somehow this is the least amount of clones I can possibly make. And it's still very difficult, Naruto said, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Damn. Demon Brat, this is an acceptable result. Yuka will pass it now, and I can forget my plan to use it for the scroll. I was sure it would fail. Mizuki rants, you have improved a lot. You passed, Naruto. Even if you should still continue working on this jutsu until you can make your clones perfect, they need a little more color, commented Iruka, and handed him a headband. I will do it, Iruka-sensei. Thank you, said Naruto, without even pretending his happiness for graduating overnight. Naruto went out to see if some stupid clan had thrown away old scrolls again. Really, despite all the talk about keeping the clan's jutsus a secret, they were pretty lax with the scrolls that had their secret jutsu, and sometimes training techniques on them. Whenever the scrolls got too old to be used anymore, the clans would have someone copy the contents of the scrolls and then throw away the old ones instead of burning them outright. They threw away. Naruto, always opportunistic, he would regularly search the trash cans the day before the trash was collected and destroyed. That was the day the clans threw away those scrolls. Over the years since he had started doing this to even out the advantage the clan ninjas had over him, he had collected quite a few scrolls. Naruto now knew perfectly how to fight members of all the clans in Konoha. He could even use the gentle fist. It was quite easy with his vast knowledge of anatomy, although he couldn't see the chakra network. Without the Vilikugan, a chakra strike to a vital organ or muscle was fatal to an opponent, and added to his unpredictable taijutsu. After all, no one would expect a non-yuga to know the gentle fist, but before he could make his little foray, he became suspicious of a figure that came out of the tower or cache with a large scroll on his back. He decided to investigate. He made a shadow clone to continue his trash raid. There was no reason not to do both after all. He stayed in the shadows, his chakra suppressed, so as not to alert the man he was following of his presence. Once he reached a clearing in the forest, the man stopped to catch his breath. That went well. It would have been better if he could have blamed the demon brat. But with the brat passing the exams, that plan blew up. Naruto muttered. He recognized the voice as Mookie, his teacher at the academy, so he had planned to trick him into stealing the scroll he had with him. It had to be important that he risked theft from the Okage Tower. Naruto sneaked up and stood over Mookie, ready to take him out. While Naruto followed Mookie, the Okage noticed that the forbidden scroll had been stolen and raised the alarm. Many were accusing Naruto, but an Ambu informed them that Naruto was sleeping in his bed at home. The Okage sent his ninja to find the thief and bring the scroll. Irika, who had started looking for in the forest west of Konoha, was really surprised to find Mookie with its scroll. Never would have thought his old friend would do something like this. And Luka didn't notice Naruto in the tree. Mookie, what are you doing? He yelled angrily. Oh, look who found me, Irika. What does it look like? I'm taking the scroll to become more powerful than I could ever be in this village of _. Once I've learned the jutsus in it, I'll be invincible. No one will be able to stop me. And then I'll sell it to the highest bidder. He said, unfortunately, I can't allow you to tell my little secrets, so unfortunately you have to die. Mookie. He attacked Irika with a wind shuriken, which Irika managed to dodge. The two started off in taijutsu, where Irika was definitely at a disadvantage. Oh, didn't the good teacher keep up with his taijutsu training well enough? Mookie mocked Irika as he kicked him into the ribs and into a tree. He then threw the next windmill shuriken at Irika, who couldn't get up fast enough. But before the shuriken could hit, it was intercepted by a dark figure. Naruto had seen and heard enough, as if to decide that he wanted to foil Mookie's plans. And with his disguise, there was no risk of being identified. Mookie was shocked to see that his attack missed. Who the hell are you? What do you want? He yelled at Naruto. I hate traitors with a passion, that's all, Naruto said and threw the windmill shuriken he had caught before it could hit Irika towards Mookie with much more speed than he had before. Mookie dodged the weapon. How you missed, he scoffed, only to be hit from behind and feel the pain of being pierced by her own master. No, I didn't, said Naruto calmly, holding the end of a strand of ninja wire in his hand, which he had quickly tied to the windmill shuriken, and was thus able to put the weapon back on a new course. He pulled out a Zon coated with a paralyzing poison and hit Mizuki in the neck with it shortly after she passed out from blood loss, and Ruka managed to get up, just holding her side. A little thanks for the help, he said. You saved my life from nothing. I think it would be best to return the scroll to Okage. You can walk on your own, asked Naruto. Yes, I think so. Just a few bruises, nothing serious, he said. By the way, who are you? I don't think I've seen you before in the village. That's a secret. If you want to have a name, you can call me Dark Phoenix. That's my code name, said Naruto. He had decided a long time ago that he would use that name, Codeman. If he was ever seen, his best chance was to stay alone. If no one knew what he could do, Dark Phoenix would be considered a secret operative of Lokage, and no one would do the connection to Naruto Uzumaki, the brat demon. Oh, I get it, said Irika. In a ninja village, people with code names were nothing special. Hell, the ambush just operated that way. Although Dark Phoenix seemed to be really young, there were others just as strong at his age. Naruto tied Mizuki up with a wire and asked Irika if he could carry him. Since he had the advantage of height, they walked back to the village leisurely after the culprit was captured and knocked out, and it would be easier on Irika's bruises. Irika, he was carrying Mookie's unconscious body, and Naruto was holding the scroll. When Irika briefly looked in another direction, Naruto quickly switched places with a previously created shadow clone. There was no chance he would pass up the opportunity to copy the jutsus from the scroll. It wouldn't take long. Due to his unsealed training, Naruto could write very fast. Just as they were reaching the edge of the forest, Naruto switched back. No one would ever know that he now had the forbidden jutsus of the village. The Okage was very surprised to see an unknown ninja and Irukino bring back the scroll and knock out and tie up Mizuki T. The masked ninja approached him and gave him back the forbidden scroll. Then Irika started to tell what had happened. Okama, I caught up with the thief Mizuki in the western forest, and after he told me that he had stolen the scroll in order to learn the forbidden jutsus and sell the scroll to the highest bidder once he did, so I attacked him. The fight, Mizuki managed to beat me in taijutsu, and I was kicked back into a tree. Mookie didn't lose the time to throw another windmill shuriken at me. While I was down, I was sure that would be the end for me when Dark Phoenix appeared and intercepted the windmill shuriken that Mookie threw at me. He then threw the windmill shuriken at Mookie, but he dodged it. Mookie circled around, having been missed, but Dark Phoenix had tied a ninja wire to the shuriken and threw it back where it hit Mookie in the back. After that, he was knocked out by a Zon that was obviously covered in poison. He tied it up with more ninja wire And we came back here, reported Irika. The Okage was confused. He didn't have a ninja with the code name Dark Fix, but the boy was obviously strong and was on his side. The scroll that had been returned to him was the original, so the boy had no intention of stealing it. Curious, he would have to ask the boy once they were alone. Thanks for the report and for bringing me the forbidden scroll, Irika. That was a good job. I think it would be best if you went to the hospital and let them check you out if there was anything worse than the bruises. I need you ready for duty, said the Okage. Irika bowed and left the room. The Okage now turned his gaze towards the boy. I really would like to know who you are. I don't know any ninja in my ranks with the code name Dark Phoenix, said the Okage sternly. If you would send your guards or out of the room. Okage-sama, I will tell you I don't want anyone but you to know my identity, said Naruto politely. Why would I send my guards for this? If you could try to attack me, asked the Okage. I may be strong, but I'm sure I could get out without a problem. Okage-sama, all I need is a little privacy, since I'm about to reveal to Rango that village secrets, said Naruto. The Okage focused his senses on the boy. He felt that his chakra was repressed, so there was no way to get clues about the boy's identity. What kind of village secrets could the boy know? Well, if he wanted to find out, he would have to take the risk. After all, he was very small. He did not become an Okage while he was weak. He gave his guards the signal to leave the office. Once they were out of the office, he activated the privacy seals. So now we are completely calm. Now tell me who you are, he ordered. Naruto raised his hand slowly so that the old man would not attack him and lowered his mask. And hood, my name is Naruto Namake's third Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, he said seriously. To say that Okage was shocked was an understatement. He had not even suspected that Naruto could know about those two things. Naruto, really, is it you? He asked. Yes, old man. And if I hadn't realized by now that making me use my dad's name would have made his enemies come after me, I would be really mad at you for lying to me every time I asked one or both of the two questions I had my whole life. Who were my parents, and why do all the villagers hate me? Said Naruto, while clearly showing his displeasure to the Okage. How do you know? Who told you? Asked the Okage, furious that someone had broken his law. I found out about the location of his house, and I went there. Well, you can't guess the rest of the information. I told you like I'm the third Jinchuriki of the Fox when I say I found both of their journals, explained Naruto. The Okage looked sad. I hadn't wanted to burden Naruto with the knowledge of the Fox at such a young age. You said you found out my reason for keeping your Orincha a secret. How come you didn't do better in the academy? So from the reports I received, you just passed the exams. By the way, congratulations for that's what the Okage wanted to know. Thanks. But think about it. What do the villagers fear more, a stupid and weak demon or a smart and powerful one? Was it just self-preservation? I'm much stronger and smarter than everyone thinks, said Naruto. How strong? Asked the Okage. And how did you manage to keep all the training? You should have done a secret. I only saw you train a few times at the training camp. And then you didn't give the impression of being strong. That was my old shadow. I learned that jutsu from watching Kakashi attack his team. When he was 9, he had them fight his clone in the true test of the Genin. He had memorized the hand seal and tried to learn that jutsu, as it seemed really useful, much better than the clone we learn in the academy, which I still have trouble with even after thousands of hours of chakra control training. Naruto admitted that damn jutsu uses very little chakra. Can you do shadow clone jutsu? You know that's a forbidden jutsu. He asked. No, he hadn't done it so far. I never had any problems except at the beginning when I dispelled too many clones after training at once. That was a terrible headache. I had to use your clones to train. The Okage asked, interested. Of course, it's the best training method that exists, at least for me. I can make 1,000 clones without ending up out of breath. And with the memory transfer day, after they dissipated, they were perfect for me to gain skills, experience, and knowledge, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. But why didn't you tell me? The Okage asked. I couldn't. If the council had any idea that I was getting strong on my own, they would have tried to stop me. I needed all the time I could get strong enough to turn the tables on them once I graduated. You know how they treat me. If I had shown my true abilities, I would have been able to graduate earlier. I know you would have done it for me. But what about a Genin still not strong enough to be safe from a group of determined civilians, especially if the council tried to make everything I did look like the Fox did it, and there would have been the possibility of a Jonin just failing on the team he was on under the pretense of not having the necessary skills. Then he would have been sent back to the academy under the control of the civilian council. Just thinking about eating that much ramen makes me sick. BTW. I hate cup ramen. I only like Ichiraka's ramen. You really wonder I couldn't trust anyone until I was out of the Fox's influence. Civil council. Now that I've graduated and I'm a ninja, I'm under your jurisdiction, and you're one of the few people who doesn't hate me. Naruto explained. The Okage understood. He had tried to help Naruto, but he was right with the council having stolen much of the Lokage's power in the short time between Minato's death and his reinstatement. There wasn't much he could have done for the boy without being accused of favoritism and ousted from the Lokage position. leaving Naruto unprotected when Naruto was found alongside the bodies of his dead mother and dying father. Minato had only managed to get his final wish for Naruto to be treated like the hero he was by keeping the fox in prison. He hadn't told the villagers about Naruto's condition, but somehow he had gotten out of his act. He came too late, and the villagers abbed for Naruto's death. You said you knew the true test of Jinin, the Okage asked, looking over their clasped hands. Yamai. Knowledge was also part of the reason I got results to test at the bottom of my class. The only future gening that is guaranteed to pass is Sasuke. The council will never allow their precious last Uchiha to fail, and order whoever is honing sense is to pass their team. That is the only chance for M to test. I know Ino, Shikamaru, and Choi will be put on a team since the three clans have had a bond for generations and are always on the same team. If three of them are in the same graduating class, the next heirs of the clan's son, in Nadakiba and Shino, a classic tracking team. So normally they would be placed in a team. Those six are the only ones in my class who also have the ability to pass the gening test for sure if they get good at six. That if I really wanted to get out of the jurisdiction of the civilian council, I needed to be part of a team that would surely pass, also known as Sasuke's team. I hate the bastard, but I can put my feelings aside. If it means you're the only one someone can give me orders, to be honest, if I hadn't been sure the Ambu would have hunted me down and brought me back, I would have run away years ago. While I like you with an entire village that hates me, that wasn't a difficult decision. The Kage seriously needed to make plans for Naruto to stay in the village even after he died one day. He was an old man. He knew he would probably die before Naruto turned 18. He could understand the boy, he really could, but it was also important for the village to maintain there to the QB and Naruto with his heritage. He shouldn't even think about leaving the village. All this was so underscoring her. He had hoped that once the immediate pain for the fallen had passed, the people would return to common sense. Unfortunately, the civil council never accepted it. I see. How do you know your heritage? What do you plan to do? He asked. I will keep it a secret until the next Chunin exams. By the way, why did Konoha hold them twice in a row? Naruto asked. That question had bothered him for a while. Don't you all ask, how do you know that they were in Konoha last time and will be there next time? In 7 months, normally we would have just hosted the next exams. Originally, it was Kusa's turn, but their village couldn't get it. The facilities were ready on time, and then their leader fell ill. So they asked Konoha to take over since we have the ability to organize them quickly. The Okage replied, I see, that makes sense. And even if you didn't ask, I'll answer. How did I know? I just realized the count of all the foreign shinobi in the village. The only reason for that amount was because we organized the Chunin exams. Naruto explained. The Okage nodded. That was logical. By the way, I have a request. Can you make sure my team is assigned a sensei who doesn't hate demons? Asking for someone who, like me, would be too much to ask, but having at least one sensei who treats me neutrally would be a great improvement for the teachers at the academy, with the exception of Irika Sensei. Even though I know he doesn't like me, he was professional at things, and he taught me the same as everyone else. Can I live with it? He asked. Pro Naruto, I'll see what I could do. What I'd like to know, how did you come up with the code name Dark Phoenix? Asked the Okage. Well, a phoenix is a mythical that doesn't actually die, but is always reborn from the ashes. Phoenixes are associated with light and purity. A dark phoenix is also reborn from the ashes when it dies, but it's not the same bird. It's more like a reincarnation than the rebirth of the same bird with the same character. No, I can be pure, the village assured him, but I'm not going to die. I'll just rise from the ashes again, and nothing they throw at me will stop me. Naruto said. The Okage nodded. I think we still haven't resolved the matter of your strength level. What do you think you would occupy? Asked the Okage. Low to medium honing level at a pure skill level. I just missed the body from facing a high level honing that will have to wait until I'm older. I've seen pictures of Dad normally being about a similar height to him when I grow up, answered Naruto. Are you sure about that? Asked the OC. Surprise, yes. I have a repertoire of over 100 ninjutsu, 10 jinjutsu, which by the way was a pain to learn. Damn fox. Playing with my controller, I am proficient in the taijutsu styles of both my clans. I can use a staff bow and a tanto very well, and I know how to use most weapons at least a little if I ever need to. I am a master of Inhutsu and an expert in poisons and anatomy. I guess that should be more. That's enough to qualify for Honi strength level. The only thing I lack is experience. That's why I said I had low to mid honing level and pure skill levels. I wouldn't last in a real fight against a honing if my opponent didn't massively underestimate me. After all, I don't do any missions, or I would have been found out. Naruto listed. Fuinjutsu master. I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering your parents were few and Hina masters, and it was the Uzumaki clan specialty before they were killed in the Third War. However, I would like to test your skill level. Probably the best way to do that would be if you fought one of my honing in disguise. He mused. That would be fine, but I just want to reveal my skills to the entire village during the Chunin exams. I want them to see who they treat like underscore. With all the nobles and important clients present, they can't risk being seen as a underscore. The scum that they are, said Naruto. It's fine to be at training camp 60, and one tomorrow in the morning at 10 I'll be there with the honing eye. Have in mind to test your skills, said the Okage, more than a little worried by the obvious hatred that Naruto felt for most of Konoha. It's okay, old man, good night, said Naruto, and put his mask and hood back on. Good night, Naruto. And this was a good job. You will be paid for your help in catching Mookie, added the Okage. Thank you, I can use the money, said Naruto, and left the office. Naruto was standing disguised in the 60-1 training camp and looked around him. He arrived 15 minutes early to take a look around. The training ground had been guarded by 2 Chunin, which meant it was special. Only the Ambu and Okage training grounds were guarded. Naruto had not been shown the guarded training grounds before. The only one that had interested him besides the open ones that were further from the village was training ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. After every Chunin exam, he had infiltrated there to see if he could finding things that would help him with his training, like weapons that could still be used, scrolls, and money. He reasoned that the dead no longer needed them. At first he had felt a little sick doing so, but with the animosity the villagers showed him, he needed some source of weapons, and those would just rust if left there for too long. So he had started when he was 9 to go to the Forest of Death. When he finished the second part of the Chunin exams, he had found out that they spent at least 3 days before the cleanup crews went through the forest to pick up the remaining corpses. He figured they had too much to do with organizational issues, so he usually spammed the forest with his clones to find those who had died or other leftover weapons. Most of them were still perfectly functional, some needed sharpening. But that wasn't a problem. Within 5 hours, he was usually done and had collected all the usable stuff. The only problem at first had been transportation. Not he could use sealing scrolls at the beginning that had been the starting point for finding a way to transport weapons more easily in the future. He had discovered in one of the academy books that there were sealing scrolls, but he knew that he couldn't get one for him because the shopkeepers would never sell him one. So he needed to learn how to make one himself. It took him 3 months to find the necessary books on sealing and then train that specific seal. But he made it 1.5 years later. When the Chunin exams were in Konoha again, he had the equipment and the ability to seal weapons in places. Most prized find was a somewhat chakra conductor. Those weapons that could channel chakra were really expensive and rare. At 10, the Okage arrived in a medical ninja and nodded towards Naruto. Good morning, Dark Phoenix. It's good to see you're on time. I've arranged for one of my honing DL to test your skills. He should be here in 10 minutes. This is Arita. He'll be on standby to heal you and your opponent if as the Okage needed. Explain. Good morning, Okage-sama. Naruto replied with a bow, keeping his disguise. That will be great. Who will test me? Asked my son Asuma. Saratobi replied the Okage. Naruto nodded. He knew Asuma from some of his visits to the Okage while the bearded honing had been away from the village for some time to protect the Fire Kaimo. As one of the 12 ninja guardians, he had returned some years ago and had become a regular honing for the village. He waited with the Okage, and 9 minutes later, he arrived at Suma. Good morning, Dad. Why did you call me here? Greeted Alma. Good morning, Alma. Thank you for coming. You are here to evaluate the skill level of Dark Phoenix here. I have a general idea of what he can do, but there is nothing better than a fight to see what he can do in a real situation. According to our estimation, he should be between a high level of Chunin and a low level of Honi. The Okage informed his son. Dark Phoenix, I have never heard of him, he said, observing the boy. Does not seem too older. He said, no, he isn't. He has been training in secret so as not to draw unwanted attention from different fractions of the village, said the Okage meaningfully. Asuma assumed he was talking about Rot and the council, who like to manipulate talented young ninjas too. They're liking. Okay, what kind of test? Do you want to have an all-out fight or by disciplines? Asked Alma. I think we should follow the disciplines. Is that okay with you? Dark Phoenix asked the Okage. Of course, Okage-sama, replied Naruto. With what part of we wanted to start? I think I'd like to see first how you work with weapons. Asuma himself is a skilled weapons user, so that would be a good starting point. Naruto nodded and opened both his tanto and his bow staff. The tanto went over his shoulder and the staff remained in his hand. Asuma took out his knuckle dusters. They looked at each other, assessing their opponent's stance. Then Naruto sprang into action and ran towards Asuma. The Okage was surprised by the speed Naruto showed. Definitely, that was a honing level speed. The only ones honings that would be faster would probably be Guy Kakashi. Asuma was ready and blocked the blows of the bow staff with his knives and defended himself. Both weapons clashed again, and again Naruto tried to hit Asuma's legs with his staff, but he jumped without a problem. Both opponents evaded and blocked each other's attacks for 5 more minutes before separating. You are definitely a good boy, but let's take this to the next level, Asuma said, and channeled wind chakra into his swords. Naruto, knowing that his staff it wouldn't hold up against the wind-enhanced blades. He quickly put away his staff and took out his Tanto. He channeled his own wind chakra into it. So you too are a wind element. Interesting. Let's see how far you've come, Asuma said, and attacked Tanto. And the knuckle blades clashed, and the more experienced Honing managed to cut off Naruto's arm. Naruto returned the favor by spinning around his axis, disconnecting his weapons, and hitting Asuma's pants. Not a bad counter to my attack. Alma commented this boy was really good judging by his height and stature. The boy was between 12 and 14 years old, being so good with two different weapons and being able to manipulate wind chakra was really something. Naruto came back with a new attack, but was forced back by the stronger Asuma during the next few minutes. Asuma finally managed to disarm Naruto and crossed their swords near his throat. My victory, Asuma said, and took a step back. Naruto nodded. He hadn't expected to be able to defeat an elite Honing in one of its most strong, but he had resisted better than he thought. It was an impressive start. The next would be the taijutsu, said the Okage. Asuma nodded and put the knives back in his hip pouch. He took his stance and saw that the boy was in a stance he didn't know and hadn't seen before in the village. He couldn't know that Naruto was in the initial stance of the Namek style, the cheetah style. The style was based on speed and quick attacks to vital points. It was not made for exchanges long like the animal it was named after. After Naruto had read all the anatomy scrolls in the secret room, he was able to use the style really well, and with bastard subversion of gentle fist and chakra scalpels mixed into the style, it was deadly if Naruto wanted it to be. This time, Asuma attacked first, but Naruto dodged his kick and circled around him in a split second and tried to attack the spine. Asuma, however, was too experienced and jumped to the side. Naruto followed after him and looked for openings in Alma's guard. His smaller stature was now an advantage to him, as he could use the openings more easily as a larger opponent brought some painful hits to Asuma's biceps and upper thigh. Asuma was too good to let him hit vital points. After feeling what one hit did to his muscles, Naruto didn't let Asuma rest and used his superior speed to disable more points, which became more difficult as Asuma tried to stay out of his reach. Eventually, Naruto succeeded, cut an entire muscle in Alma's left leg, causing him to fall to his knees. Naruto walked over and pointed his glowing hand at Alma's spine. My victory, he said, and then took a step back. The Okage was impressed. That was an impressive display of skill in taijutsu, and that speed reminded him a lot of Minato, but Naruto seemed even better than his father at the same age, and how he managed to hurt Asuma's muscles that it looked like a soft fist. But Naruto couldn't know that the Yuga kept those secrets within their clan very well. Dark Phoenix, the next thing would be Jinjutsu, said the Okage. Wouldn't it have been better to let Kurina and try it there? I'm not a great Jinjutsu user, Alma said. Naruto appeared next to Asuma and began to heal his wounds as he walked towards Naruto. Shook his head. I'm fine, he said, and the doctor stepped aside. I don't think we need a Jinjutsu specialist. I don't want the news about the Dark Phoenix to get out too soon. Naruto is one of my personal doctors, and he won't say anything. I just need to know how good he is at casting it and dispelling some lower level ones. I know you can do a B-ranked Jinjutsu. Asuma nodded. That B-ranked Jinjutsu was his highest level Jinjutsu. It only worked if it surprised his opponent, but if his father just wanted to test if Dark Phoenix could break it, he would do it. Naruto got ready. Okay, we'll start with you starting to cast a Jinjutsu on Asuma. Dark Phoenix, said the Okage. Naruto nodded and went through the hand seals at a fast pace. Art of illusion, pervert's paradise, the Okage said. He waited for Asuma to snap out of the Jinjutsu, but instead he saw that Asuma had started drooling and just looked strangely happy. Then he had a massive nosebleed and fell back knocked out. What kind of judo was that? The Okage asked Naruto, who swore he was smiling brightly. Under his mask, the Jinjutsu shows him the woman he likes to offer him to do whatever sexual fetish she has. It works on almost everyone, Naruto said innocently. How the hell did you come up with that jutsu? The Okage asked, bewildered. Well, the same way I came up with that ninjutsu, Naruto said, emphasizing that ninjutsu. The Okage, knowing which one he was referring to, had to suppress a nosebleed himself. It was supposed to be a distraction in case he was running away from others, and it's not limited to men. It works with the general preferences of the person who caught him. Naruto explained. I'm impressed. Can you wake up Asuma again so we can continue? The Okage asked. Harada. The doctor nodded and pushed his chakra into Asuma's system to break him out of the Jinjutsu. Asuma opened his eyes and saw his father Arata and Dark Phoenix looking at each other amused. Underscoring to be that jutsu is really dangerous. You just don't want to get out of it, Asuma commented, groaning. Now he was glad that Kurenai wasn't here. She would never forgive him. Luckily, no one knew what his illusion had been. That would be a definitive death sentence for him. Okay, let's end this. Let's see if you're good enough to escape from a Genjutsu, Asuma said. And he checked his hand seals, Art of Illusion. Prison of Silence, Asuma said. Naruto stood there and wondered what the Jutsu Herm was supposed to do. When should the Jutsu start working, Asuma asked. Should it already do it? Can you hear me? Asked Asuma. Yeah, no problem. Then I guess I should have messed up my hearing, guessed Naruto. Yes, it should. That's weird. It should have worked. I cast it correctly. I'm sure Asuma wondered. Try another one. Asuma said. The Okage Art of Illusion visualization technique of hell, Asuma announced, but Naruto was still there wondering why nothing happened. Nothing, asked the Okage. I don't know what the hell I should do the visualization technique, since I also know that jutsu, but I don't feel anything. It's strange. I didn't even feel any strange chakra coming to me, said Naruto. Can you feel a strange chakra? Erita asked, interested. Yes, I'm a type of sensor, said Naruto. That could be a reason. Let me try something, Erita said, and activated his Mystic Palm Jutsu. I will approach with my hands to the cut. You got on the gunfight with Asuma. If I'm right, something should stop me, said Harada. Naruto nodded and extended his arm. He was already healed by the chi, but he didn't inform Harada of that fact in case he was wondering he could make up a minor bloodline to heal himself. Rap pushed his hands over the cut on Naruto's cam, and it stopped an invisible layer of chakra. I thought so. Young sensors sometimes put a thin layer of chakra over their entire skin to make it easier to use their sensory abilities. It's something subconscious. That layer of chakra prevents foreign chakra, like Genjutsus, from entering the body. Therefore, they're immune against lower-level Genjutsus. I suppose a Genjutsu specialist would manage to get through, but no one else, Erita explained. He had never heard of such a thing. The Okage said. It's not very common. Maybe 1 in 100 sensor types do it, especially if they're taught some of their skills. If they have an experienced sensor to teach them, it doesn't usually happen. Tsunade-sama found this anomaly during the Second World War shinobi because one of his team had immunity to Genjutsu, and he wanted to know if it was possible to teach it to others, said Harada. Okay, that's good to know. Well, I guess we'll have to postpone the Genjutsu test since it's not possible for us at the moment to test if Dark Phoenix can break Genjutsu by himself. To satisfy my curiosity, what's your strongest Genjutsu? He asked Naruto. Art of Illusion Infinite Darkness, answered Naruto. Isn't that a jutsu of the night aim? Okage asked Erita. Is it? We'll have to talk about how you learned that jutsu, Dark Phoenix. For now, I think it's time to examine ninjutsu. I would like to have a presentation of 5 of your strongest jutsu. To see what you can do, then he will fight against Asuma, ordered the Okage. Can I make an oath that no one speaks of those ninjutsu? I trust that you chose trusted people to see this test, but 2 of my jutsu will tell them exactly who I am, said Naruto. The Okage was surprised by that request. Could Naruto know the strongest techniques? Your father's precious ones. Okay, Data, assume if I'm right about what jutsus Dark Phoenix intends to show us, that oath will be necessary. I make a rank secret to keep silent about them until I give them permission to talk about them. Understood, both, said Naruto. Nodded and took out a 3-pointed kunai from his pouch on his back, threw it to the training stand, and disappeared in a flash of yellow, reappearing in the kunai and showing a spiral blue orb on the training stand. Rasengan, he said, and showed the ball through the wood as if it were butter. The Yondaime Jutsus, Erita said. Surprise, Flying Thunder, go. And Rasengan Asuma gave a very good impression of a goldfish. I hadn't even suspected that the Yondaime could have had a son. That seemed to be the only plausible explanation for this boy to know those jutsus. Naruto returned to his original position and went through a series of hand seals. Water, release water dragon bullet, he said, and manipulated the river water to turn it into a water dragon. He hit the training pole that already had a hole in it from the Rasengan. The post moved away from the powerful jutsu. Naruto waited until the water calmed down and went through his next set of hand seals. Wind released the fury of the twisters, yelled, and made 3 tornadoes that flew towards the river and sucked the water in, making them even more dangerous. Then Naruto did his final hand seal shadow clone jutsu, he said, and created 50 shadow clones. So was Asuma's only comment. The Okage was very impressed. He wouldn't have thought Naruto had that kind of strong ninjutsu in his repertoire. He would be a force to be reckoned with in the future. This only made it more imperative to keep the boy in the village. He needed to choose a good honing sensei who the boy could bond with. There was only one real option, while Naruto would only stay as a genin for 6 months with abilities like his. Those months needed to be used to initiate the positives with the village. He couldn't take care of that himself through his teammates. He would be paired up with Sasuke. Yuki and Naruto had said himself that he intended to do that to make sure the team passed. And Sakura Aruno hoped that everything was okay, but perhaps she should first ask Naruto about his opinion on Sakura. She didn't want to anger him even more than she already was. The next fight with Asuma showed that Naruto had a wide range of ninjutsu that he could use, especially his use of replacement and body part was fantastic. Alma failed to land a hit as Naruto changed places so fast. Along with his speed, I could honestly tell that Naruto had a high-level Jonin in ninjutsu. He knew how to do the jutsus, and when to use them in a fight, he finally gave them both the signal to stop. Either to have to work like that against a boy his age, he should start training more. Alma commented. They had spammed him with clones and tricked him with transformations mixed with the constantly moving Naruto, and his high-level elemental jutsus was very difficult to catch the boy. If he used his other abilities, Asuma had no doubt that he would be able to rise with honing. In a few months of real missions, he had realized that while the boy was good, he made mistakes that someone who had been on 100 missions would not make. This meant that this boy was a rookie. His opinion rose even higher after that revelation. Let him do some rank C and rank B missions. He will be ready to become a Han. There were some rookie mistakes that you can only correct through the experience. For example, you should not wait to see if your jutsu really works on an opponent and neglect your surroundings. Your sensor ability helped you, but you should have been more on guard in those situations, Asuma said to Naruto, who nodded. I will remember that. Next time, Asuma replied, okay, the next part is Arata's specialty. I would like a little more about your knowledge in poison, said the Hokage. Naruto nodded and approached Harada. Meanwhile, Asuma talked to his father. It is really good how he trained him, and where I wouldn't have thought I could hide the Yondame's son for 12 years, asked Alma. Well, I don't even know how he trained. I didn't know he was that strong before he told me a few days ago when he brought the forbidden scroll that Mizuki had stolen. The Hokage replied, you mean to tell me that that boy learned all that on his own? Where would he get the jus from, asked Asuma. And why didn't you teach him? I thought he would have special training regarding his father's enemies. I wanted to do it, but the political situation after the attack on the QB was extremely unstable. We had to fear that IWA or Kimo would use our weakness to kill him and find out who he was, so I hid him. He couldn't have the villagers talk about him. If he even existed, if he had received special training, people would have asked why, and I didn't want Danzo or any of the other idiots to know about him. The civilians would have bothered me with the CRA's nonsense. Even if he doesn't have a bloodline limit, he made marriage proposals so that his daughters would get more power, and similar things would have happened through the ninja clans who would have fought to raise him to increase his power. The Hokage explained. That makes sense, but it's suspicious that he could get so strong on his own without anyone noticing, Asuma admitted. In fact, I'm going to have a long talk with him about how he achieved it, but I guess he'll keep a lot of it a secret. There are certain reasons why he informed me about his abilities a few days ago, but they're classified now. Let's see what Harada says about his knowledge about poisons, and then I will ask him to show us some of his seals. He said he was a seal master, so I'm curious what he could do. Asuma just nodded. Okay, I think that will do for now. Dark Phoenix, you have a very good foundation in your knowledge. If you continue your studies there, you should reach proficiency in a year or so, said Arata. So what is your verdict? He asked the Hokage. You have a good knowledge on poisonous plants and animals from which you get your ingredients for the poisons he uses. His techniques to mix those poisons are good, but his knowledge is limited to paralyzing and lethal poisons. If he wants to go further in it, he needs to expand. I estimate that he has a high level of Chun INS solid in his skills here for his age. That's still impressive. I don't know many ninjas who are all-rounders like him. He should be able to take B-rank missions without too much trouble in an experienced team, as support said. Harada. The Hokage nodded. There was no way he would allow Naruto. He will be taking A-rank missions in the near future, even if he was skilled, but his team would need to be trained properly in order to be able to send them to the C ranks after a short time. Okay, then if I didn't miss anything, all that's left is the Fuinjutsu, said the Hokage. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. He loved Fuinjutsu. He took out some seals he had brought to show the Hokage. Okay, these are some of the seals I prepare to show you, Hokage-sama. I think they are some of the most useful in the field. This is an explosive seal modified. First, sends out a wave of chakra that mimics killing intent. Then the explosion erupts. The intent is to briefly paralyze an opponent with a K, to keep them within range of the seal. The next is a combination of a storage seal and an explosive seal fired by the explosive part, and can surprise an opponent who isn't expecting to have to dodge weapons. The seal can be prepared in two ways. First, you fire it with your own chakra from a certain distance, or second, you involve a perimeter seal that reacts to foreign chakra, has a range of about 20 m. Then he took out another type of seal. This is a modified chakra storage seal. You can store chakra of a certain type like water or fire chakra in here and release it when you need it. You would just have to fuse the chakra into a jutsu. After that, you mean with those seals, ninjas could use jutsus of an element they normally can't use, asked Alma. Yes, of course, they would need to know the hand seals for the jutsu and fuse chakra, but elemental manipulation would be fixed. Naruto said, fantastic. That would make fights a lot easier. You could avoid being caught at a total disadvantage with my wind element and knowledge in fire jutsus. I would have trouble with water types. If I had some earth seals, I could take care of that problem, I'm amused. But since you charge them, you don't need the elemental chakra first to charge them. That was a problem at first until I came up with chakra converter seals. I'm a primary wind type with a secondary affinity for water, so I would be hard-pressed against earth techniques if I didn't recognize the jutsu first, which still takes some time for me. I wanted to have a way to use lightning jutsu, so I worked on a seal that would change my wind chakra into lightning chakra. It took me some time to develop, but after months I had it. I found that by using the seals regularly, I developed a lightning affinity as my third affinity. I think it's comparable to the Sharingan training a user to use jutsus of all kinds since he can copy them. Naruto proudly reported, "Are you going to sell some of your seals?" asked Amma. "Maybe, I'm not sure yet," said Naruto. Had thought about making money selling his seals, but who would buy them if I knew he made them and I didn't know how it would work through a proxy? Maybe the box could help him there. It's okay. I see you really know your seals to see how good you are. In general, we would have to wait for Jiraiya to get back from his travels. He's out of the village most of the time, maintaining his spy network, said the Okage. Naruto nodded. He knew that Jiraiya of the Sannin had been the Honin since and his father, and was a seal master, the only one the village had at the time besides himself, and needed to be evaluated to be recognized first. "I think we're done here, Dark Phonics. I want to see you in my office in 2 hours. Erita, thank you for your help. You're fired. Asuma, please come to my office in 4 hours. Then we'll finalize the new Henin joins the others Honings in 6. Well, Asuma said, and Erita bowed. 4 hours after the test, the Okage and the 9 Honings. That would take a team this year. Even Kakashi had arrived on time after the Okage threatened his Achecha books. Well, now that we're all here, we'll go over the teams that will be announced to the new Jinin next Monday." Then the Okage proceeded to read the teams to the Honing. "I would like Genma to take Team 1 Aoba. You get Team 2 Inoichi. You get Team 3 Choma. You get Team 4 Isuna. Team 5 Makiko. You have Team 6 now. Kakas has Team S. Karina. You have Team Oyasuma is staying with Team 10. The Okage informed them. They nodded. "If you have any questions about your team, ask Irika. No, he taught the class for the past 2 years. Everyone except Kakashi is fired," said the Okage. The Honing left the office after bowing. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Okama asked Kakashi. "You have the most important team of the whole year this time, Kakashi. I know the council will force you to pass team by Sasuke Yukiya, but I don't want you to be a favorite. This is a matter of village security," said the Okage as he activated the privacy seals in the room. "Or please wait outside while I inform Kakashi." He ordered the 4 hidden hammer to leave the room. "This seems to be very important, Okagesima," Kakashi analyzed. "What is it? Do you know who Naruto Uzumaki really is?" asked the Okage. "Yes, it is Naruto Namikaze, the son of Minato-sensei," Kakashi answered, nodding, his eyes shining. "Very serious now, correct?" "I suspected that you knew 2 days ago. I found out that Naruto knows about his parents, and the fox is not a Jinni normally. He should have been a Jonin by now, but with the sabotage and hatred the civil council shows it, he hid it. I made him assume to test Naruto today. In disguise, the boy is a prodigy, has Jonin-level Nuda Jutsu weapons, and Taijutsu. We really don't know his level in Jinjutsu, since he is immune to levels because he is a sensor and has his body covered by a layer of chakra that blocks the invader chakra. A doctor informed me that sometimes happens with self-taught sensors. Obviously, Tsunade found out about that phenomenon. He knows the basics of poisons and is very intelligent. I want you to properly train your team, Kakashi. Don't be late more than half an hour. Naruto hates his teammates, but will accept them until he can take the Chunin exams in 6 months. Then the only person he would willingly connect with if they treat him properly is you, Sujin, and Sensei. Naruto is important for the future of the village. If he leaves, the most likely destination he could go to is Kumo. Now they treat their Jinchuriki properly. I don't have to tell you, it would be a catastrophe for Kum. He is Naruto in his ranks. He knows both Rasengan and Flying Thunder Jutsu from Mother. He is probably a master of Fuin Jutsu and Sunin Hutsu. It is impressive. He has an affinity with the wind with a secondary affinity with water and an affinity with lightning developed by his development a chakra converter seal that converted his wind chakra into chakra of lighting, and then training lightning jutsus. Both normal affinities are trained. I don't know how he managed to hide his training. He was just willing to tell me that he found a secret place where he lives now, and in Sthena. He also found scrolls and other things there. You have the next few months to get Naruto a new link to the village. If you can more than that, make sure no one screws it up on missions in the village, and get the other 2 ready for C rank missions ASAP. Sasuke shouldn't be a problem. The boy wants to get stronger, and you should be able to get him out of his ideas of superiority. I think the biggest problem will be Sakura. The girl didn't get good grades in her physical exams. The reason she became the best kunoichi is that the written test was a big part of the exams, and she has perfect chakra control due to her small reserves. If necessary, break her. but Team 7 has to get stronger soon. The Okage impressed the importance of Kakashi. Kakashi was really surprised. I didn't know Naruto was so strong, but I could understand that he had a strong dislike for villagers. I had saved him more than once from mobs when Naruto was younger. I understand, Okama. I'll think of something to teach Naruto. To keep him interested, I can. Also tell him more about his parents. If he wants to, if he can use Kyuubi chakra. Ask Kakashi. No, he can't. But he can suppress it really well. So far, he thinks if he's strong enough on his own, he doesn't have to rely on the dangerous chakra of the fox. Knows that he can do not trust. The fox had met him after finding out that he was the Jinchuriki of Q. But apart from trying to get Naruto to let him out, he had not tried anything until now, and Naruto is too smart not to know that if he lets the fox out, he will lose the Okage. He explained, well, why I would not know how to teach him, that I will make sure that Naruto starts to be better connected with some of his companions. I think I could get him to at least assume organized sessions of team training if your team passes, which I think they will. I haven't seen any version of an Ino Shikcho team failing the Jinni exams. Maybe Karina, I would too. It seems your team could pass too, said Kakashi. I trust you, Kakashi. We have 6 months until Naruto does chunning. By the way, go back to your old level in Udi if possible. Get over it for now. You're my only real choice as a successor. The only others would be Jiraiya and Tsunade, and I can't imagine Tsunade returning to the village, and I fear what Jiraiya would do as Okage, and if neither of them take the hat, he'll probably go to Danzo. I understand, Okage-sama, said Kakashi. Fine, you're fired. Kakashi said the Okage. Kakashi walked out of the office the day of the team placements. Was there Naruto for the first time wore his new outfit. He had long black pants that were taped together with dark red bandages. He wore a dark red mesh shirt underneath a dark gray shirt with 3/4 sleeves. And a hood. He wore a dark red belt with 2 pouches on the back. On both thighs were pouches for shuriken and Sinbon that were tied over black bandages over the shirt. He wore a dark red vest with pockets, specially made to hold scrolls and small containers for different things. Naruto kept his poisons in there. He had dark red gloves with metal plates on the back in which he had sealed his tanto and his ball staff. The hood of his shirt hung over his vest on his back. He would just put it on for missions where his shiny hair would be a hindrance. He looked in the mirror and was happy with how he looked now. He finally looked like a real shinobi. He turned off the lights in his house and walked up the stairs he made sure he was alone in the alley, and then left through the hidden entrance. Once the wall was back in place, he jumped onto the roof and headed into the academy. He made it to the classroom and sat in the back. There were only 2 others there, Nat Yuga, Shino, Aburame. Shino gave him a curt nod. Nat turned red again as he smiled at her. Naruto didn't really understand why she always turned red, but since she was never mean like the other students, he liked her. Shino just shook his head watching Naruto, and Janada's display. Naruto was really dense. Sometimes he knew Naruto wasn't as bad and stupid as he supposedly was. His allies had told him that Naruto had excellent chakra control and intentionally messed things up. He had watched Naruto after finding that out and came to the conclusion that Naruto wanted staying at the back of class for some reason. She didn't know the reason, but she respected Naruto's privacy. Hinata was under a lot of pressure not to faint when Naruto walked into class. She had been very happy when he passed his exams. Many had thought he would fail them. He was now wearing new clothes and looked very good in them. He had obviously hidden his muscular body under the old bulky orange jumpsuit. His new clothes fit him tighter on the upper body and didn't leave much to the imagination as to what he could look like. Also a 12-year-old boy now. The other students started to fill the room. Some were surprised to see Naruto in a new outfit, but most ignored him, although some girls looked at him gratefully. Then the daily stampede happened. Sakura Ino ran to the classroom to decide who would be allowed to sit next to Sasuke. Really stupid now. They were kunoichi. They should act like one. Once they entered the room, they fought who had won. Naruto had enough. He had seen that of the kunoichis too long. He quickly threw a zon at each of them and hit their thighs. They looked shocked, then had trouble moving. What did Ino ask? Then she couldn't move her lips anymore. Finally, they calmed down. Naruto muttered. Only Shino and Hinata had noticed he had thrown the Emben at Ino and Sakura and were impressed with his accuracy and the obviously paralyzing agent of the Zon. When Iruka walked into Ino's class and they were still paralyzed, Naruto mentally did a countdown of the poison. He used to lose its effect, should only last for 30 seconds plus. It was only meant to paralyze for 5 minutes, more than enough time in a one-on-one fight to take out your opponent. What happened here? Iruka asked. Well, Ino and Sakura fought who would sit next to Sasuke. Then they got hit with a Zon each and were paralyzed. A girl informed him to Iruka. Who did this? Iruka asked. Naruto raised his hand. Don't worry, the effect only lasts 5 minutes, Iruka-sensei. They should go back to normal in 3, 2, 1, now, said Naruto. True. To Naruto's words, Hino and Sakura stumbled as their muscles reacted again. In 2 minutes, they have returned to normal, Naruto said disinterestedly. Why did you do that? Naruto asked Hoka sternly. They were too loud and an embarrassment to every kunoichi who takes their profession seriously. He just wanted to show them what can happen if they don't. Watch their surroundings. They didn't even think about taking out the Inon. As soon as they hit them, that would have shortened the poison's action time, said Naruto. Without remorse, the whole class looked surprised. Naruto had never behaved like that. He had always been a fool. It's not that serious. The most surprised was Irika, who began to have doubts about his assessment of Naruto's abilities. Over the years, his hatred for Naruto had gone. He had understood that Naruto was not the fox and never treated him worse than his other students. He even admired how the boy persevered despite the hatred of the villagers. However, it is wrong to attack your comrade, said Irika. That is not, it was an attack. It was a rescue mission for the ears of those who have sensitive hearing and easily get headaches. If he had wanted to attack them, they would be dead by now, Naruto replied. He would have simply had to use a deadly poison instead of a paralyzing one, or targeted a vital point with their reaction times. They would be dead before help arrived. Irika couldn't say anything against that. Naruto was right. He could have easily killed them. He wondered why the boy had changed so dramatically. Okay, sit down, Ino, and Sakura will start with the team placements, Irika said, grunting. The two girls took seats, Riley on either side of Sasuke. Irika gave his class a speech about how proud he was of them for graduating and how real ninja life now awaited them. He told them to do their best, and then proceeded to read out the team's team. 7 Naruto, Uzumaki, Sakura, Runo. With that, Sakura's head slammed into the table, and he didn't scoff at her. And Sasuke, Uchiha, Sakura clapped her hands together. Take that, Ino. Pink true love conquers all, she screamed loudly, only to be hit with a Zon again, this time on her shoulder. She turned around to yell at Naruto, only to be paralyzed again. Don't worry, that will take 5 minutes to wear off again. You can continue, Yuka-sensei, said Naruto, shaking his head at Sakura's idiocy. He had told her to take out the Zon first. Irika simply shook his head and wondered at Naruto's display of accuracy. That spot was where it normally was a vein. I also knew the anatomy hadn't shown anything like it before. Team Hinata, Yubikiba, Yuzuka, and Shino Aburame, said Uka, and the three of them looked at each other. Team New is still active. So Team 10 are Shikar, Onara, Koyakimi, and Ino Yamanaka. Why do I get Algin's ass? And the one who only eats when the girl in front gets to be on Sasuke's team. She rants, grabbed the Zon, and pulled it out and turned angrily towards Naruto, but couldn't even start her super rant because she was paralyzed. Better than 3 minutes. At least he remembered to get the Zon out quickly. Naruto commented. Naruto, please refrain from paralyzing your classmates. Yuka admonished him. Why should he? And he only used the term comrades very loosely with the majority of the class. Naruto said, honestly, you don't expect me to treat them any differently than they treated me all those years. If you did, forget it. I've had it with the Naruto said. Irika was worried. Naruto clearly had a strong dislike for the majority of the class. It was understandable. But why would he? He showed now the fox was taking over. What could a dead man like you do to us? Asked the son of a shop owner, who always kicked Naruto out. Naruto replied, disappearing from his seat and holding a kunai to the boy's throat. Don't underestimate me. You don't know anything about me. I dare you to live a day of my life. You'll want to kill yourself. You're not even strong enough to get through. Naruto said quietly. Naruto, that's enough. Irika yelled. He asked for it. Naruto replied and disappeared again to return to his seat. In his seat, Sasuke was furious. How could the dead have such abilities? Only he and Yukiya should have them. He was the rookie of the year. Normally, Sakura would have yelled at Naruto to stop trying to be cool, but she couldn't. The poison was still working. So Hino's paralysis stopped. He first wanted to yell at her, but thought better of it and sat down. Being hit twice with Senbon and paralyzed was enough, and Naruto would obviously do it again if he felt they were too loud. Half an hour after the team Jonin Sun took the other teams away, 7 were still sitting in the classroom. Sasuke was busy looking at Naruto. Sakura was daydreaming about Sasuke, and Naruto was drawing in a notebook. He was working on a new seal, and everything was better than having to deal with his so-called teammates. Then the door opened, and in walked a silver-haired man with hair that defied gravity. Naruto looked up. He recognized the man. He was the Honing he had copied the shadow clone jutsu from. It was Kakashi Itake, one of the best Honing in the village, his father's former student. It seemed that the Okage had kept his word and given him a sense, and that he wouldn't hate him for the fox. Kakashi had to know about sealing, and maybe even knew that he was the Yondame's son. My first impression, you're boring. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, he said, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke and Sakura got up and left the room. Naruto waited a moment, and then followed him. If there were traps in the way, the two idiots would activate them. Stay alert. It was always best to be on guard, and over the years it had become second nature to him. He heard curses in front of him. Obviously, Kakashi's tardiness had a true reason to his suspicion. Sakura was trapped in a ninja wire sling around her feet, and hanging from the ceiling, Sasuke was pinned to the wall with two shuriken through his sleeves. You really should listen better. I told you to always be on guard. There were only a few reasons why our sensei he would be late and set up a little test with traps was one of them. He said he threw a kunai at the wire holding Sakura in the air and made her fall to the ground. Release the bastard and follow me, he said, and continued walking down the path. He lazily deactivated two more traps. They reached the door to the roof. Naruto carefully checked the door for more traps and found none. He opened it a little, only for Sakura to push him out of the way. Impatiently, she screamed that they would be late. Naruto threw himself to the ground when he felt projectiles approaching them. Sasuke, who had seen that there would be traps to expect, followed Naruto's example. Both avoided being hit. Naruto stepped out of the line of fire and was ready to defend himself in case of an attack. He saw that Sakura was impaled by Senbon, and whimpering Sasuke behind him was also ready for another attack. Well, my second impression is that we need to work on your speed to disable or avoid traps. You're late. You needed 6.5 minutes to get here, but I have to admit that at least you got here as a team. Even if the girl shouldn't have gotten impatient late, then to die. If she was an enemy, she could have easily killed you. Which brings us to my question, what was your first mistake? Kakashi asked, looking at them sternly. Taking the route you expected us to take. We could have avoided this by using another route. The best way would have been if we had used chakra to stick to the wall and climbed up here, but since two of us don't know this drill, and it's supposed that we are a team, we had to take the only other route, said Naruto. Correct that. Exercise will be one of the first things you learn during your time as a Genin. That is, if you manage to become a Genin, said Kakashi, smiling. What do you mean if we manage to become Genin we graduate, then we are Genin, said Sakura. Not yet. But I'll tell you later. Sit down, Kakashi instructed them. He pointed to 3 benches in front of him. The 3 of them sat down with Naruto, checking the underside of his bench for traps, but found none. Kakashi nodded appreciatively at Naruto's action. For now, I want you to give me a brief introduction of yourselves. Name, age, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. Pinky, you begin. Order. Kakashi. Sakura looked confused. How should we do that, sensei? Couldn't you start giving an example? She asked. What does rule number 3 of shinobi say? Blackest, said Kakashi, ignoring Sakura's question. A ninja must always follow a direct order from his superior. Sasuke, correct answer. Kakashi. Sasuke, I was impressed with this honing. Clearly he knew what he was doing and had a no-nonsense attitude. Maybe this would work out. Well, I'd see how strong he was then. Pinky, I gave you a direct order, and I expect you to follow my orders. That's why you should stop being a ninja. Sakura nodded, intimidated by Kakashi. Yes, sensei. My name is Sakura Luno. I'm 12 years old. What I like the most, the person I like, is she looked at Sasuke and blushed. My hobby is she looked back at Sasuke and blushed more and giggled. My dream is she looked at Sasuke and yelled. Your disgust, asked Kakashi, annoyed. He just had to get a fangirl. HPG. Naruto, she yelled. We'll have to work on your attitude. Rule number 25 of shinobi. Blondie and ninja never shows his emotions. Naruto recited calmly. Correct, said Kakashi. Sasuke was shocked. He didn't think Naruto had paid attention in class, and then his new abilities. Why was Naruto so different? He would find out. Before Sakura snorted. She had the right to show her love to Sasuke. Okay, next is Blackest, said Kakashi. Obviously Sasuke didn't like him nickname, but kept quiet. Sasuke, Yuki, at 12 years old. I don't like anything in particular, and I have many things that I don't like. My hobby is training. I don't have a dream or an ambition. I will resurrect the Uchiha clan and kill a certain, he stated. Sakura had hearts in her eyes, thinking that Sasuke was so cool. Naruto rolled his eyes. The emo had no reason to be selfish and be full of hate. He was treated like a spoiled prince in the village. Kakashi had expected something like this. Okay, next time. Blondie. Kakashi continued. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am 12 years old. I like the old man and the Chiruk when I don't like most of the villagers, especially those who can't tell a scroll. Today, a kunai. My hobby is training and gardening. My dream is to become the strongest ninja ever and show this village how much they screwed up. He said Naruto really is different than what his file said, but Okajesima warned me. If we don't get him out of the darkness, he could become a problem for the village. Not that I can blame him. Kakashi thought. It's okay. My name is Kakashi Ek. I'm 26 years old. My likes and dislikes are none of your business. For now, I have many hobbies, and my dream I never thought about that. He told them the only thing we found out was his name and his age. Sasuke And Sakura thought, I know that voice from somewhere. Naruto thought, trying to locate his sensei's voice. Now that the introductions were over, I'll get to the part about you not being a genin. Yet there's a rule in the village that states that all genin must be confirmed by their respective honing senseis. Each sensei gives his team a test, and of the 27 genin who pass the graduation exams in their year, only 9 will be accepted as genin. That means that this test has a 67% chance of failing. Kakashi pointed out, but what was the meaning of the exams? Then Sakura protested. There was no way in hell she was giving up being on the same team as Sasuke. That was to eliminate the hopeless cases, the only one who has a say whether you become a genin or it's not me. Kakashi said, giving an imposing figure with his arms outstretched to the sides. And looking at them, Naruto's memory finally connected the voice. And the pose dog asked mentally Tog had been a Hambu that had often protected him. When he was younger, Naruto really hoped that his sensei was his old Amba guard. He had really liked the dog, especially since the man had often given him some sweets to help him cope with the shock after the attacks. Kakashi handed them a paper with information. The test will be tomorrow at 7 at the training camp 3. Bring all your equipment. Oh, and you better not eat breakfast or you'll just throw up, Kakashi informed them. Then Kakashi disappeared again in a puff of smoke. Sasuke stood up and walked away, Sakura behind him to try and get a date with him. Naruto wondered how long it would take him to die on a mission like that. Decided preparation was necessary and used body flicker to get to the training camp 3-step TR hours. Inspecting the training camp to be ready for the next day, he didn't know if his supposed teammates would remember the lesson about knowing the terrain before a fight. But he did know that they wouldn't listen to him if he told them. Naruto then went to the forest to a river where he knew that tasty fish could be caught. He caught 3 fish for dinner. He went to his field to look for fresh vegetables. And then he went to prepare his meal. A small campfire and an hour of cooking later, he had grilled fish and roasted vegetables he ate. And then he turned off on the way home. He climbed onto the rooftops to avoid the gazes of the villagers. He also didn't want the council messengers to find him. They would surely complain about his behavior in class. Well, let them go to hell. He was a ninja under the command of the cage. They had no power over him. Kakashi had observed Naruto after the meeting ended. He was positively surprised that he had gone to the training camp where the test would be to get an idea of what environment he would have to work in. After that, he caught a little and disappeared somewhere else. Kakashi let him go. It wouldn't be good for Naruto to think that he followed him. He needed to gain Naruto's trust to help him. In his opinion, the team meeting had gone pretty well. Naruto was good and knew how to act like a ninja. Sasuke needed to get over his complexes. The best way to get there would be to practically isolate him from the village until the Chunin exams. So he would have to carefully choose the D-rank missions that his team did. There are no missions inside the village where the villagers can show their prejudice against Naruto and towards Sasuke, but at least Sasuke had the necessary skill to be in ninja attitudes. Could be corrected over time. Getting the skills that should have been taught in the academy to an appropriate level was harder. Sakura would have to go through hell. She didn't consider her surroundings. She was noisy. She had a superiority complex towards Naruto and was a fangirl. Very bad combination. Tomorrow she would see her skills in a battle situation. But no, I was expecting a lot. The next morning, Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for their sense. And with an empty stomach, Naruto sat a little far from his team, dozing under a tree. With a full stomach, he knew that if you had the chance, you always ate before you had to fight to have enough energy to last the whole fight. And if you didn't have much time for that, the energy bars were made. Being a ninja required energy. So to follow or not Kakashi's suggestion since. And it seemed like another test, they had to wait 2 hours until Kakashi arrived. Now Naruto was doubly glad that he had ignored the advice. Sasuke and Sakura were obviously very hungry. Now, good morning, team, greeted Kakashi. You're late, Sakura squealed. True, on my way here, I saw an old lady who had to carry a heavy bag with her groceries, so I had to help her and carry her stuff home, said Kakashi. Liar, Sakura yelled. Naruto just shook his head at her, letting him irritate her before the test even started is not a good idea. Way to show your skill. But again, she had no real skill. Well, you know why you're here, your genius test. To pass this test, you have to get these 2 bells from me, Kakashi explained, showing them 2 small silver bells that rang in his hands. But Kakashi-sensei, there are only 2 bells for the 3 of us, Sakura said. Correct. That means one of you will not get a bell. The one without a bell will be tied to the post. And I will have lunch before your eyes, Kakashi said. 2 stomachs, grumbled Kakashi, looked at Naruto. It seems like you had breakfast, Naruto. Would you mind telling your teammates why? Did Kakashi ask. Yes, you idiot. No, Sasuke told us yesterday that ninjas have to follow the orders of their superiors. Sakura yelled at him, a ninja needs to detect hidden meanings. In tests, you just said it was better for us not to eat, because we would just throw up. That's not an order the way I tasted, it's more of an advice, but against a honing like you we would never have a chance of passing a test if we didn't eat for so. I didn't follow your advice, Naruto said calmly. A girl has to be able to decide what information is relevant to her mission and what isn't. That's right, Naruto. It wasn't an order. How would you have solved the problem? If I had ordered not to eat before coming here, Kakashi asked. Would he have brought an energy bar to eat once he's here? Naruto replied. Kakashi felt appreciative. That was the way a well-thought-out ninja should think, Naruto. Everyone should think about how they can interpret orders to get the best possible outcome for you, and your team orders are not always set in stone. They allow us flexibility to accomplish our missions. Otherwise, there would be no ninjas need to think, and every mission can be compromised by bad information. That is a lesson to always remember. A ninja needs to see what lies beneath, never take things at face value. Kakashi gave a lecture. Sasuke nodded to him. It made sense. He should have waited another test after yesterday's cheating. He would be better off prepared for the future, and obviously needed to reevaluate. Naruto, he was by no means as stupid as he had seemed at the academy. Perhaps he wouldn't be just dead weight holding him back, but first he needed to see how strong Naruto was to accept him as a teammate. Plus, he couldn't eat. He or she who doesn't receive a bell will be sent back to the academy for retraining. Kakashi announced this. Surprise. Sasuke and Sakura returning to the academy. Naruto remained calm. He had expected something like this. I would see what I could deduce once I wasn't under Kakashi's scrutiny. And then Kakashi pulled out an alarm clock, which brought a mark on Sakura's forehead. You have until noon to get the bells. You can use all your equipment. If you really want to get a bell, you'll have to come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi said. But Kakashi-sensei, you could get hurt if we did. That's what Sakura said, as if she thought. Naruto, don't worry about me. Ready, 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 she said. And the three of them jumped into hiding. At least they know how to hide, thought Kakashi. Naruto made a shadow clone to keep an eye on Kakashi. He jumped through the treetops to a point he knew his sensei wouldn't be able to see. Then he started thinking about the test. There was something really fishy about it. No genin could beat a honing, especially not an elite honing like Kakashi in a one-on-one situation. So there was more to this. Look underneath. Kakashi had said, what was the hidden intention of the test after he got rid of Sakura? Using a weak Jinjutsu, actually, and the academy teachers had written that she had an aptitude for Jinjutsu. Kakashi faced Sasuke, who stated that he was different from the other two. Well, we'll see if that's true, Kakashi said calmly. First, Sasuke tried to engage Kakashi in Taijutsu. Kakashi had to admit that Sasuke was good for a student fresh out of the academy. He even managed to ring the bells with his fingertips. That was impressive, even if he was holding back against his genin. He threw Sasuke into the distance. Sasuke fired a huge fireball jutsu at Kakashi, who was shocked because no normal genin should have that much chakra. When the fireball ran out of energy, Sasuke looked around where Kakashi was left. No, right, no, up, no, he thought down. Then he heard and was dragged underground by his feet. Not bad, Sasuke. Not really bad, but you still didn't get a bell. Maybe the Uchiha aren't what they are said to be, said Kakashi, and left his student to reflect. Sasuke was furious. How dare Kakashi insult his clan? Meanwhile, Naruto had the answer, and it gave him a headache. Teamwork. How the hell should he achieve that? Neither of his two supposed teammates would be willing to work with him. He had his shadow clone that followed and watched Kakashi dissipate to gain information about the Honing's fighting style. He processed the clone's memories and then went to have his turn. He made two shadow clones to get his teammates fallen and explained to them the meaning of the test. Arrived at Kakashi's position and went through some manual seals. Art of illusion, invisibility, cloak, Naruto whispered and disappeared from sight. Silently, he approached Kakashi's position, trying to use his high level of stealth to steal the bells without Kakashi noticing. He didn't really want to show his true skills when Sasuke and Sakura were possibly watching. The Jinjutsu was B rank, but they would never really know. If those two found out too soon, then he could actually do. They would complain about the council and try to force Emo to teach him all their techniques. So not going to happen. Naruto was now directly under the bells on the ground. Kakashi didn't seem to notice. Oh, he reached for the bells when his hand was caught. He kicked Kakashi and jumped back like he had known. He let his Jinjutsu try to figure out what had gone wrong. You're really good, Naruto. I wouldn't have thought you'd use a Jinjutsu that hid yourself so perfectly, but I faced a similar one in the third Shinobi War against IWA, Kakashi said, and put down his book. Naruto saw that he had uncovered his left eye Sharingan. That is totally unfair in a Genin test, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto groaned and let go of the Jinjutsu. That might be true, but then again, you are not a real Genin, right? Kakashi replied. That's what they told you, said Naruto. Of course, as his sensei, I need to know what level he is at in order to train him properly. Okasama, he told me about his test. I have to say I'm impressed, so I decided when I felt the small disruption of his shadow. Chakra dispel the clone that I'd be willing to take you seriously, Kakashi replied. How far do you want to go? I don't want to show everything I can do, or I'm afraid the bastard and I advance will run to the council to try to get me to hand over my techniques. That won't happen with the Okage in charge, but I really don't want to have to see the council at all. Naruto explained. Kakashi recovered his Sharingan and handed the book back in his understandable bag. How about you stick to Jutsu? Sachunin might know. Kakashi asked. Sure, that will give me something to do until my clones tell me. If they got the two idiots to work with me, then you know what my test is about. Kakashi asked. Yes, teamwork. I just have trouble seeing them hearing me, Naruto said, and entered the opening stance cheetah style. Kakashi was ready, and the two started with Hudson. Naruto tried to confuse Kakashi with his speed, but the experienced honing blocked. All your attempts to connect hits will be hard to work against me. After all, my sensei used the same style of taijutsu, Naruto said. Kakashi Naruto knew that, but he had some surprises in his style. Finally, he got close enough for a grazing strike to Kakashi's lower thigh. He used his chakra in his hands to damage a muscle slightly. Kakashi jumped back. I see, not quite your father's style. Then you included elements of your own, he mused. Naruto followed Kakashi, trying to press a slight advantage, but Kakashi decided it was time to bring Ninjutsu into the fight. He switched positions with a log that was hit by Naruto's kick. Naruto was on guard. He knew Kakashi could attack from anywhere. He then jumped and grabbed the tree branch. As Kakashi shot out of the ground, Naruto circled around the branch and used the momentum to attack again. He opened his bow staff from his gauntlet and began to attack. The staff's increased reach allowed him to pressure Kakashi into defending himself, but Kakashi decided that he needed to up his game. Fire, release Phoenix Flower, he said, and fired a few fireballs at Naruto. Naruto reacted immediately, placing the staff on his back as he jumped back and flew through his own hand. Seals, water, release water bullet, he yelled, and fired a water bullet from his mouth against the fire jutsu. Water, overpowered fire. Naruto fired a Summoner burst. Kakashi, which only hit another log in the bushes. Sasuke was fuming with envy. Naruto was giving him a hard time. Moment to Kakashi in the fight. It seemed that Naruto was much better than he thought. Are you now willing to listen? Asked the Naruto clone behind him. What do you want? Sasuke sneered. The whole __ test is about teamwork. We pass and work together. I don't like you more than I like here, and we both detest the advance. I just want you to put that aside and show Kakashi that we can work together if the situation requires it. The fact of getting a bell is facing us. That's why he told us that. Let's look under the bottom. You'll see my original fight. Kakashi is one of the strongest ninja we have in the village, a former captain of Ambu. Do you really think we have a chance against him? Only if you really want to reach your goal. You need his training, so we have to follow his rules. Nobody demands that we like each other. We just need to reach the objective of the mission, said Naruto. Sasuke thought about what he had said. The clone hated to admit it, but it was true. He couldn't get a bell from Kakashi. He had tried, and now it seemed like his sense had even held back. He would have to put his pride aside until he could go after Itachi. Okay, do you have a plan? Sasuke asked. Yes, you order me to Sakura to distract him with throwing weapons. Then you attack him with your fire jutsu. I will increase the strength of your jutsu with mine, and I will hide some weapons. Naruto said, relieved that Sasuke had finally seen sense. You can use fire jutsu? Sasuke asked, surprised. He had thought Naruto was a water elemental. No, but a jutsu of wind. The water jutsu you saw is my defense against fire users. Wind is weak against fire, but can also be used to increase the strength of a fire jutsu. Naruto told him. Sasuke nodded. They didn't have time to discuss this. Where is Sakura? Asked Sasuke. About 500 MOA at 245 GR, replied Naruto. Get ready in 5, Sasuke said, and went to order Sakura to do her part. The clone made another clone and dispelled it to inform the original. The real Naruto was now on the defensive and tried to avoid Kakashi's attacks. Be his sensei, he was really good. He replaced himself with a log when Kakashi fired another fire attack at him. Then he received the message from his clone. Thank God Sasuke's ambition was strong enough to override his pride. For short periods of time, Naruto went to hide again and waited for the signal. Then several kunai were thrown from the bushes. They weren't very fast, but they hit Kaka's and he deflected them without problems. Then Sasuke fired his fireball, and the Naruto's clone strengthened it with a wind jutsu. The real Naruto waited to the side, waiting for Kakashi to replace himself with a log. He knew which log he would probably use, so he aimed a bunch of Zon-coated at the spot. Kakashi managed to deflect all but one and quickly knocked it off his arm. Kakashi attacked Naruto's position with a shuriken burst, forcing Naruto to move. Kakashi made a shadow clone of himself, which got him out of danger. Naruto followed, but had to fight the shadow clone. Shadow Sasuke Bring the bells, you have 2.5 minutes, Naruto, shouted. Kakashi's shadow clone managed to keep his original safe for 1.5 minutes. Then Sasuke approached his position and tried to grab the bells, only to be stopped by a weakened Kakashi. Kakashi still defended the bells. And then the alarm rang. Curse, said Naruto. We were so close. Kakashi ordered the three genin to head to the starting point to get Sakura to the post. Nice try, but not everyone understood the bells, said Kakashi. No, but that wasn't the intention of the test, right? Kakashi-sensei asked Sasuke. As they fought together, he had realized that his chance of getting the bells had increased, so Naruto was probably right. So you understood that too, Sakura. Do you also know the true meaning of the test, the secret to pass? Asked Kakashi. How a true meaning? She wondered. Obviously not, but you still helped your classmates in the last attempt to get the bells. By what did Kakashi ask Sasuke? Said she should. She replied. Naruto shook his head. The girl was so stupid and was praised as the smartest kunoichi in her class. Naruto, tell her, said Kakashi. The real test was if we could work together as a team. Alone, none of us would have stood a chance against an elite honing like Kakashi-sensei. Together, we had a chance, as you saw in the end. Naruto said, right, I wanted to test if you could put aside your own interest and work towards the overall goal of the mission. Get the two bells. I'm happy that in the end you succeeded, although not everyone understood the meaning of the test. Therefore, all of you pass. All the Genin's faces lit up, even Naruto's. A little in our line of work. Teamwork is the most important factor for the success of a mission. You have to remember, yes, that the rules and guidelines are not absolute. If you followed the rules and fought on your own to get a bell, you would have lost overall, even if you would have managed to get one. Those who break the rules are trash in the ninja world, but those who abandon their comrades are lower than trash. Always remember that Konoha became the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages by following this mentality. We fought in 3 wars and emerged victorious because we appreciate our comrades. The individual strength of a ninja is important, but without teamwork, even the strongest can be defeated. Believe me, I have experienced it. Look at this stone. Kakashi pointed at the memorial stone. On this stone are engraved the names of those we call heroes. In Konoha, all those ninja died in the line of duty. They are never forgotten. Why? Their comrades keep their memories alive. Well, we are done for today. Tomorrow, we will begin our training B at this training ground at 6 a.m. for physical training. Kakashi ordered. Naruto nodded and walked away after hitting Sakura's bonds with a shuriken to free her. In the Okage office, the Honin were gathering to report the results of their Genin tests. Even Kakashi was only 15 minutes late. What the others wondered after it was reported that the first 6 teams had failed was Kakashi's mandate. Team 7 passed. He said. The others looked at him in disbelief. It was well known that Kakashi never passed for a team. Karina then snapped out of her shock and reported Team 8 passed. She said Asuma was last. Team 10 passed. He said it's okay. That means we have 3 new teams under Kakashi, Karina, and Yasuma. Very well. Those who failed in their teams can go. The other 3 stay, said the Okage. As the others left the room, the Okage turned to the new Sen 6. I would like a brief overview of the things you think you should work on with your teams, he said to the 3 women. First, Kakashi said to Karina, and she rolled her eyes. She can use Subyugan at an acceptable level for someone her age, but I have a feeling something is wrong with her taijutsu. She just doesn't seem to fully adapt to it. She has a good understanding of how to dispel Jinjutsu and tries to get along with her teammates. Kirin said, I see. I want you to not only focus on training them as a tracking team, but also make them flexible. You have a team consisting of 3 clan heirs who have received additional training in their clan's techniques. Be creative in how you train them. If possible, prepare them for the Chunin exams in SE months. It would be good for Konoha if we could introduce some clan heirs in the exams. Next, the Okage said, okay, I guess Kakashi wants to go last since he had the toughest team of us. Asuma said. Shikamaru. Nara, it's your typical lazy. Nara, he worked well together with Hino and Choi, but that's to be expected from a trio. Ino, Shikacho, Shikamaru needs to get motivated. His techniques are fine. He used one of his clan's special jutsu to capture me. I didn't see any taijutsu from him, but considering his build, he needs more physical training. Choji was following Shikamaru's plan to do the mission with as little work as possible. He was in a support role. He needs to work on ninjutsu, genjutsu, and speed. His power is above average as normally expected from an Akimichi, and it's not a problem as long as he was working with his teammates. He was complaining about not being on a team with Sasuke Yukiya all the time and about the lack of motivation in his teammates. She is physically weak and has no stamina. The only way I could help with the test was if Shikamaru caught me, and she could take over my body with a mind control jutsu. She didn't seem to have any skills above the academy jutsu, which she didn't really use that well. She informed Asuma, okay, Asuma, get your team going. You have the same instructions as Kurinai, which goes for Kakashi, as well the Chunin exams. Don't let your team slack off in their training if you have to pass them for the grind or their individual skills. You've worked with Naras and Akimis in the past, so you know how to handle them. I want both of your teams to be the face of the new gening teams in the village. You'll take at least 1D train your teams to be coherent units in this generation. We have a lot of strong people, and we'll need them in the future, okay? Kakashi, your report said. The Cajon, leaving the two Jonin who had already reported wondering what was going to happen, that they were given such orders something was happening. I'll start with Sakura. It seems like only Kurenai didn't get a fangirl on her team, but your fangirl Asuma at least seems to accept her teammates a bit. Sakura is weak, there's no other way. She has no individual skills above what the academy teaches, and she didn't show anything impressive during the test. She just ran after Sasuke like a sick puppy, disregarding stealth. The only thing she did in the test was throwing some weapons to help with Naruto's plan on Sasuke's orders. I'll have to put her through some hard physical training. The academy reports said she was skilled in Jinjutsu, but fell for a simple rank of and fainted. Which one? Interrupted Kurenai. Demonic illusion, hell visualization technique, replied Kakashi. But that's a standard one that should be used in the academy to train them in detecting and breaking Jinjutsu. Kurina and said incredulously, I know that was the reason I used. And I wanted to see if the reports were correct. I have the impression that they are not. I would advise you to review the teaching that the academy did this year. The only ones who passed were the heirs of the clan and Sakura, because her teammates helped her. I have the suspicion that the teachers in their attempts to sabotage Naruto did more damage than we thought. The Okage nodded. That was a problem. Normally, at least a handful of students of civilian origin pass. The next is Sasuke. He is skilled for a Jinin fresh out of the academy, but he has a serious attitude problem. His obsession with Itachi makes him ignore complete to his teammates. He tried to pull the bells off of me on his own and argued for a long time with Naruto after he lost his one-on-one with me that he didn't need help because he was in Ukiah. It took Naruto telling him what the meaning of the test was and using his weakness. Itachi, Naruto more or less told him that as he wanted to pass, he had to work with him and Sakura, and that it would be stupid to let his pride get in the way of getting the best training possible out of me. Like I said, I'm a former captain of ambush, said Kakashi. How does Naruto know that? Asked Kurenai. I'm guessing he recognized me by my voice, or he has more information about the ninja in the village than I thought. I had a lot of contact with Naruto when I was little as one of his guards. Naruto performed exceptionally well. He saw through the test and got his teammates to work with him. He also showed great skills in all the areas we tested: Jin, Jutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu. His report from the academy just serves to burn. No, there is nothing true. Like you said to me, Naruto dislikes his teammates immensely, but is willing to treat them neutrally to accomplish a mission. My team will never pass the Chunin exams, but I think I can make it a viable one, said Kakashi. We thought so much when the team was built. Okay, you already have your orders on how to work with your team, Kakashi, said the Okage. Why Kakashi already has orders, Okage-sama? After all, he has never been on a team before. Asked Kurenai why I had to approve this team. The civilian council ordered me to approve them, but with their performance, I would have done it anyway. I have special orders for the next 6 months to correct mistakes that were made in the past with both Naruto and Sasuke. And you know I'm the only one who can teach Sasuke how to use his Sharingan, since I have one, that is, once he awakens it, said Kakashi. The problem is that the council has put Sasuke on a pedestal in the village, especially the civilians, but also some of the clans see it as a potential source of power for them in the future. He is the only one who can bring back the Ukiah clan in Konoha, and with it the Sharingan, one of the strongest bloodline limits. The problem is that his attitude did not help keep Sasuke on Earth. He is already obsessed with his revenge. I fear that with the slightest information about Itachi, he will go after him, ignoring his duty to the village. That is the reason why Kakashi received special orders to keep his team away from missions that they put him in close contact with the villagers. I want to isolate Sasuke from the villagers as much as possible. Naruto was sabotaged all the time in the academy. The only teacher who treated him normally was Irika, because he didn't let his feelings of dislike cloud his professional attitude. But Naruto hid his true skill level and intentionally passed himself off as dead last. He wanted to team up with Sasuke because he knew the council would pull strings to get past Sasuke safely. Naruto is also a flight risk with the hatred shown to him his entire life. He has built up a strong resentment for the village, and only a few things are keeping him here. Naruto can be a great asset to the village if we handle him right now, but he could also become its worst enemy. I want to avoid this, said the Okage. Kurina and Yasuma nodded. They didn't want to imagine what Naruto could do if he got carried away by the power of Kyuubi. Is there a risk that he would use that power? Asked Asuma. Wouldn't need it. He has other ways, and he doesn't know how to use it yet. But the fox could use his negative emotions if they became too strong for Naruto to deal with. The Okage said seriously he didn't want to have to kill Naruto to protect the village for the moment the boy was still loyal, and there was a good chance of keeping him that way if Kakashi was successful and Kakashi needed to prepare to take over the Lokage position if necessary. If Kakashi managed to bond with Naruto and became his successor, Naruto would still be loyal after he was retire or die. He had already written his intention to count Kakashi as his successor. First, he wanted to discuss it with Jiraiya, but he really didn't see any way for his student to take the position. However, he would support Kakashi the team if he was present at his training camp at 6, as Kakashi had requested. When Kakashi hadn't shown up 5 minutes after 6, Naruto started running around the training camp. "Naruto, idiot, what are you doing?" yelled Sakura. Naruto just shot her Zan to shut her up. He hit, and it wasn't fast enough to get it out before the poison started working. Sakura stood paralyzed again in the spot where Naruto had been running after 10 laps. He started stretching just when he wanted to start the strength exercises. Kakashi appeared in a cloud of smoke. Sakura broke free from the paralyzing poison and wanted to hit Naruto. Sakura stopped. Sasuke reports what happened. Kakashi ordered at 6:05. Naruto started running across the field. Sakura yelled at him what was doing. Naruto hit her with one of his semen that are covered in a paralyzing poison again, and he continued with his exercises. He just finished stretching, and Sakura got over the effect of the poison when you appeared, said Sasuke. "I see, Sakura. What reason do you have to yell at?" Naruto asked. Kakashi, just he's trying to look better than Sasuke, and I should have waited for you to tell us what we should do, she accused Naruto. Naruto, what does he have to say? Asked Kakashi. I have sensitive hearing, and I warned him several times when I couldn't stand her anymore. She's a kunoichi, and she should behave like that if she doesn't want to get killed on a mission, and the poison just paralyzes her for a few minutes. This guy had a duration of 10 minutes. She was doing general warm-up exercises to make the most of the time until she arrived efficiently, nothing more than running and stretching. She would have continued with push-ups if you hadn't shown up, she said. Naruto, I see, Sakura work on your attitude. There's no reason to yell at your teammate for doing a warm-up to break time. There are some reasons why I won't be on time sometimes, so I hope you'll do something useful while I take care of other things. You were considered an adult since you became a child, so behave like that. You can't expect to be told everything. I don't care what you do while you wait, as long as it helps you develop as a ninja. But while you wait for physical training to begin, warming up is the most logical option. Naruto, please refrain from paralyzing your companions of team. We'll never know what would happen if there had been an attack. She would not have been able to defend herself, and you and Sasuke would have had to cover her until your poison disappeared, Kakashi said sternly. In his head, he cursed the mess that the civilian council had left him to clear up. He would really like to present his one-year death technique, especially to Sakura's mother. Understood, sensei, said Naruto, accepting Kakashi's reasons. Even if in the village the probability of an attack was quite small, he thought that Kakashi was able to fake an attack just to get his point across. Now, the first thing we'll work on is your stamina. Our team has a combat focus, so you'll need to be able to last in a fight. We'll start off by running 15 laps around the training ground. Take your time to see where you stand in your training. Today, I'll mainly get an impression of your physical abilities before we work on some formations for missions. Ready, set, Kakashi said, and the three of them started soon. It was obvious that Naruto was much better trained than the other two. Even if Sasuke did a good job for a rookie, Sakura was already panting after 3 rounds. Naruto finished with 2 rounds on Sasuke. The proud Shia didn't like the lead Naruto had and increased his speed during the last 2 rounds. He then sat next to Naruto, waiting for Sakura to finish. I advise you to do some stretching while you wait, Naruto told Sasuke. Sasuke's first instinct was to scold Naruto, but the blonde was already doing his own exercises again. He had to admit it would be a good time filler, and from what Kakashi had told him a little earlier, he hoped they would fill the free time during training efficiently. Then he started with stretching. Finally, 5 rounds after Sasuke had finished his laps, Sakura fell to her knees panting. We really need to work on your stamina, Sakura, a graduate. Like, you should be able to easily run 15 laps to warm up, stretch for 5 minutes, then we will do the next exercise, said Kakashi. Shaking his head, he looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who were doing strength exercises. Good performance, you too, Sasuke. Naruto, how many repetitions of your exercises are you doing right now? He asked. 50 of each, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke replied, glad he followed Naruto's advice. Maybe the blonde really knew what he was doing. Hundreds of each, Kakashi-sensei said. Naruto, well, that's a good level for your current level, Sasuke. We will work over the next few months to get you to the same level as Naruto. Right now, for a recent graduate, you are doing very well. Do not try to overdo it too quickly to catch up. Naruto has trained harder and more than you in the past. That's all. If you keep up your work like you are doing right now, you will get there soon, said Kakashi. Sasuke did not understand how could Naruto have trained more than him. He trained 3 hours every day after the academy. How could Naruto surpass that? But Kakashi seemed to see his potential. So he must have done something right. What had Naruto done better than him? And how did he hide it? I trained from 6 in the morning until 9 at night. I sent a shadow clone to the theoretical lessons at the academy to take my place after learning that jutsu. That's the time advantage I had with you, Naruto said, seeing Sasuke's look. What did he ask Sasuke? You wondered how did I manage to train more than you? That's the answer, Naruto said, and changed his exercise. Asked that he really wondered for his teammate. He didn't hide his displeasure for both him and Sakura, but still gave him some useful information. He didn't understand. Kakashi watched the exchange. He was glad that Naruto was at least talking to Sasuke professionally. He had no illusions that the boys could become friends. It would take a miracle to achieve that, but a healthy work attitude would be enough for him. Maybe Naruto knew that too. They were worse than him and what death had been, and they had more emotional scars from the past than the ones he and Obito had had, and Sakura was nothing like Rin, who had moderated between them. Sakura finished her stretching exercises. Kakashi knew she wouldn't keep up if he didn't give her a short break, so he decided he would do a short quiz on how to optimize his training. Well, now that you're all warmed up, we'll have a few things cleared up before we start the next part. Who can tell me what is the most important thing a ninja should do besides training well to become strong? Asked Sakura. Raised her hand. We are not in the academy. You don't need to raise your hand anymore, Sakura. Kakashi informed her. Oh, okay, Kakashi-sensei. The most important thing is to learn about political theory, geography, strategy, and such. She replied, that's good to know, but it's not the most important thing, said Kakashi. Sakura was surprised. That had always been the most important thing in the academy. Academics, a balanced diet, replied Sasuke. Correct. Why? Kakashi asked. Our bodies, they need certain nutrients to give us the energy to train and build muscle. With too little food, or the wrong kind of food, we are hindering our development. We need carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, vitamins, and water to have our bodies work properly. Naruto continued. Exactly. So what would be the worst thing a ninja could do? He asked. Diet, Sasuke replied. But how could one maintain their figure if they don't diet? Sakura protested. After all, she was on a diet to impress to Sasuke with her figure. The male members of the team looked at her as if she was stupid. Ninjas don't need to diet because we exercise all the time. We burn so much energy during the day. We need to eat much more than civilians, where a normal working civilian would do well to keep their figure at about 2,000 calories. A ninja needs at least 3,500. With my understanding of normal training, you don't have to fear getting fat with our training. I can guarantee you that, said Kakashi. Besides, you too bad if you diet at your age. Sakura needed some time to process that. Kakashi-sensei, we're going to learn how to hunt and fish. The academy mentioned that on longer missions, ninjas should know how to properly get at least protein, but they never taught us how to hunt or fish. Sasuke asked. Yes, that will be part of our training. Sasuke will also learn about all the edible plants in Fire Country and the surrounding countries. Kakashi replied. Okay, enough rest, then I will test your speed. You will go to the other side of the field and then run back to the stalls here, Kakashi ordered, and made a shadow clone to accompany them and give the starting signals. Once they were on the other side, Kakashi let Sakura run first. He ran to the other side a little faster than a trained civilian. Then Sasuke started much faster than Sakura. The last one was Naruto. Should I use my real speed? Kakashi-sensei asked. Yes, they need to know that you're not a pushover, but leave your seal's resistance activated. I don't want to make Sasuke more jealous than necessary. How did you know I use resistance seals? I didn't even tell the old man about them. He asked. Naruto, you forget your father was my sensei. He made us all use them, said Kakashi. Come on, he ordered, and Naruto ran. He was almost twice as fast as Sasuke. Sakura was enraged. How dare the last dead man show Sasuke that you cheated? Naruto, she accused him. There's no cheating with little girls. Sakura, cheating, as you call it, is part of our job. Get used to it. And Naruto didn't even strengthen his muscles with chakra, or he would have been even faster. Kakashi admonished her. Don't blame your teammates for something that's normal in the ninja world. Sasuke seemed to be beating himself. How could he have the same strength as Naruto? He was an elite. He should be stronger than Naruto. It was really just the extra training Naruto had done. Okay, I guess you're wondering, how can Naruto be so fast? Kakashi turned to Sasuke and Sakura. They both nodded. He is trained using seals resistance. Do not confuse them with gravity or weight. Seals, they work differently. A resistance seal, as the name says, increases the resistance a body faces. At the first level, it feels like you are wading through water. With each additional level, it gets more difficult. Using these seals helps you gain speed and strength. I will put them both on tomorrow morning before we start our training. They will stay on all day. Even when you sleep for 2 weeks later, we'll train with them disabled, so you get used to the effects, but that's for later. Kakashi explained. Sasuke nodded. Then he would catch up over time. It seemed like Kakashi really did intend to make him stronger. This training was much better and harder than what the academy made them do. Sakura was scared how would she manage to remain a proper lady with the training her sensei planned for them to do. And why Naruto was already so advanced is okay. The next part is coordination. Naruto, I would like your help. Kakashi took a scroll out of his pocket and opened it. He opened about 100 poles. Have your shadow clones place them in 3 lines with a distance of 1 meter between the poles. The lines should be 10 m next to each other. He ordered. Kakashi Naruto nodded and made 20 shadow clones. They took the poles and placed them in lines. I want you to slalom through the poles 3 times to the other side and back. I will take your times. Ready, 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 he said. And the 3 of them ran again. Kakashi had them do 50 push-ups, pull-ups, jumping jacks, and weight lifting each, then let them walk on their hands around the slalom course. He wrote down all their times, finally declared it enough, much to Sakura's relief. Okay, this is what we'll do every day to warm up, like running around the training ground. Isn't T interesting? I want you to meet at the gate at 6 every morning to run 2 laps around the village. That's just though at beginning we will increase the laps. Once you have better stamina, after that we will start with stretching and strength exercises. Sakura, you will do 30 of all the exercises we did today. Sasuke, you will do 50. Naruto, 80. That should take you about the same time if one of you still has time until Naruto finishes. Add some reps after that. I will tell you the exercise of the day, said Kakashi. Sakura looked sick. Naruto and Sasuke happy. It would be a good workout. Okay. I told you that we would work on formations after our training. We will go through different situations. I will tell you the standard formations, and then you will practice them. Kakashi instructed them. It was lunchtime, and Sakura was lying on the ground moaning. This was not what she expected from training. Kakashi handed them lunch and gave them bottles of water that had vitamins added to them. Naruto and Sasuke began to eat and drank their water. Without commenting, Sakura finally managed to get up. She didn't care about her diet at that time. I was hungry and needed to eat something. She looked at the lunchbox and saw that there were rice balls, grilled fish, green beans, and tomatoes. Okay, while you eat, I want to give you some instructions for your meals. For breakfast, eat enough to last you 5 hours, but make sure it is balanced. For the drink, have milk. Cereals are good, some black bread, cheese, sausages, eggs, and fruits. I will provide you with lunch to make sure you get enough nutrients for the first week. After that, you should have an idea of what to pack in your lunchbox is and how much for dinner. Meat and fish are always good, some noodles, rice, vegetables. You can also have sweet desserts. It doesn't matter if you eat sweets. It's like I told you, you will burn the calories without problem. Go to bed early enough, because you will have to get up at 5 to get ready for training, and have breakfast without rushing. Take some snacks with you for short breaks. I recommend fruits or vegetables, some sandwiches or rice balls meant to give him back some energy without being heavy. Kakashi gave a lecture. He would do this properly, and starting tomorrow, he would join his team in their exercises. If he needed to get back to his old strength and increase it, he would have to use the time. He hoped to regain his full strength in TR months. Then he could work on improving once his genin had eaten. He gave them half an hour free to relax. They could do whatever they wanted. He knew Sasuke and Sakura needed the recovery time. Naruto could probably continue. Sakura seemed relieved by the rest. Sasuke accepted it quite well, and Naruto laid down to take a nap. Kakashi led his team to a group of trees that were almost the same height. Okay, like I told you, one of the first exercises a genin must learn is to climb vertical surfaces. Here in Konoha, we do it by climbing trees. This exercise has a double benefit for those with greater chakra reserves like Naruto and Sasuke. Mainly, it helps them learn how to better control their chakra, along with the ability to climb all surfaces with no problem. The better you control your chakra, the less chakra you waste using your jutsu, meaning you can go longer in a fight and use more jutsu. For someone with small reserves like Sakura, this is also an exercise in endurance. By doing this exercise repeatedly until you master it, you build up your reserves, which will also allow you to continue for longer. Kakashi explained, and then climbed the tree without using his hands. As you see, I'm sending out my chakra at my feet. Finding the right amount of chakra is important. If you use too little chakra, you won't stay. If you use too much, you will be repelled. He pulled out 3 kunai and then threw them at his genie. He will mark your progress with these kunai. Naruto make 4 clones and place them around the tree you are working on, instructed Kakashi. Naruto wondered what Kakashi had thought, but he made the clones. Kakashi climbed down the tree back to the beginning. It would be easier if you started running. Now, Naruto, your clones have the job of trying to prevent you from reaching the top, as you already know this drill. So we'll make it harder for you by having your clones try to hit you with some of their zons, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded. He had already done the drill with his clones. Throwing rubber balls and stone summons would help him be even more motivated, and it's not like he wouldn't heal fast if they hit him. Sasuke was the first to start running. He climbed some stairs, then was thrown back. Akura reached a branch high up on his first try. This is easy, Kakashi-sensei. She announced, "Well done, Sakura, but I said it will be an endurance exercise for you. You will run to the top of your tree and come down for as long as you can. Once you can't keep up, take 5 minutes break, then start again," Kakashi told her. Sakura gulped. She had never had to train this hard before, but she wanted to impress Sasuke, and this exercise might be one she could do well. So she started running towards the top, and then back up. She had to stop on the ground shortly. This was harder than what it seemed like at first. Then he had to go up and down again. Sasuke also had some problems. He was impressed at a certain height all the time. He was getting more and more frustrated, especially because in the tree next to him, Naruto was already showing great skills in the exercise and was dodging the Zon his clones were throwing at him as he kept climbing the tree. Sasuke, you have to focus and stay calm. Your chakra is influenced by your emotions, so if you are getting angry, it will be harder. Practice control, said Kakashi. Sasuke, after being blown away again, tried to follow his senses' instructions and took a deep breath to calm himself. He focused his chakra on his feet, then ran back to the tree. He passed his previous mark by 2 meters before he flew away again. He smiled. Okay. That was the trick. He had to control his emotions and his chakra. He looked at Sakura, who was sweating and breathing heavily, hunched over. She really had little stamina. That night, Kakashi dismissed his Genin team at 6 and reminded them that tomorrow he would put the resistance seals on Sasuke and Sakura, and that therefore they would meet at the training ground 3 before beginning their laps around the village. Naruto left first to go home. He wanted to work on a seal. Sasuke also walked home, feeling the effects of the hard training he had done during the day. He had to say that he was satisfied with how the training had gone. It is true that Naruto was better than him at that moment, but he would catch up to him. It was only a matter of time. Proper training. She felt like she was now finally getting close to Itachi and would endure all the hard training Kakashi could throw at her if he made her strong enough to kill Itachi. Sakura felt dead tired. She had never done that kind of training before. She thought Kakashi-sensei was a sadist. How the hell could the boys endure this? Well, Naruto was a freak. Her mother had always told her that, and her being Sasuke, it was normal for him to be better than everyone else. When she got to her house, she remembered what Kakashi had told them about eating, right? She would eat something tonight, but she would also make sure that she didn't get fat. She wasn't convinced that a ninja could eat as much as they wanted. Hi, Sakura. How was your day? Her mother asked exhaustingly. Please, I need something to eat, she replied. Honey, no, are you on a diet to impress Uchi-sama? Her mother asked, frowning. Kakashi-sensei forbade me from dieting and told me that ninja don't get fat with all the training they do. Without, however, I'm not entirely sure about that. But if we train like today, every day, I have to eat more than before. Can I eat salad and fruit? She asked. Her mother nodded with satisfaction. The salad and fruit didn't have many calories. That Honing didn't seem to understand the principles to get a good husband, but what could you expect from a man? He dedicated himself to cutting salad, cucumber, and tomatoes and prepared some dressing for his daughter. Here, honey, there you are, a good salad to fill your stomach. But what not? He said, smiling. Thanks, Mom, Sakura said, and started eating. Then what did you do for training? Asked her mother. Kakashi-sensei tested our physical abilities today. Of course, Sasuke was great. He was way better than me. We had to run 15 laps around the training ground. Then we had to run from one side of the ground to the other, slalom across poles, sets of 50 reps for different exercises. Then we got a lecture on proper diet for a ninja. Can you believe Kakashi-sensei? He thinks a ninja should eat 3,500 calories a day, asked Sakura. What, but that will make you fat. There's no way you could keep a good figure to impress Sasuke-sama. If you ate that much. His mother was shocked. I know, but he seems serious. For the next week, Kakashi-sensei will provide our lunch, so we can get an idea of what we should pack. He said we should bring snacks for morning and afternoon break, something like fruit sandwiches, rice balls, or vegetables, and plenty to drink too. Recommended eating meat and fish, I think she said, to build muscle, Sakura informed. But that would make you look ugly. What self-respecting woman wanted to look like a mountain of muscles? Asked Sakura's mother. I don't know, but obviously both Sasuke and Naruto agreed with Kakashi. Sakura sighed. Naruto is your second teammate? Her mother asked, worried. Yes, but he is a nuisance. He is mean to me and disrespects Sasuke. Just because I told him to leave for starting training without Kakashi-sensei was there. He shot me with a zone with one of his paralyzing poisons. I could not move for 10 minutes. Sakura complained. He poisoned you. I will take care of it. I won't let that monster hurt my daughter. Sakura's mother yelled. Sakura nodded. Naruto would see what happens if you treat her badly. After all, his mother was on the civilian council. Okay. When do you have to be at your training camp tomorrow? His mother asked. At 6, said Sakura. He even takes away your beauty sleep if you weren't on the team, Sasuke-sama, and therefore in the best position to win it, as your husband would demand that you be put on another team. But you will have to persevere and show Sasuke that you are the only right girl for him. She said, don't worry, Mom, I will win it. and then I will become Mrs. Sakura Yukiya once we are old enough, Sakura said, dreamy that's. My girl, said her mother proudly. At 10, the next morning Izumar headed to the civilian council meeting room and told her that her daughter had been poisoned by the demon. Of course, all the other counselors were enraged and thought that now they finally had something to catch the demon by. They had an Ambu who heard them sent to call Naruto at training. Camp 3 Team 7 was again doing physical training. This time Kakashi was doing his own exercises next to his team. Then an UCA appeared, almost looked up, and asked the Ambu, what did Naruto Uzumaki want? He must appear immediately at the Okage Tower. By order of the council, the Ambu informed Kakashi, says that the council gave this order. Asked Kakashi, yes, Kakashi confirmed the Ambu. He is training now, and if you don't have orders to catch him, I won't let him stop his training. When you have orders to catch him, go back, said Kakashi, and went back to his exercises. The Ambu looked at Kakashi as if he were from another planet, but he also knew that the former Ambu would not give in to his opinion. And as sensei of the brat demon, he had the power to prohibit him from leaving his training. The U decided it would be best to return to the council to report. In the meeting room, the council was preparing to destroy the demon, but the only one returning was the Hambu they had sent. Whereas the boy asked Isami, won't Kakashi come? Act gave me the message that he would only let his student leave his training if you had orders from Loge, otherwise his student would stay with him to train, said the Ambu. How dare he? Asked Jim Renero in rage. He was a rich merchant. We are the council, deserves respect, said Wakat Tenji. Who does he think he is? I will receive that order from Okage, just wait. And Sammy said and stormed into Okage's office. The Okage was working on his paperwork, questioning himself. As always, there was so much paperwork he had to do, but he couldn't delegate it either, because the council would try to pass laws that were only meant to increase his wealth or ruin Naruto. Then Yamaruno stormed into his office. He would have to remind him who ruled the village. Okagesima, I demand that they call the boy already your sensei. The brat poisoned my daughter yesterday, but when we sent a messenger to call him before the council, your sensei refused to let him go, said he would only allow it if you give the order. She rant advisor Aruno, you mean tell me, what do you think you can command me? She asked dangerously. No, Okage-sama, of course not. But he poisoned my daughter, she said, realizing she had made a mistake entering the office. Do you think you have more power over my ninja than I do? She asked. Okay, again, no, Okage-sama, she replied. Then why do you think you can use the Amba guard that the civil council obtained as a messenger to command one of my ninja? If you want to interrogate one of my ninja, first tell me about the alleged crime that the ninja said, then I will decide. And in order to appear here is justified. Do you understand? He asked coldly. Yes, Okage-sama, she replied, intimidated. Well, and the alleged poisoning of her daughter was a paralyzing agent that only worked for 10 minutes. Kakashi already took care of solving the problem yesterday and informed me what did to avoid such an incident in the future. Don't make mistakes. I know what you tried to do. This is your last warning. Stop sabotaging Naruto Uzumaki. You will regret it. Naruto is a ninja under my command, and therefore you no longer have control over him. Get out of my office. I have to work. The Okage fired her. When she had fled his office, he called Kat, one of his Ambu. Kat, bring me all the Ambu who were tasked with guarding the civilian council. He ordered. Yes, okay, Samake replied, and disappeared. 5 minutes later, the 10 Ambu who turned to watch over the civil council knelt before the Okage. Who of you was on guard for the civil council today? Asked the Okage. Was okay, Sama replied. Lizard, well then please explain to me. Lizard, why would you leave your post to play messenger for the council? Asked the Okage. I was ordered to bring Naruto Uzumaki in for questioning because he poisoned Councilman Aruno's daughter, replied Lizard. Lizard, do you know the chain of command? He asked the obviously stupid Ambu. Of course, Okage-sama, said Lizard. Not knowing what it was about, others began to see what the Okage was doing, so please inform me in which part of that chain is the civil council located? Asked the Okage. The council is directly under the Oki, answered Lizard Cat. Please inform this stupid idiot of the true chain of command, said the angry Cage. The civil council is nowhere in the sea of command. The only part of the council that has the power of command is the Ninja Council. They are under the rank of the Okage, the Commander Honing, and Commander Andu, which means they would be in the 4th rank of the chain of command, but only in the moments when the Okage is absent from the village or in conditions to command the forces, which would be in case of a serious illness or death. In case of an illness, the normal ninjas are under the command of the Jonin commander, who at this moment is Shurikara. The Ambu are under the command of the Ambu commander, which is me. The Ninja Council is only consulted in case of both Commander Honing and the commander. You need more authority to do something, Cat told them. Thanks, Cat, So keep in mind that the Civil Council has no power to command any of my ninja. The only other orders you must follow are Cat's, or if he is not available, also the Ninja Council. I thought my Ambu would know, so only go to the Shadow Civil Council, and only one Ambu at a time. You will not make contact, and you will not follow any of their orders. Do you understand me? Said the Okage. Yes, Okage-sama, answered the Amba. Dismiss, said the Okage, and the Amba disappeared. The Okage rubbed his temples. This shouldn't even be a problem. He really needed to clean this mess up as soon as possible. And Sammy walked back into the meeting room and told his fellow counselors about the reaction of what they got. They were enraged, but realized that they couldn't do anything at that moment. The Okage had the power to deny their request and could delegate the punishment of one of his girls, especially a genin, to the honing sense. And if said genin and facing Kakashi's attack was not at all smart, but they had thought that Kakashi would listen to their orders. After all, he had followed them and had passed their team. Sakura felt like her legs were made of lead. She could no longer feel them. The resistance seal that Kakashi-sensei had put on her first thing in the morning was horrible. She felt like she couldn't move at all. This wasn't like walking through water. It was much harder. Luckily now they had a break. She couldn't take another step. Sasuke was tired. The resistance seals were authentic. It's not missing that Naruto had gotten strong using them, but now that he was also using them, he would also get that strong. It would take some time, but he knew the reward was worth it. He was getting closer to Itachi. He looked at his teammates and his sense, and Naruto didn't look any more tired than usual, but he was already used to working with this type of seal. Kakashi, of course, was doing well too. He had been surprised that his sensei had joined them doing the exercises, but he was also pleased. He felt like they were all comrades to him, not just subordinates. He had to train. Of course, Kakashi's training schedule was harder than theirs, but it was something to strive for. The worst part of the day was the morning run. He had felt so damn slow with the seal, especially when Kakashi and Naruto ran more laps than him, and Sakura had been jealous of Naruto again. But he swallowed his feelings and told himself that he would soon surpass his blonde teammate, and Naruto had even told him the key to learning how to use the seals faster was to strengthen your muscles with chakra. Once he felt normal again, if he used chakra, he had to reduce the amount of chakra to get the same effect on his own. Well, except if you didn't train, then it would be better to train your muscles without chakra with the seals active over the next 2 weeks. He would see if that was true. Okay, that was enough rest. The next part of our training is teamwork, said Kakashi. How are we going to do this, sensei? Asked Naruto. We will do several exercises that will teach you to trust your teammates, said Kakashi, took out 2 scarves and handed them to Sakura, and Naruto, tie them around your eyes. He instructed them. They did. Kakashi, he handed Sasuke a piece of wood and a small metal bar. Then he set up some obstacles in a small circular course. The intention of this test is to guide your teammates safely through the course, only using Morse code. He learned the code at the academy. Now he will teach you where to go, what you should keep in mind, etc. The only chance you have to finish the course is to follow your instructions. Don't talk at all, said Kakashi. We will start with Naruto, then with Sakura. Once you're done, we'll change places. I'll change the course, and we'll repeat it until each of you has gone through the course twice, and lead the others once, said Kakashi. Sasuke nodded. He took the wood and the metal bar and began to drumming. His message to guide Naruto was harder than he thought it would be. He had to remember all the commands and mumble words like left, right, forward, stop, etc. It took longer than he thought it would. Luckily, Naruto seemed to know Morse code well enough to follow his commands without a problem. Eventually, Naruto finished. Now it was Sakura's turn. Sasuke started drumming again. Naruto took off his scarf and watched how Sakura was doing there. Noticed some problems while on the course, and now seeing Sakura, the problem seemed even stronger. They needed shorter signals that weren't normal Morse code, especially since remembering all the Morse signals was a problem if you were pressed for time, which he assumed would be the next thing Kakashi would make them do. So he looked through the Morse signals and decided what the right short signals would be to work on. Finally, Sakura, after misinterpreting the signals Sasuke gave her twice, finished with the course. Okay, next time Sakura will give the signals and Naruto and Sasuke will do the course, announced Kakashi. Sakura handed her scarf to Sasuke. Blushing, Sasuke just took the scarf and tied it around his head. Naruto put his back. Kakashi changed the course, and now Sakura was trying to get Sasuke through the course, which was much worse than the 2 attempts Sasuke had with more. Without Sasuke, ran into rocks, tripped over logs, went too far to the left once, because Sakura didn't go far enough fast with her signals. When Sasuke finally finished, he was cursing Naruto, then entered the course, and after hitting a log, he always expected Sakura to finish at his signals. Once she heard new signals, she stopped to process the new information. It took her a long time, but she avoided further problems that way. Next is Naruto morsing, said Kakashi. Sasuke Sakura, I will use 4 signals outside of the normal Morse code. 4 long signals mean left, 4 short ones mean right, 1 signal short, and a long one mean forward, a long, and a short one mean back, and a short signal that will be louder than that means stop. The others I will Morse them with normal Morse code. He explained to them. Sasuke nodded after the disaster with Sakura guiding him. That was sensible. Sakura also nodded reluctantly. She had hated being the worst in a discipline she should have been good at, but she hadn't thought to practice Morse code much at the academy. After all, it was such an overwhelming method to send messages, and everyone could hear them. Sakura was the first to go through the course. Changed now. Naruto's idea of ACAR, the commands, was working well. He managed to get through the course with only making a mistake once, and then the stop sign prevented anything from happening. Sasuke then went through the course and was happy to notice that with Naruto giving the signals, he wasn't hit by obstacles once. He also noticed that he had to get used to telling left and right apart first, as they were very similar. When he left the field, took off his scarf, and turned to Naruto, his idea of shortening the signals worked well, but we should think of 2 signals that are more different from each other. For left and right, a different amount of signals would be best. At first, it was a bit confusing to recognize short signals and long signals. Sasuke informed Naruto, okay, that makes sense. Maybe he left 2 short signals and 4 short signals on the right. When we stop after that signal, you can't think of it as a full message anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's also the signal for A letter. Naruto admitted, okay. Now I want to comment on the things you learned with this exercise, said Kakashi, making his team sit down. We always had to concentrate to receive the signals from the one who bit, and with the shorter signals it was easier to get them, said Sakura. It takes practice to react consequently with the signals you can't trust your own senses as much, since normally we rely on our eyes to navigate, said Sasuke. The wrong signals can be dangerous. If a signal is too long and is not correct, we hit obstacles. Sometimes it was safer to go slow than to hit something, said Naruto. All that is correct. This exercise teaches you to always find the best possible way to perform an exercise, as he noticed that shorter signals were easier to process, but even if you shorten them, you should make them different enough so as not to get confused. I will practice with the more signals in the future. I want you to make sure of mastering the signs the day after tomorrow. So if you don't have a bit of practice yet, I suggest you use the breaks tomorrow to read up on the code. Well, now we'll do something more physical again. Naruto, I need 20 shadow clones, said Kakashi. Naruto made the clones. You're really abusing my ability to make them, sensei. Naruto grumbled a little. Well, bad luck. He needs to use everything he has at his disposal, and for me that means sometimes using your shadow clone jutsu to get the necessary amount of opponents for training exercises. And you don't even feel the drain of 20 clones, said Kakashi. Okay, we're practicing dodging projectiles. Now I'll demonstrate. Naruto, have your clones throw those rubber balls at me, said Kakashi, pointing at 2 bags full of red rubber balls the size of golf balls. With pleasure, sensei, said Naruto with a smile. The clones took position around Kakashi. You can start in 20 seconds and keep going like that for 5 minutes straight. Kakashi them, he said to the clones. They nodded and waited until the 20 seconds were up. Then they started throwing balls at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged, jumped, deflected, and spun out of the way of the balls. The only place on his body the balls hit was his hands. Then the 5 minutes were up. That's the drill. You are only allowed to have the balls hit your hands to deflect them in a fight. You are only allowed to deflect weapons thrown at you with kunai in your hands or intercept them. It will be part of a post exercise. For now, we will just work on dodging and deflecting in a limited area. As you are not as used to this type of exercise as I am, you will be working with 10 shadow clones, throwing balls at each one, said Kakashi. Naruto made 10 more clones. Then the clones spread out to surround the 3 Jin, and Naruto was used to doing this with a larger number of clones, but it would not be good to inform his teammates of that fact. Yet Kakashi gave the signal to begin and had his Jin in practice dodge. At 8 p.m., Kakashi dismissed his team. He had Sasuke and Sakura continue climbing trees while he carried Naruto and played shogi with him. He was pleasantly surprised at how well Naruto did with the strategy game. In the end, Kakashi managed to win, but the game was quite even. Kakashi walked to the Okage Tower to deliver his report of the day and asked the Okage about the incident with the civilian council. Calling Naruto, he arrived at the office and knocked on the door. The Okage, who was still working despite the late hour, he called. Kakashi, you made your team train a lot today, the Okage noticed. Yes, Okage-sama. I think it's best for now to keep them busy. And it seems like Sasuke is happy enough to train all day. I get the impression he didn't feel challenged enough at the academy. Naruto, it will take some time to warm up, but he's doing well so far today. I played shogi with him while Sasuke and Sakura practiced tree climbing. It's quite well in the game. I think he was very surprised when I told him I would play shogi while the other two did their exercise. By the way, the civilian council sent us an ambu, calling Naruto to the council. He said, "I refuse to follow the order, but you must take care of that," said Kakashi. "I already did, and put them in their place. I think they will still try to get rid of Naruto in the future. But the Ambu have already been reminded that I am the one who gives the orders, and the village cat has one eye on the Ambu now to make sure they do not follow the orders anymore on the orders of the council. I have called Shikaka to inform the regular forces on the matter." The Okage informed Kakashi that is good to know. It is about time the council was reminded of their real power, and not what they think they have. Kakashi agreed. "Yes, I wish I could do more, but somehow the amount of paperwork I get doesn't allow me to," he complained. Kakashi, he had an idea after seeing Naruto use the jutsu so much he thought it would help Okage too. "Why don't you use shadow clones? I mean, I know Naruto used them to his training, and I have to admit I'm abusing his ability to make them to train others also with the memory transfer. They would be perfect to help him do the paperwork much faster." Kakashi suggested shadow clones. The Okage said, surprised. That's why I didn't think of that before. That must be the secret of how Minato always managed to do it so fast. He got furious. "Well, sensei, I used that jutsu for many things," Kakashi admitted. "Starting tomorrow, I will use it. I'm done for today at ___." With the paperwork declared a lock, Kakashi sweat dropped. Perhaps it would be best to leave the Okage now. He didn't seem to be so sane at the moment, judging by the crazy laughter he had now. The next day at 9, the Okage arrived at his office. Seeing that new amounts of paperwork had been placed on his desk, he smiled maliciously and made 2 shadow clones, and now 3 Andom cages were going through the paperwork. What he found infuriated him. Before, he hadn't realized the amount of useless documents he had on his desk. This seemed a conspiracy. After 2 seconds hours, he was sure many of those decrees the civil council wanted to sign were only intended to increase their wealth and did not help the village as a whole. Some that slipped into his mountain of work were outright attempts to legally abuse Naruto, like the hot springs requesting to be able to deny entry to the premises to people they deem unsuitable, or the shopkeepers asking to set taxes themselves for their products. Would not this stop? The problem was that he had lost the understanding of what was really happening in the village, but who could know the real circumstances? He took a second look at the most suspicious documents. He would have to check the laws and decrees that had already been passed without him really realizing it. Then he had an idea. It would be a bit risky, but he would have the information he needed. "Crow, bring me the elder Danzo Shimura here." He ordered. The Okage Crow disappeared from his post, and 10 minutes later, he knocked on the door. "Enter," said the Okage. Danzo came in using his cane. "You call me Okage-sama?" asked Danzo. "Yes, thank you for coming soon, Danzo. I have some things to discuss with you," the Okage said, and activated the privacy seals. Danzo wondered what had happened for Ewan to be so serious. He found out about his robot. Improbable. He had erased his traces very well. "So what could he want? Please take a seat. This will take some time," said the cashier, and Danzo sat down. "This very morning, I ran into a serious problem with the village finances. It seems that thanks to the amount of paperwork I have to deal with on a daily basis, some decrees have been passed that deprive the people of funds. Unfortunately, I still don't know how much money was displaced in that way. We both know that the strength of our army depends on adequate funds. I have some suspicions as to where the funds went, but I need to investigate this without the guilty ones finding out. That's where you come in. I want you to take your route and find all the dirt that has been hidden by those who embezzle our funds," said the Okage. "You know you ordered me to disband rot years ago," Yusin said. Danzo, now dropping the honorifics. "And we both know you ignored that order and just took your ninja and went underground. Don't think I'm stupid, Danzo. I let you get away with it because you and your route are useful to the village. I would disband you. No one could say anything against it, and if your training methods weren't so despicable, I wouldn't have even had to do it. But we always differed in our opinions there. Nonetheless, Turo is a part of the army of Konoha, a well-hidden part, but is still funded by the village." Danzo kept silent. He wouldn't have thought Yuzin would have known all along. It seemed he had underestimated his old rival. "What do you plan to do now?" he asked. "Oh, as long as you follow my orders, nothing. Like I said, you are useful. But if you go against me, I will finish you." As simple as that, the Okage said to Danzo. "Why now of all times, Yuzin? What has changed?" Danzo asked. "We both know I'm too old to be Okage. I wanted to retire a long time ago, and I thought with Minato leading the village would be strong and still retain the will of fire. Unfortunately, he died, sealing the QB. I don't really want to get the hat back, but I did because I saw it was my duty to protect the village. The same is true for you. You're the same age as me. We're both not really suitable candidates for the position. We should just enjoy our retirement and give advice to the younger generation. But we both still have a duty that we're fulfilling. I called Jiraiya to discuss with you. He my choice of successor, the Okage informed Danzo. You want to make Jiraiya your successor? He asked incredulously, do you think it wise while he is strong enough to take the position? I don't think he would be a good administrator. No, Jiraiya didn't even want to be Okage, and it would be a shame to let his spy network go to waste. I had considered Tsunade. But with her distaste for the village due to their losses in the past Tudo, she would return even if she was the best choice. I didn't call Jiraiya to get his opinion on the candidate. I chose, said the Okage. Are you going to tell me? Who did you choose? Danzo asked, now interested especially when he was wondering why Yusin was reporting to him. They had always disagreed with his opinion on how the village should be run. You can't figure it out yourself, the Okage asked Danzo. He thought he went through all the honing in the village. There were only a few suitable ones. The most likely candidate was Kakashi, asked Danzo. Yes, if you think about it, he is the only real option we have. He has orders to return to his former force. He is also tasked with take care of our two new Genin more difficult. He informed Danzo. Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. I already heard that the Uzumaki boy was hiding his true abilities. Impressive, if you ask me, said Danzo. In fact, both boys do not have many ties that unite them to the village. Unfortunately, I could not remedy that fact until they graduated from the academy. Now that they are ninjas, I can go the bad influence the civil council had on them. I just hope it is not too late. That is Kakashi's main task for now. But if I want Kakashi to take over for me once he's ready and his team has been promoted, I need to clean up, fix the current mess as much as possible. Otherwise, things wouldn't really change. And from Jiraiya's reports, I know things will get messy sooner than I'd like, the OC Danzo said. He had to agree. He knew from his own spies that there was a group of mercenaries that took on a lot of high-class missions for some of the other villages. They consisted of S-rank missing means, but their objectives were unknown until now. Then there was the new Odo village. He hadn't been able to find out much about it, and he had lost some sight of Orochimaru after having finished the surgery he had hired him for on his arm. Fortunately, Ewan didn't seem to know anything about the Sharingans he had implanted in his eye and arm that would not be tolerated in any way. So how do you want me to do this? Danzo asked. I will review the laws that were passed on me myself with some shadow clones during the next few days. I want please send me 2 of your rod agents who are experts in administration. One will replace the current secretary, and the other will go through the jungle of paperwork that is placed on my desk every day. I just want you to sort it into the categories that make the most sense before we can confront those responsible. We need to know the full picture. I want 3 of your agents to review the decrees that have been passed since Minato's death. You should write them down chronologically. I will review them as soon as possible as they are done. 5 of your agents are to inspect the way business is done in the village without being seen. I have a suspicion that many businessmen are evading taxes and demanding more taxes than legal. I know I have been too passive the last few years, but I intend to rectify at least some of my mistakes before letting Kakashi take control. If all goes well, I will announce him as my successor during the final round of the Chunin exams in 6 months. Normally, you should prepare your team to take them in the 6 months. He has the only unstable candidate is Sakura. I don't know if she will persevere in her choice of career. Kakashi has orders to put his team on the grinder, said the Okage. That is a solid plan. In 6 months of constant training, he should also have returned to his past strength and perhaps have reached the rank level that, if I remember correctly, he was close when he left Ambu. I will send my agents to the tower in an hour, Yusin, and also send those from the village. How do you want to organize the reports? Asked Danzo. I want your agents to report back to me in 3 days. They should have a first impression by then. I guess we'll need 2 or 3 weeks to verify all the documents. The Okage side, Danzo nodded. It was good to see that the god of shinobi was intent on going out with one last big strike. Team 7 stood in the mission office to get their first mission. Sakura was relieved to have a mission for a change. A mission meant that she wouldn't have to go through what she had called it Kakashi's training from hell. She had been sore every day of the past week after training. Over the weekend, she had been training for free for them, but Kakashi had given them homework. Luckily, it was all theory, but it would be tested during this week's training hours. She had to spend 5 hours reading and practicing hand signs used by the Konoha military. These signs would be part of their team building exercises, and of course, she had to that practicing a new chakra control exercise by sticking 5 leaves to her arms. She had known how to do it with 1 leaf since the academy, but now Kakashi had told them that they had to stick 5 leaves on their arms and keep them there for 2 hours without losing them. Even once she hated the exercise, she always lost control and had to start over, because what would help them to be able to do that exercise? And she hadn't had much time to take care of her body to impress Sasuke. Her hair was more messy than ever. Her skin was losing some of its luster, and she had calluses on her hands. How could she get Sasuke like this even more? So she couldn't help but eat all the food Kakashi gave them, even if it was too fat. She had tried to eat just a little, but her stomach was trying to get her. Her mother had promised her that she would take care of her lunch boxes starting this week. She would make sure to eat low-fat. The three Jin and listened to Okage when he told Kakashi the available missions. Oro was glad most of those missions were not. They sounded so bad. Babysitting for the minister, weeding a garden for a council member. If she could do that, we get the cleaning of Lord Takashima's field, or Kajama decided. Kakashi Sakura wanted to cry. That was another tough exercise, and it was a bit out of the village. Lord Takashima had just started a farm 2 miles from Konoha. There would be no chance to rest and flirt with Sasuke from what I could tell. And I was sure Kakashi would do another exercise. Just fine, team. We won't need any equipment special. The farming tools we need will be at the farm. Let's go, said Kakashi, and left the office. Naruto and Sasuke turned cleaning the field into a challenge. They would start on one side of the field, and each had a Naruto clone with them. To carry away the waste they took from the field, another 5 Naruto clones would sort their findings and classify them. The small stones would be left aside for a pond that Mr. Takashima wanted to build later. The larger ones would be used as walls to surround the property. The larger sticks and branches would be shredded later or burned. Some would perhaps be used as stabilizers for vegetable plants. That would be the decision. Takashima Sakura was also cleaning up her part with a shadow clone that was in charge of removing the waste, but she was much slower than the two boys. Sasuke wanted to show that he could keep up with Naruto, and Naruto wanted to shove it in Lukia's face that there were better people than him. Kasasi watched all the action, having fun. Competitiveness between Naruto and Sasuke would only end in the mission being done faster. Maybe it could get the team to 2 missions a day in a few weeks, but again his goal was to just take it so they wouldn't put his team in too close contact with the villagers. While your students are doing a good job, I'm surprised they're so fast, said Mr. Takashima. Well, they're ninjas, they should be faster than civilians, and they don't even use their skills. Plus Naruto makes his shadow clones to help, replied. Kakashi, are your 2 male students by any chance too competitive, asked Mr. Takashima. But as long as it results in better work, I don't care, said Kakashi. Looked at Sakura. The girl was already slowing down. Hey Sakura, don't stop. This is also a strength-building exercise, he yelled at her. Sakura went back to her previous pace. She was slowing down. Asked Mr. Takashima, surprised. Yes. Sometimes you need a good push to do your best, yes. But we are working on it, Kakashi replied. Indifferently, Mr. Takashima wondered about this. But then again, who could really understand how ninjas worked? After 4 hours, the field was cleared of anything that could hinder farming. Wow, good job. I didn't think it would get done today, Takashima told the team. Happily, no problem, Mr. Takashima. That's our job, said Kakashi. I have some refreshments prepared for you and your team, Mr. It said Mr. Takashima. As a token of my gratitude for the good and quick work that we will gladly accept, said Kakashi. Listen to Mr. Kashima, wash your hands and then come get some snacks. Kakashi called his team. The 3 nodded and walked over to the hose to wash their dirty hands. Soon they were back with Kakashi. Well, Naruto and Sasuke, where Sakura needed a little more time. She was exhausted after 4 hours of constant hard work. She also had to deal with the effects of the gravity seals that made her slower with her small reserves. She had enormous problems to prevent the effects of the seals from influencing her too much. Mr. Takashima and his wife were introducing the Jin on a plate of sushi each. My wife ran a sushi restaurant before coming to Konoha to Butter Country, Mr. Takashima explained. Why are you moving? Asked Sakura, eating gratefully. Well, in B country, there is a civil war going on. The Muka, the leader of Kiri, has declared all those who possess a limit bloodline as irresponsible demons of the horrors of lost wars are persecuted without mercy. But even we civilians are sometimes involved in the fights of the two sides, the one who follows the Mizukage and the one who opposes him. They think that the bloodline limit users who fought for Kiri in the past should not be persecuted. We did not want to be killed in the middle of those fights, and I decided that it would be safer to move here, Lady Takashima reported to the Jenny. Sasuke was shocked. People who had a bloodline limit like his clan were persecuted in Tur country. But why? Normally clans that had a bloodline limit were the strongest in a village's army, as his clan had been. His Sharingan had been praised in Konoha. Naruto ate sushi in silence. He could feel empathy for the rebels. No one would accept being persecuted for something that had helped their village in the past. And what choice did those people have? They were simply born that way. And ability was not bad in itself. That was how you used it. These are really good, Lady Takashima, said Sakura, without understanding really the mood of her 2 teammates. Thank you, dear, replied Mrs. Takashima. The civilian council did not know how they had lost a good part of their power in such a short time. The Okage had apparently suddenly grown a backbone. He kept the ninja who had previously carried out his orders under firm surveillance. It had taken them a week to figure it out, but both Commander Honing and Commander Andu had given orders to all ninja that the civilian council had no voice in shinobi affairs. They had no authority to order ninja to do anything. The cage, after all, ninja had been informed. Even the new Genin had received the orders. He had warned them not to try to usurp his power. To usurp the power of Lokage was treason and would be handled accordingly. They had held a meeting to discuss their options, but soon realized that they could do nothing. The Okage had the power of the military. They only had control over civil affairs as long as they didn't threaten the village's military strength. That meant withholding shinobi service in some way or sabotaging goods sold to shinobi. They knew that if they continued to treat the demon as he deserved to be treated, they would face the wrath of the cashier. After checking sales figures for the past 3 years, they made a shocking discovery. The only things the brat demon had bought them were occasional fresh produce like milk and eggs. Nothing more. How did the brat do that? No matter how much they tried to figure it out, they couldn't figure it out. The brat was the last dead of his class of failure. As a ninja, he should have had no way to handle that in the shadows. Gazelle the Ambu on guard smiled under his mask. This promised to be interesting in the future. He was one of the Ambu who were more than tired of the arrogant behavior of the civilian council, having them obsessed with trying to figure out how the so-called demon brat managed to fool them. It was really funny. And from what Kakashi said about his team, the blonde was really good. After finishing his snack, Kakashi led his team back to the Okage Tower to report on the mission. He had his Genin run all the way back in a sprint. After all, 2 miles should be nothing to a ninja. Even a new Genin should be able to do it. When they got to the gate, Sakura wanted to collapse her sense, and he was definitely a sadist. The team, if reporting on a rank mission, Kakashi informed the guards you no longer had that field clearing mission. One of the Chunin asked. Yes, my team was good in its time, replied Kakashi. It's okay, we've noticed that you've returned, said the other Chunin, and Kakashi led his team to the tower. As well, did you get the impression that 2 of the 3 Genin were about to collapse? Asked one. Yes, the Yukiya is hiding it a little bit, okay, but the girl, it was really obvious. Strangely, Uzumaki didn't seem tired. The other answered. All the ninjas had been instructed not to refer to Naruto with any derogatory terms. Somos just said it called Uzumaki when they talked about him. You wouldn't think he'd be tired after a sprint. Don't you remember how we had to chase him after one of his pranks? If he has practice at something, then he runs at high speeds. The first one said. Huffing. True, replied his partner in the Okage Tower. Kakashi motioned to his Genin to watch him make his report, as they would be required to do it themselves in the near future. Team 7 returned for the report, said Kakashi. The Chunin on duty nodded and took out a notebook to make a brief summary. After all, Kakashi would deliver a complete written report on his team's performance. The Okage just wanted to get an overview of the mission successfully accomplished. Every day, the team was tasked with clearing the field of a newly moved couple in Takashima. Genin Saren Yukiya and Uzumaki set about clearing the field of stones, wood, and other debris, leaving the remains for Uzumaki's shadow clones to sort into categories for later use by the Takashima. After 4 hours of work, the field was finished. An individual report on my Genin's performance will follow in my written report, said Kakashi. Well, the short report will be delivered to Okage-sama, confirmed the Chunin. I have a question, Kakashi-sensei, asked Naruto. Yes, Naruto answered. Kakashi, is there a possibility for a Genin to take more rank missions than just a team? Does he ask, looking at an immense amount of missions labeled rank with the permission of Okage-sama and the honing sense and have said Genin? It's definitely possible. Why are you interested? Kakashi asked. You know, I'm an orphan and I need to earn money somehow. This would be the easiest way for me to do it. I could give some missions to my shadow clones and let them do the missions while I'm busy with our team training. Naruto argued. If Okage-sama agrees, I don't see any reason not to allow it as long as you do the missions properly. But I want you to limit yourself to 3 missions a day. I don't want you to be too tired from chakra exhaustion for his team's training, said Kakashi. Naruto looked at Kakashi like he was crazy. Sensei, chakra exhaustion is not a problem for me. And you know what? I would have to fire rank 8 jutsus for 5 hours straight to exhaust myself. And even then, I would probably be awake again after an hour of rest and eating. He said. Kakashi had to agree with the statement, but he didn't do any. Naruto, don't show off fake skills. You can't have that much chakra. Sakura, what? Reagan knows Sakura. Naruto is right in his statement. He has two large chakra reserves. He was born with them, and his training only increased them over time. Kakashi admonished her. He would have thought she was too tired to argue after all the hard work today, but he can't have more chakra than Sasuke. Sasuke was always the best and strongest in the academy. She protested, "Didn't you realize yet that I faked my skills at the academy? I thought all the training sessions last week had made you." They would have made it very clear Sasuke has large reserves for a new Genin. That's true, and compared to the others in our class, he has the largest reserves, but he's nowhere near my level. Naruto straightened her up. "How large could your reserves be, you idiot?" She scoffed. "Level box," said Kakashi, surprising both Sakura and Sasuke. "Naruto's reserves are the largest in the village, but large reserves alone don't make a good ninja. You also need to have good control over your chakra and experience of fighting opponents." Naruto nodded. He knew that the only thing he really needed for a promotion to Chunin was said experience. He had the skills and control without a doubt, but even he had to admit that he was getting better and stronger with the intense training of Kaka's, and training on his own had given him a very good base to work from. But the team-building exercises that his sense came up with and helped him practice to really use the theoretical skills he had would be invaluable in the field. He knew the old man wouldn't promote him to honing right away, but if he gained the experience he needed in the next few months until the Chunin exams, only a natural disaster or something similar could prevent his promotion. Kakashi dismissed his team with the reminder to be at the gates at 6 like the other mornings. The next morning, Naruto received the information from Kakashi that the Hokage had agreed to let him do 3 additional rank missions a day, as long as Naruto was on a mission outside the village. At the time, Naruto made 10 clones and sent one of them to the mission office to get him the missions. The idea was spontaneous. He knew he had his parents' money that he would receive as soon as he was declared heir to Namake's Uzumaki in the Chunin exams, and he also had a good amount of money from his trips to the Forest of Death after the last Chunin exams there, but he didn't want anyone to know about it either. So if he took more solo ranks would give him good coverage and more money. Luckily, the payment was going to the mission office before it was transferred to the ninja's account. Around lunch, Achan arrived at the Kakashi training camp. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are to come to the Lokage office immediately. Here is the order from Lokage-sama," he said. Kakashi checked the order and saw that it was genuine. "Naruto, you are wanted by Hokage-sama," he said to his genie. Naruto nodded and stopped his exercise. "Once you are done with what I want, Hokage-sama, you must return to continue training," ordered Kakashi. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto, and walked towards the tower. "Okay, you two back to chakra control training," said Kakashi. Sakura groaned, and Sasuke continued training to walk on trees while sticking a leaf to each back of his hands with chakra. Naruto arrived at the tower and walked towards Okage's office. He looked at the secretary, who surprisingly did not look at him, nor had he ever seen her before. "Okay-sama called me to come here," Naruto immediately said neutrally, and handed him the note that the Chunin had given to Kakashi. "Barrio Kajama is available," said the new secretary. Soon Naruto was in the cashier's office. "On Naruto, how nice that you came." Sora greeted the OC. "Why did you want to see me, old man?" Naruto asked. Since no one else but the hidden Ambu was in the room, he could address Lokage informally for 2 reasons. First, I have opened an account for you at the Shinobi Bank, while the Civilian Council has been warned that any sabotage of Shinobi will be treated as treason. All that actually line up the Shinobi Bank is run by retired Shinobi and under the direct control of Doujal. Your payments will go into that account. Secondly, I wanted to talk to you about your experience in Fuin Huts. Yesterday, our main seal supplier died on a mission. As seals are a sensitive subject, I can't just import pre-made seals from outside the village. Too much potential for sabotage. Although some of our ninja can make the basic seals for their own needs, most of our forces simply buy them from Shinobi equipment stores. They are given to them from the armory if the mission requires them. Blockade explained. "So you want me to replace the murdered ninja?" Naruto clarified. "Yes, this would be treated as an ongoing B-rank secret mission for your file. You will be paid by the number of seals you have made. The current payment for 20 explosive tags, for example, is 1,430. You will be given a list with the prices you will be paid for each type of seal. If you supply other seals useful, we will decide their prices accordingly," said the OC. "Okay, but won't people protest if they know I made those seals? After all, I'm not the most liked guy in the village, and many would accuse me of trying to kill them with defective seals," said Naruto. "That won't be a problem, because the seals will be distributed under the code name Dark Phoenix," the Hokage assured Naruto. "Okay, that would work. What about the supplies to make the seals? And how many seals do you need now?" asked Naruto. The Hokage took a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked at the stamp stamps that were needed for the supplies. You can get the paper and ink it Jack Connaughts and put them on the token at the village armory. Just use an N when you have them. He handed him a permission slip. Consider it old. They will be ready tomorrow morning, said Naruto. So quickly, the Okage asked surprised shadow clones. Naruto just said, smiling, of course. Well, then I won't keep you from your training any longer, Naruto, said the Okage. Naruto nodded and walked out of the room outside the tower. He made a shadow clone and gave him the permission paper and let him go shopping for the supplies for the seals himself. He returned to his training camp. He informed Kakashi that he had an ongoing mission for the Okage to supply seals to the village. Keeping it a secret from his sensei would have made no sense since Kakashi already knew about his identity and his real abilities. That afternoon, Team 7 had to paint the walls of the new Konoha swimming hall, and Kakashi insisted that they didn't use ladders to reach the higher parts of the walls, but instead they used walking on trees to do so. After an hour and a half, the walls were painted, and Sakura was exhausted with her small reserves stuck to a spot on the wall. It was really difficult. She had hoped they would be done with today's missions, but Kakashi already had a follow-up mission. She had taken it as it was in the same spot as the first mission. The pool needed to be tiled, so after a short break, the genin began to place tiles on the walls, starting at the lower end of the walls. Much to Sasuke's surprise, Naruto was quite skilled at doing, so it seemed like he had done it before. Unknown to Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto was a jack of all trades. He needed to be with the civilian craftsmen who refused to do work for him. So Naruto started on the long sides of the pool. Sasuke and Sakura got the crooked sides. Naruto had a system that worked well. He placed the tiles tan high as he could without a ladder, and then built a pulley from the ceiling to reach the higher parts of the wall without having to wait for the glue to dry to blew it away with him, using 3 clones on his side and 4 on the other side. Long it took him hours to finish the mosaic. Sasuke, who had seen the method Naruto used to get to the top, had copied it and was finishing at about the same time. Sakura was halfway through her wall as it was already the STE, and Sakura looked ready to collapse. Kakashi asked Naruto to have 2 of his clones finish his side. Naruto nodded and took over the top half of the side. When Naruto's clones were finished, Kakashi informed the room manager that the pool was tiled and just needed to fill in the seams. Once the glue had dried, the manager checked the painted walls and tiled pool and signed Kakashi's mission scrolls. Kakashi led his genin back to the tower and asked them to listen to the reports he gave them about missions. Okay, tomorrow you won't be taking a mission like we did today. Instead, I arranged a training session with Team 10 in the afternoon. Kakashi informed them your morning training will continue as usual. His body blinked after that. The genin returned to their homes. As it was late, there weren't many people on the streets. Most were at home. Naruto walked towards his secret house. After making sure he wasn't followed, he went inside. He made 2 clones and went to the shower. His clones started to. He still had the meat from 2 rabbits in his fridge, and his clones had harvested carrots and peas today from his field. They cooked some rice and made a sauce before putting everything on a plate. Naruto had just put on some clean clothes when his dinner was ready. He then sat down to eat. Once he had finished his dinner, he put the plate and glass in the sink and made 100 shadow clones. They all knew their job and got the sealing supplies to start making the seals he had asked for. Okage Naruto cleaned up the plate and glass, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and went to bed. His clones would stay up doing their job. Right after Team 7 normally ran in the morning, Sasuke was 3 laps around the village. Now Sakura was still having trouble with her too, but Kakashi knew it would take time for the girl to catch up on the training she hadn't done at the academy. Kakashi looked at his students. He was curious to know if Sak would pull through or leave. Both of them were possible, but if he didn't want her to be killed on a mission, the girl needed to break with her fangirl attitude and her delusions of how she could achieve being a ninja. He was pretty sure that his mother was largely to blame for this. He knew that Sakura's father had been one of the civilian victims in the Kyui attack, and his mother blamed Naruto for that. She had been one of the cruelest members of the council, condemning Naruto to the treatment he had suffered as a child. Naruto had gone back in time. That Sasuke did 3 himself. He had run 10 laps, getting serious about getting in a better shape as soon as possible. He felt that taking over the Okage position would greatly help his sensei's son and also get the last living relative of Obito in the village on the right path with the resistance seals. He used his training was more intense. He had planned to ask Guy for sparring matches in a month or so. By then, his team, other than Naruto, wouldn't be ready. He asked them to continue with their stretching and physical exercises. Once they finished with that around 9, he gathered them. Okay, team, for today, I have planned some special exercises, said Kakashi, getting his team's attention. He saw a calm expression of wait and see on Naruto's face, a look of attention on Sasuke's, with a spark of excitement in the black-haired man's eyes and one of suspicion and fear on Sakura's face. "We will begin your practical survival training, Sasuke. You asked if you would learn to hunt and fish well today. We will do precisely that. I will take you to a part of the forest where you will try to use the theoretical knowledge you came to the academy for lunch. We will review how to best prepare the animals and what plants go well with them," said Kakashi. Did not want to exhaust his genie too much before the sparring matches with Asima's team, but he had no intention of making it easy. If they got a good lunch, it would depend solely on their success in hunting and fishing. After all, it was an important lesson that a shinobi. Kakashi led his team to a part of the forest miles from Konoha. Of course, the ninja path, taking the treetops, was glad to see that his students were keeping up in formation as he was. Not going at a very high speed in order not to lose Sakura. The boys were assimilating his speed. This formation was standard. He took the point. Sasuke followed, then Sakura. In the end, that Naruto covered was normal for the teams. If they were an experienced unit, the pass that Sakura normally had was that of the doctor team, or the weakest member. Generally, two strong members up front to deflect attacks, and the second strongest covering the back against sneak attacks from behind in teams with Yuga on them. They normally took the rear position since their Yuga allowed them to perfectly cover the team's back. After 10 minutes, the team reached their destination. Naruto knew this part of the forest. He had hunted here before. "I will watch you from the shadows, so don't expect to see me at all." "Happy hunting," said Kakashi, and disappeared. Naruto copied his move and left the other two standing there. Sasuke got the idea that he only had an hour to catch something after asking Kakashi if they would learn how to use the theoretical skills, and seeing the way his sense and trained his team, he had made sure to read up on the techniques again. Now he was glad he did. He took off to the southwest. Fishing for fish would probably be the easiest way to get food. There were a few ways to fish that didn't take too long. After 3 minutes, Sasuke arrived at the river. Fortunately, it wasn't that big, so building a dam to intercept the fish would work pretty well. He looked for suitable wood or stones and realized that he would have to cut them mostly from the trees. Well, he was a ninja, so getting some branches down wouldn't be a problem. He quickly climbed up an attractive tree and cut off 4 large branches. They wouldn't be enough to stop the water, but they managed to keep the fish in one position long enough for him to attack. 5 minutes later, his prey quickly made it was ready now. He just had to wait. Luckily, Kakashi-sensei was right, and many fish were coming towards him. He stood in the water. He stood still until they were within reach and grabbed them, throwing them to the banks. He made sure to throw them far enough so they couldn't get back into the river. When he had 6 fish, he got out of the water and quickly killed the fish that were still moving with blows to the neck. He tied them up with some ninja wire and then went to look for some plants he knew would be edible. He wanted to impress his sense, and with his success, he was pretty sure Naruto would do well in this test as well. But he didn't intend to back down too far behind his teammate. Over the past week, he had come to completely rethink his image of Naruto Uzumaki, the boy. He looked nothing like himself at the academy, and he wondered why he had thought it necessary to make an idiot of himself. Naruto wouldn't tell, so he had to figure it out on his own. But at least his fears of being suppressed by a weak team, they had been destroyed after seeing the kind of training Kakashi put them through. Not even the fangirl would be able to stay weak with the way Kakashi put them through the grinder. Thanks CI for the old remedies for bruises and muscle pain. Yukiya had looked through her clan scroll she had, and one had been about them. So the second night after starting on the team, if Sasuke had been busy mixing components for the salves, it was the only things that kept him functional. He came across a hazelnut tree, and it was nut season. He put some shuriken from his pouch on his right leg into the pouch on his back to have room for the nuts. Nuts are good for energy and are full of unsaturated fats. After collecting a good number of them, he looked for other plants. After all, just nuts and fish wouldn't be enough for a meal that fits Kakashi's standards for a good diet. He came across some bushes of fences and had to improvise a shipping container. Next time she would be ready for something like this, she probably realized she needed more variety in her equipment. It was also part of the drill. It would be typical of Kakashi to let his team make mistakes to avoid them in the future. She needed to look for better storage options. Only 2 bags wouldn't do it all. Sakura was in a bind. She wanted to catch some small animals, but everyone noticed her before she could get close enough to hit them with a shuriken or a cradle, and building traps had never been her strong suit, and it would take too long. Also, she was too unsafe to catch something in an hour. She didn't want to feel embarrassed in front of Sasuke again. That had happened too often during the week. What other chances were there to get food? If she couldn't catch animals, edible plants, fruits, nuts, maybe she could find some eggs. She knew the river was too far to get to in time to fish, so she resigned herself to collecting whatever she could. For sure, it was a good time for nuts and fences. Living in the land of fire had the advantage that winter never came. It was always mild. She found that carrying the things she wanted would mean carrying them with the front of her skirt up, but since she had short tights on underneath, it wouldn't matter much once the time passed. Kakashi reappeared at the meeting place as students were already gathered there. Naruto was busy opening his loot. He gave them a present with 3 rabbits, 2 pheasants, a chicken obviously lost in the woods, a box of fences, a box of nuts, a box of apples, a box of mushrooms, and a wolf. What is the meaning of the wolf? Naruto asked Kakashi curiously. The wolf thought that I would be an easy prey. I taught him better. Since I already killed it, I decided that I would keep it for the skin. The merchant caravan pays good prices for skins in good condition. I regularly sell them the skins I get from the animals that I capture, although they are mostly deer or rabbits. After all, those are the animals I hunt mainly for my meals. Naruto explained. Why wouldn't you buy the meat in a store? Sakura asked stupidly. I won't give the store owners any money that I don't need to give them, Naruto replied coldly. Sasuke kept that information as another part of the puzzle. That was Naruto. Uzumaki presented his collection, the 6 fish, the walnuts from his bag, a handkerchief with red berries, and some leaves of a form of wild salad. Then it was Sakura's turn. Let the contents of her dress rolled to the ground. There were an assortment of nuts, some mushrooms, 3 eggs, some plums, and 3 apples. Okay, the good news is that none of you will have to go hungry. The bad news is that you still need to cook your meals, Kakashi announced. But before we start doing that, I'd like to ask about your impressions of the task. Although catching the fish by building a small dam to intercept them in the river was easy, I found that transporting more things was easier. Small ones like fences and nuts was tricky due to limited space. If I were to do a task like this on a mission for the whole team, the only thing I could easily provide would be fish, since I can tie it to a stick with wire, making it easy to transport, said Sasuke. Kakashi felt he had observed each student himself, or with a shadow clone. Sasuke's method of organizing food was solid, but could use some improvement. Next, he would receive a lesson on the sealing of scrolls. Nothing better than dealing with problems after the genin themselves have detected them. Catching animals is not easy. They have good senses, and with a time restriction, building traps is not so useful, as Sasuke said. Transportation is also a problem if you are not prepared for a task like this, said Sakura. At least she had not totally failed the exercise. Kakashi had told them that if they could not catch anything, they would have to collect food, and with the eggs, at least he got some protein right. That means we'll have to work on your stealth, Naruto. Since you are obviously the best prepared for this task, please tell your teammates how you solved the task, said Kakashi. As I said, I have experience with hunting, so as to lure hellish of animals quickly. I found a clearing where the rabbits were grazing. I approached stealth from above. I killed them with a zon in the forehead that damages the fur less if you don't have time to use slings. Pheasants are pretty stupid, even if they're shy. A little corn in a place I could see, well, a little patience. And again, Simban for the brain, killed them. Well, the chicken was a coincidence. It just crossed my path, and I used the same method as with the pheasants. I sealed the animals in sealing scrolls and started to build fences in a box. Nuts in another, the same for the mushrooms. And since the apples were too big, I needed a box. I have different containers and a sealing scroll that I always carry with me in case I need to transport something, explained Naruto. Kakashi felt that was a good summary of how a ninja prepared for any mission. Where can I buy some sealing scrolls, asked Sasuke. I couldn't make them myself, so buying is my only option, he said. I recommend Janato's shop for shinobi equipment. Kakashi said Jinzo Hakinto is a retired shinobi and knows the needs of a ninja well. His products are high quality and reasonably priced. Sasuke nodded, swearing that next time he would be better prepared. But isn't Janato more expensive than other civilian shops, asked Sakura. After all, his uncle had a store that sold ninja equipment. Doesn't the problem with civilian suppliers is that in 95% of all cases the equipment he sells is low quality, since they don't know how our work is in our clothing and weapons. A special mix of metal is needed to get good kuna and shuriken that don't splinter on their first use. It's even more important with swords and such things. While you were in the academy, there was nothing wrong with buying your supplies there since they were cheaper, but on real missions, quality equipment can save your life. What would happen after all, and an explosive tag does not work properly, or you miss your target, or worse, you get killed? That is the reason why Okage-sama has few ninjutsu experts who supply good seals to shops run by shinobi, explained Kakashi. Sasuke nodded, making a note to visit Janato in the near future. Sakura frowned. She had not thought there would be such differences between a civilian shop and a store. Shinobi. Naruto was silent. After all, he was the one who now made the seals for the shinobi shops. I haven't heard much about Fuinjutsu in the academy. If the seals are so useful, why don't they teach them in the academy, asked Sakura. It's a difficult art to learn that requires precision and a lot of study. The true masters are really rare. Konoha has a recognized seal master at the moment. Jiraiya of the Sani The other seal master we had was the Yando Okage. There are maybe 6 seal experts in the village. I am one of them as I learn a lot about them from my sensei Kakashi. Informed them. Who is your sensei? Kakashi sensei asked Sakura Minato Nam. Kiss the Yandame Okage replied Kakashi. Sakura seemed impressed her sense and had been trained by the Yandame himself. Sasuke was mentally very pleased with the way things had turned out for him. Having a student of the legendary Yandame as a sensei would surely make him strong enough to kill Itachi. Naruto just smiled at the way that Kaka's had redacted his information, hid that there might be more seal masters, they just weren't. Recognized he would wait until Jiraiya returned. He really wanted to talk to the famous Sannin about his auto-invest seals, but the Okage had said it might take a month or more until he returned to the village. Okay, now that you have the food, you need to prepare it. One thing every Nin already needs to know is how to gut animals and gut fish. I know you already know how to do it, Naruto. Some of you have done it before. Sasuke and Sakura asked Kakashi. No, but I saw my mother gut a fish once when I was 6, said Sasuke, looking sad at the mention of his mother. He missed her. Sakura simply shook her head. This didn't look promising to her, and it would be disgusting to have to do it. Is it okay, Naruto? Can I have the chicken for a demonstration? Asked Kakashi. Of course, Naruto said, and handed the dead bird to Kakashi. The first thing you have to do is pluck the feathers, especially if you can use them for something like putting them on pillows or for rare birds. Sell them. If you don't pluck a bird first, the feathers tend to get bloody, and washing the blood out isn't as easy. With more valuable feathers, they can ruin you. With chicken and goose feathers, it's not a big deal. Next is to bleed the bird. You cut off the head and hang them upside down. That will take some time. In the case of animals with fur, you need to skin them and then bleed them. Kakashi demonstrated his ability to quickly pluck all the feathers from the chicken and cut off the feather's head. He let it hang from a tree branch. For a fish, things are different. What do you remember about the procedure? Sasuke asked Kakashi. Well, first you cut the fish in front of the top, then you take out all the offal, and depending on how you want to prepare the fish, you leave the skin or you cut. And I've been told in the countryside that most people put the fish on sticks that you roast over the fire, said Sasuke. This is how it's done. Try it with one of your fish, said Kakashi. Sasuke took a fish and opened the bottom with a kuna and took out the spoils, looked through the cut if she had missed something, and turned to Kakashi, who gave her a smile. Well done, Sasuke. Would you mind giving Sakura a fish so she can learn it too? I think we'll leave the rabbits and the other birds to Naruto, since he knows how to do it, and I assume he wants to keep their skins for sale. Both Sasuke and Naruto nodded. Sakura looked at the fish, struggling with herself if she could really do this, but then her inner voice reminded her that Sasuke wouldn't be impressed with her if she couldn't even gut a fish. So she took her kuna and tried to imitate Sasuke's previous performance. She was disgusted when she felt the offal in her hand. A lady shouldn't be forced to do things like this, but all to impress her. Sasuke, meanwhile, Naruto, with skill coming from long practice, skinned the rabbits, tore off the pheasants, and then let them bleed. Once the blood came out, he decided to gut them. He collected the offal in a bowl, and a clone of Shadow took them. What are you going to do with the spoils? Asked Sakura, too disgusted at having to gut the fish to be too cruel to Naruto, burying it far enough away so predators don't get close to my camp is a habit I learned to follow after some foxes showed up. After my first rabbit hunt, I lost one rabbit and barely managed to keep the second one safe, replied Naruto, was now cutting up 2 rabbits into small pieces and put them in a box with a lid. Pheasants were treated the same. The last rabbit was put on a pole to roast over a fire. You want the chicken? Kakashi sensei asked Naruto. If you don't mind, then I wouldn't have to go hunting myself, he said. Kakashi, take it. I have enough with 1 rabbit and the other things I collect, Naruto replied. Kakashi thanked him and set to work preparing the chicken. Once everyone had prepared their meals, Sasuke had decided to give Sakura a second fish, 4 were more than enough for him, and he couldn't keep the leftovers. Kakashi had them build campfires, corrected them if they made mistakes, but was otherwise busy with his own fire. What is the best way to start a campfire in an area that is safe enough to light a fire? Asked Kakashi. A weak fire jutsu, Naruto said. Correct. Why would a jutsu like Sasuke's great fireball not be suitable? Asked Kakashi. Because it is too conspicuous and too hot. Even in supposedly safe terrain, a ninja has to keep his camp undetected if it is possible, and with a technique that is too hot, you will burn the wood too fast, and you will not have enough time to grill your food, which is not a big problem in areas like Konoha that are surrounded by forested areas, but in other regions wood is limited, so you must get the best possible result with the supplies you have. Sasuke replied, remembering that lesson. In fact, there is a Hutsu, one of the fire jutsus, that does not need affinity for fire to be used, was developed for situations like this. Lighting a campfire doesn't work in a fight there, you need stronger jutsu. But here it's perfect. The hand seals are hare and tiger. Try it. If you don't get it in half an hour, I'll light the fire, said Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto had no problems with the jutsu, as Sasuke already knew how to use fire jutsus. This simple one was easy to perform, and Naruto had used that jutsu for years. It took Sakura a few tries, but even she made it light. Good job, everyone. Now we'll prepare our meals. Think, how can you better prepare things to collect after that? I guess it will be time for an early lunch. But since we're meeting up with Team 10 at 1:3 at their training camp, I guess that's good, said Kakashi. All the team members started cooking their food. After 30 minutes, the fish were ready for Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto's rabbit and Kakashi's chicken needed a little more. Sakura had pierced her mushrooms into sticks and roasted them. As well, the eggs had been buried in the ground at and next to the fire, since he didn't have a pot to cook them. The nuts and the fences he ate, as they were, as well as the apples and plum. Sasuke just had to roast his fish, which looked a lot less mutilated than Sakura's, and the other things he ate, as they were. Naruto had wrapped 2 apples and some mushrooms in aluminum foil, and had set them to bake in the heat. He had added some herbs and spices and oil to his rabbit and mushrooms. After cooking in the wild for so long, he knew which tasted good. He just had to make sure his rabbit was constantly covered in his mixture. Once everything was cooked, he pulled the rabbit off the heat and took his wrapped things out of the heat. He had a metal claw sealed into his equipment scroll for cooking utensils. Soon all the team members were eating happily. Team 10 was not amused that their sensei had arranged a sparring match with another team and was not bothering Shikamaru with his chatter about impress Sasuke and make it appear with Sakura. Just make sure not to make too much noise. You know how Naruto will react, Shikamaru warned her. Ino obviously remembered the incident at the academy quite well by the look on her face. Why are we doing a sparring match with another team? So early in our training, we haven't learned much, yet Choji asked, were you unlucky to be the first to have those matches? Kurenai Kakashi. And I decided it would be good for the Scrolls rookie teams if we had them train each other regularly. So everyone gets used to multiple fighting styles, Asuma explained. Once he gets more experience, we'll probably ask for some older gening teams to be included as well, Shikamaru said, annoyed. Then they saw Team 7 appear from the entrance of the training camp. Hello, Asuma greeted Kakashi. Hello, Kakashi. It's really strange seeing you almost on time, Sue replied. Well, you know how it is. There's a lot to do with the team. To put them to work, there's no time to be late, Kakashi sighed. Alma smiled. He knew that Kakashi was ordered to be more punctual because he needed his 2 male students to improve in the mental area, and that meant keeping them busy. He wondered what pace Kakashi had set for his team. Okay, how do you want to do this, 3-on-3 or 1-on-1 fights? Alma asked. I think for now, 1-on-1 fights will work better. It will take some time until they can function as a cohesive unit. After all, they only train a little over a week under us, very little time for them. They trained in team formations, replied Kakashi. Asuma had hoped so. He would make sure the next match against Team 7 were team fights. That was his team's strong area. Jenny drew the matches. Shikamaru had to fight Naruto, Choji, Sasuke, and Ino. Sakura got up first. Naruto and Shikamaru. What a pain, Shikamaru complained. Naruto decided to just go with taijutsu. Shikamaru was no match for his speed, and he still needed to work on his shadow possession. Even if he got caught in it, Shikamaru couldn't hold it for long. Yet when Asuma started the match, Naruto charged forward, always keeping an eye on the shadow. But since Shikamaru needed to be stationary for it to work, Naruto had the advantage. He quickly had Shikamaru busy in a taijutsu match. Naruto was clearly superior in taijutsu and pinned Shikamaru to the ground with a kunai to his throat. After a short time, Ihindo. Shikamaru was quick to say. Naruto nodded and helped Shikamaru up. Geez, you were holding back even more than I thought, Naruto. How troublesome, he said. Naruto just smiled and let the next 2 take his and Shikamaru's place. Sasuke won the match against Choji, although he noticed that the resistance seals slowed him down considerably compared to his previous speed in the academy. It took him more work to defeat the physically strong Choji, as he didn't want to use harmful jutsus, and a simple training against a boy who was weaker than him kept him in taijutsu and the 3 basic jutsus of the academy. Having trained with Kakashi had shown him the great possibilities of them, especially the replacement jutsu. Soon Choji became frustrated with Sasuke, always changing places with Trunks' tree branches, stones, and anything else he considered useful. Finally, Sasuke managed to tie Choji with ninja wire and place a kuna and in his throat. Is it my imagination, or Sasuke was slower than at the academy? Shikamaru asked. Ino, wasn't he slower? I just wonder why. She answered. Part of our training, said Naruto. So are you carrying weights? Asked Shikamaru. No, resistance seals work in a similar way, but strengthen the entire body without adding extra weight, which would not be good for a growing body. Taijutsu specialists mostly use weights as they need a lot of muscle strength for their attacks, answered Naruto. Are they all using them? Asked. I do, Kakashi-sensei. He made sure we all used them on the second day of our training, Naruto said, not giving too much information then, and he didn't stand up and looked at Sakura she was sure she could beat her, especially if she was slower than before. Thanks to the seals Naruto talked about, what followed was a surprise for both Ino and Sakura. While the pink-haired girl had mostly stayed in the blonde shadow in the past and had tried to show her up in the fight for Sasuke, and hadn't had the advantage of the clan's training now, even if she was slower than before, Sakura found it easier for her to react to Hino's attacks. She still wasn't good enough at taijutsu after all. She had only trained a week with Kakashi-sensei, but she noticed an improvement by the end and didn't trick Sakura with a replacement jutsu and hit her with shuriken in the arm from behind. The resulting brief lapse of concentration was enough for the blonde girl to secure her victory. Both Ines had watched intently as their students memorized the points they needed to improve their students. Okay, take a 10-minute break, Kakashi, and I will discuss some things, and then we will come back, Asuma said. Sakura let out a sigh of relief. Hey, forehead too weak to withstand ninja training? Ino asked mockingly. You have no idea how much training I've done today, and today was pretty easy, Sakura replied. Well, you had to run a few laps around the training ground and do some exercises, Ino continued. Knowing that physical exercises were a weakness of Sakura, this was a good opportunity to show Sasuke how much better she was than the girl on the forehead. Just so you know, in pink, our team starts training at 6 in the morning. We have to go around the village while wearing resistance seals that make you want to walk through water all day. Then we have to do physical exercises for 2 hours before we can eat a small snack. Then follows what Kakashi-sensei has thought of for that day, and it's always hard work. Even today, when we worked on survival techniques, I had to gut 2 fish that Sasuke caught. Otherwise, I would have only had some fences, nuts, eggs, mushrooms, and apples for lunch. Sakura loved to rub in her rival's face that she had fish that Sasuke had caught. And what is that normal for a ninja to know? My mother taught me how to gut the fish that my father caught on some trips with his former teammates when I was 9 years old. I also know how to cook fish, so it tastes really good. And no, he replied mockingly. And if you start so early, you only have more free time in the afternoons. What's so hard about that? We don't have free afternoons. We never finish before 6. Especially it's later, especially now with the missions we do. One every day today is an exception because we had this sparring session with his team that my team was better than yours, and I only lost against you because the resistance seals made me slower. He said, Sakura, you wouldn't stand a chance against me even if they weren't. Why don't we try it? Right now, bro. I challenge Sakura. I can't. Kakashi-sensei is the only one who can release them right now. He says that until we go on C-rank missions outside of the village, he won't let us have control over our seals. The only one who can turn them on or off on his own is Naruto. But he had them before our team was built. I don't know why he's just trying to look better than Sasuke. She knows that Shikamaru, he listened to what Sakura had said and put it in his file of clues about the blonde. Who exactly had Naruto done to train during his time at the academy? The image of the talentless idiot was created to throw someone off, but who Naruto simply ignored the complaints his supposed teammate raised to Ino. They both needed to realize that being a ninja was no game. You could die on a mission, even a C rank, if you weren't prepared. After all, even bandits knew how to use poison, and if they got close enough, or just mixed it under the food in a restaurant, things ending was unlikely, but still possible. And if the girls didn't improve their fighting skills, the occasional rebel ninja leading bandits could be a big problem for them. If they ever got separated from their teams or got unlucky in a fight, it had happened quite often in the past. And the things the bandits did to the girls were sometimes worse than death. Kakashi Yasuma returned Eren, and then they gave their students feedback on their fights and where they needed to improve. Much to the horror of Team 10, Asuma announced that in 3 weeks they would also be getting resistance seals to train their physical strength. Why then and not now? Choi asked. Because first I want you to have learned how to work properly as a team and to be up to speed on the basics. If you know the moves, you'll be able to retrain your skill easier when you get the seals, Asuma said. But why did Kakashi-sensei make us train with? They asked Sakura from the second day. That Asuma's way of doing things made a lot more sense to her. Why do I have a different way of training my Genin team? And we have a different approach. I think everyone needs to develop strength. Well, Naruto, not so much since he has trained like that before becoming a Genin. But you and Sasuke have more than enough room to improve in the area of strength. And if you are used to the increased difficulty of training, the missions will be easier for you. Kakashi said that. And I need to break you and Sasuke out of your bad habits. She added mentally. Sakura thought that her sensei was a sadist or fangirl mentality. Masila, in distress, still refused to be broken. So next week you will face Kurenai's team, Asuma asked Kakashi. Yeah, after that we have a break from sparring matches. Then I'll just have you do missions until the end of the month. I intend to do them around 20 ranks. After that, if everything went well, I should be ready for the rank sec. Almost answered, making Naruto and Sasuke perk up at the prospect of reaching the C ranks. After just a month of being an ambitious genie, Isn't that right, Kakashi asked Alma, maybe a little, but you know C ranks only involve bandits, and the like if there are any they are mostly pretty boring, and they only get the C rank because they keep the gening out of the village for a set period of time. Kakashi reminded Alma nodded. That was true, most C ranks were courier jobs, escorting merchants, delivery jobs that needed to be done with quicker methods than a civilian could handle, some low-profile guard duty, things like that. And with Kakashi there normally wouldn't be any risk to his team. Kakashi turned to his genin. We're heading back to our training camp, and we'll be doing advanced tree climbing for the next few hours. He informed them. They nodded and got up from the ground. What is advanced tree climbing? Asuma-sensei, Ino asked, never having heard of climbing trees. Like a ninja training exercise. I only know the normal tree climbing. It's an exercise to learn to better control your chakra, to fight more effectively. That too you'll learn soon. I guess Kakashi has come up with his own version to make it more difficult. Asuma Sakura shuddered. Her senses, ideas, and about the training exercises bordered on madness. In her eyes, there are so many beautiful ways to make the exercise more difficult. I asked them to climb trees while gluing a leaf to each hand, for example. But today we will practice the version where you have to ignore the annoyances from the outside, Kakashi told his students, smiling, which means Naruto clones can splash around with Gunnaballs again. Sasuke translated, signed, determined to get the best out of Naruto clones this time. Be glad Kakashi-sensei kept it in the rubber balls. We could also do the same with the synth, said Naruto, smiling mischievously. Are you crazy? Did you know that? Naruto asked Sasuke. Just a little, nothing to worry. All ninja have to be a little crazy to survive this job. The blonde brushed it off. The whole team is crazy, thought the gening of team 10. Okay, then we're on our way until the next one, Asuma, and that makes 2 wins for me and 1 for you, Kakashi told Asuma. As he walked away, the only thing that counts is the final result. The bet is for the entire time until the next shunning exams, Asuma replied. And I'm sure I'll win, replied the silver-haired Honing. When the Team 7 left, Shikamaru turned to his sensei. What kind of bet is that? He asked. Oh, whose team will win the most fights with another team? The ones in the bet are Kurenai, Kakashi, and me. The winner gets the pot of 15,000 years old, Asuma said. So I intend to win, and how would that work if you didn't notice? Naruto is clearly beyond Genin level, I'm guessing from his speed and how hard he hit. He's high-level Chunin, and SH Kakashi-sensei is really training Team 7. So no, we see neither us nor Team 8 winning against Naruto or Sasuke, Shikamaru demanded Inoa. But there you are wrong. Only the first fights will matter. That way we will also have team fights, and there it matters that all members of a team solve the given task together and face it. Kakashi has 2 strong fighters in Naruto and Sasuke, but without teamwork, and Sakura is not his level. If he constantly loses his fights, it will also cost Kakashi points. This is completely open for now, assume. He assured them that means he'll also force us to do some crazy training. He asked Ino, I'll improve your training, that's for sure, but I don't like to overwhelm a fresh genin right from the start. The first month is to get you used to ninja life. After that, things will get harder. He informed them. Meanwhile, at the training camp, Kurenai was copying Kakashi's idea of keeping her team busy. She knew her clan ridiculed Hinata for her quickness and her troubles learning the gentle fist. Yes, just got a clearer idea of the style. But taijutsu, and especially the secret techniques of the clan, were not her strong suit. She was a jinjutsu specialist. Shino needed to have more contact with others and learn to open up more. Her teammates needed to be able to get an idea of how Kiva worked. She needed to get over her brashness, which was typical of her clan. All 3 of them were talented, and she had no doubt that they would be ready for the Chunin exams in 6 months. Okay, team, I have something to tell you, she said. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba sat around him. As you may know, 3 of the 9 teams in your year have passed the gening test. Their Honings and 6 U team, 10 under Asuma Atobi, and Team 7 under Kakashi Attack. Now Asuma Kakashi, and I decided that in order to improve all of our students' fighting skills and other skills that are important for ninjas, we will have you compete with the other teams this month. It will be 1-on-1 fights against the members of the other teams. After that, we will have other tasks, which will be decided later next week. We have a match against Team 7 the week after that. We face Team 10 today. Team 7 and 10 have their match. She told them. Shino took the information stoically. Kiba was excited at the prospect of showing his strength and not a hope not to embarrass her team. During all this, the Haman sent 6 have a bet. The Honing whose team accumulates the most points in the 6-month period will win 15,000. I all put 5,000 in the pot. If you manage win the pot for myself, I'll treat you all to a big celebration dinner. I want to show Kakashi Asuma that a team specialized in tracking can be as strong as any other team. She said, count on us, Karina and Sensei. We will make sure you win your bet. Kiba exclaimed loudly, don't be too sure about our abilities. We are good, but it will depend on the tasks we get and how well we can do them. Why do you ask? The team If it has the two best genin in our class, said Shino Sakura. No, she was the best in the class, protested Kiba. No, Sakura. Naruto. If you didn't notice, he faked his idiocy and his bad grades. Naruto is the most dangerous opponent of all the new Jenny, said Shino. No way. He was the last one dead. I'll tell you that his program called Sakura with and poisons was great. But don't you really think he's a good fighter, protested Kiba. And no. Kiba, Naruto is that strong. He has more chakra T than even Kakura and Sensei, said Hinata. Kiba looked at her in disbelief. You can't be serious, Hinata, he said. Hinata nodded. Sir. How can he have more chakra than a Jonin, asked Kiba. And Denture. Naruto is a special case. Kurenai just said no, nodded. She had asked her father after graduating why Naruto had so much chakra, but was told it was classified information. There was something strange about her former classmate, and she would find out what it was over the next week. Kakashi kept his team busy and mostly out of sight of the villagers. The only things anyone heard were the stories Counselor Aruno spread, the ones her daughter told her. That was, if Sakura wasn't too tired to do more than shower, eat, and fall in her bed, was a point that the noisy counselor complained about the inhuman training that her daughter was forced to do, and Sami Aruno was not happy that her little princess, who was to become the wife of the last Yukiya and give more power to her family through said marriage, was doing that kind of training, disfiguring her beautiful body. Calluses would appear on her soft hands, which would drive away any man. His shiny silky hair didn't get the care it needed and was losing its silkiness, but he had to stay on the team to prevent other girls from stealing the boy. And then there was the fact that his little girl was always forced to be in the company of the demon. But all his complaints with the Okage had been ignored. The only way he would change teams would be after the Chunin exams. If Kakashi nominated his team for them, teams were made for good reasons. Normally she and her fellow civilian counselors would have done something to sabotage the demon, but for some reason the Okage was now watching them more strictly and had taken away their ability to order ninja to do their bidding. No ninja would listen to them, citing that they were not part of the chain of command. And yesterday, they had been called for a meeting of both sides of the council with the Okage. It had not been a pleasant meeting. The Okage had taken away their responsibility for the Ninja Academy. His reasoning was that the academy was part of the military run by teachers who were ninja. There the future ninjas of the village were taught, and therefore the study plan was the responsibility of the military, not the civilian council. So now the Shinobi Council was tasked with coming up with a new curriculum, as the graduation results in the last 3 years had been abysmal. Only the teams, consisting mainly of children from the clan, passed their Hin Sense SE tests, and most of the tests where they leveled it reasonably so that a team had a chance to pass them. That only 33% on average passed those tests was alarming and would no longer be ADO. The villagers who applied to Genin teams for jobs in hopes of being able to see the last Yukiya were disappointed. All the jobs like weeding gardens, babysitting, shopping, and dog walking were done by teams 8 and 10. It wasn't like team 7 didn't do any missions. Kakashi just selected the most demanding ones. Physically, and those outside the village walls, one of his favorites was catching Tora. So far the team had chased the cat TR times in 2 weeks. Some jobs like painting fences, repairing roofs after bad weather, painting houses, and such jobs that required crafting skills in general were done by groups of shadow clones of Naruto. Uzumaki Many had wondered why he did those missions without his team, and got the answer that he had no funds from the clan to turn to or a family to help pay his bills with the newest residents of the village who had moved here after the Yukiya massacre. The boy was quite well liked. They had heard about his pranks and his lack of respect towards everyone, but they were shocked by the image they now had after meeting the boy in person. And while he was aloof, he was perfectly polite and did his job. Well, the older villagers tried to demand other Genins to accept the missions they were given, but the mission office told them to either accept whoever was sent to them or do the job themselves. So many just looked at Naruto and his clones, but Naruto had too much experience dealing with hateful villagers to react any further. The Okage had ordered those working at the mission office not to give in to any demands regarding complaints about Naruto taking missions. Plus, a Chunin he absolutely trusted was inspecting the missions once that Naruto ended to prevent the hateful civilians from cheating money for jobs well done. As the village had too many rank missions to do all the time, he didn't want to lose the only Genin who did more than requested voluntarily. And with so many determined ranks, the village also earned more money over time. The Chunning of the mission office got used to the blonde and began to treat him better. There were always those who couldn't get over their long-standing grudges, but their numbers were really dwindling. No, it meant that the amount of people who liked Naruto was increasing, but many stopped hating him. He was a Genin. He fulfilled his missions for the village correctly, and he never even complained once about his missions that alone earned him respect, the kind of training that Kakashi was subjecting his team to. And at the same time, he was also spreading in the gay ranks. He had been exultant that his eternal rival was finally embracing his flames of youth again and had stopped with his lateness. However, the most reliable information came from Asuma, who had an idea of what Kakashi was doing with his team. Many were surprised that he had put his genin under resistance seals and had them work all day on training and missions. Those in the mission office knew that most of the missions Kakashi had on his team were physically demanding, and he seemed to take sadistic pleasure in having them hunt down Tora on Monday morning after their laps and exercises. Normal Kakashi deactivated Sasuke's resistance seals, and Sakura needed to get used to their new speed and strength regularly, or they would be in trouble if they ever deactivated their seals in a fight. Sasuke was testing his new speed. Amazed, this was fantastic. He felt light as a feather. And this was the effect after only 2 weeks of exercising with the seals. What could he do after 6 months? Sakura was equally amazed. Her speed had also increased, though not at the same level as Sasuke's, but she felt trouble coordinating her limbs. The higher speed required her to move differently. She had to move her legs faster to control her movement. She could also lift weights more easily and also handled more weight. Naruto had kept his seals activated. If he actually deactivated them, he would probably be the subject of a new wave of jealousy from Sasuke. If he was asked to do a demonstration, he could lower his level to level, for it would still make a huge difference. He would see if he could get a full-speed sparring match against Kakashi. Soon, when the other two weren't around, the day was an eye-opener, and also an encouragement to the genin of Team 7. Kakashi knew he had to make them experience the results of their hard work to keep them motivated. Well, at least that was true for Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto knew why he worked hard and was already far above the other two in skills. He hoped that by the end of the month, if she could really take her team to the C ranks, she wasn't worried about Sasuke. He would be ready without a doubt. But Sakura had to accept that there was no way she could survive as a ninja otherwise than through her training the team. If it was a combat unit, Naruto, Sasuke, the heavyweights, and Sakura the support. And if she worked at a Genjutsu user, combat teams have more dangerous missions than capture and interrogation specialists like Team 10 or trackers like the Team 8. Okay, team, now that you've gotten a little used to your new abilities, we'll speed up your acclimatization with them a little. That is to say, quick movements at any time. Naruto, I need 100 clones, said Kakashi. Sakura paled 100 of those infernal clones. What had Kakashi-sensei planned? Naruto just hand-sealed and created the clones that Kakashi wanted. I want you to split into 5 teams. A team of 10 will go to the area where we hunted before and bring us some rabbits and apples for lunch. The second and third team of 15 are going to throw rubber balls at Sakura and Sasuke to get used to their new speed and how to control their new strength. 25 will do the same with Naruto. And the last 35 are working with me with synth, but not the poison ones. Instructed Kakashi. The same rules as always, just deflecting the balls with your hands, otherwise dodging the clones. They nodded and split up into teams with 10, heading into the forest outside the village to get food. It was nice of Kakashi. Give them a chance to collect some more pelts. The caravan was coming again in a week, and he could make a good amount of money from the pelts, and the caravan was his place. Favor shout to get unusual weapons and more outfits, while Janato's was excellent for his normal needs. There was a merchant with a caravan that sold weapons from Iron Country and one from River Country, where a ninja tailor guild lived in a village whose clothes were simply amazing. Their clothes were made of and the chakra conductors, and as a result, they were expensive. Therefore, he needed to save money for a very special article of clothing. His father had theorized about it in his diary, but never had the time to fully test. Naruto wanted to have a cape like his father's in colors to his liking that would allow him to place seals that would allow him to fly. His wind manipulation was advanced enough to channel wind chakra through such material. He had crafted the seals. Now, he only needed the cape. He had placed his order 6 months ago when the caravan was last here, and the merchant had assured him that the cloak would be ready when they returned with all the money from the D-rank missions. The sales of furs, hides, and feathers, his raising money from the now dead Chunin exam participants, and his normal income, he would have no problem getting everything he wanted. There was also a merchant who stomped on spices. Naruto liked to have a variety of tastes with his meals. If he could get his way, she wouldn't buy anything in the civilian stores, but for eggs and milk, she had no other choice. Well, maybe in the future, if the Takashimas had cows and chickens, she could take them there. The team was waiting for Team 7 at their training camp. Kurenai had expected Kakashi's team to be here, but was surprised to find them outside with a note that the team would be back at 2 for sparring matches. Now, There were 5 minutes left until that time. While she would have to wait a minute before the scheduled time, Kakashi appeared in a body blink. "Hey, Kurenai, I'm glad to see you. And your team are already here. My team should be arriving any minute too. I'm going to have them train the replacements. Without seals, I just need to put the logs in place," Kakashi said. He opened 3 logs and placed them on the ground. The first to appear was Naruto, who didn't seem like this exercise was very difficult. 2 minutes later, Sasuke appeared. Sakura didn't do it without seals, but she didn't want to keep Team 8 waiting more and used the jutsu with seals, but almost without. "Smoke, we will train that more in the future, and it will be your homework over the weekend to get at least 1 replacement jutsu without seal working," Kakashi told her. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," she replied, hating that he made her look bad in front of Sasuke. "Okay, did you inform your team about the process?" Kurenai asked Kakashi. "Yes, I told them last week. They are eager to know how far they have come," she replied. "Okay, I guess then we will start drawing matches," said Kakashi. He held out a can with 3 papers. First, he made Team Ootai. Then his team followed. Shino and Sakura got the 1, Naruto and Hinata the 2, and Sasuke and Kiba the 3. Okay, first fight, Shino versus Sakura. In pair 2, Yata versus Naruto. And in pair 3, Kiba versus Sasuke. "Shino, Sakura, you have the field," said Kurenai. The other 4 sat to the side, and Nada was about to faint. Why the hell did she have to fight Naruto? She didn't want to have to fight him. "Don't hold anything back in our fight. No worry about me. I can take everything you can throw at me." And Nada, "This is to see what we should work on in our training. I know I don't like hurting people, but if you hold back your comrades in training, they won't get the feel of a real fight. And it might lead to them getting careless on the field. But aim for non-vital areas and let your teammates feel how much your taijutsu style can hurt. They will be more careful in their next fight," Naruto said to Hinata. Hinata was shocked. She had never thought that leaving because she didn't want to hurt people, she would hurt them more in the future. However, she didn't have much time to think about that thought because Shino had eliminated Sakura extremely fast. She had run screaming from her bugs until they shut her up by sucking her chakra. "Kakashi, please tell me you're working on his bad habits," pleaded Kurenai. I have my team training every day, but I have to agree that was just embarrassing," Kakashi said, sweat dripping off him. If Sakura continued like that, his team would lose points for his continued losses. Even if Sasuke and Naruto won well for the first month, he was safe from that part of the bet. So Naruto and Hinata took their positions. Naruto decided to go with the Namek style, since Yuga's gentle fist style required a speed-based style to properly counter it. Also, he was using better bastard subversion of the gentle fist with his father's cheetah style. Yata obviously tried to hit him and was more determined than Karina, and he had seen her before. She should have seen that Hinata's problem was that she didn't want to hurt others. Naruto's simple words had helped her see a problem and made her work to overcome it. She wasn't perfect, yet that would need more time, and Nada was still hesitant to use her full power with the punches. But at least she used chakra when she hit Naruto. But in the end, Naruto was just too fast. He disabled Hinata's legs with rapid simultaneous punches, and she felt what she used to put behind her and hold a kunai in his throat. As he was declared the winner, he helped Hinata get back up. "How do you know the gentle fist?" asked Hinata, confused that someone outside of her clan could use one of her techniques. "I don't use the gentle fist. My style is a combination of a taijutsu style and a bastard form of chakra scalpels like the one used by medical ninja. I guess the principle behind the bot era of my chakra scalpel and the chakra shots of the gentle fist is similar, but I can only attack the anatomy. I can't use it as a yuga to attack the chakra network," Naruto explained, then seemed to sink into thought. Sasuke and Kiba took their positions for the fight. Naruto looked at Kurenai. "Karina-sensei, have you tested your team for their elemental affinities yet?" Naruto asked. No, I didn't. I think it's a little early." "Why do you ask?" Kurenai asked as she continued to watch Kiba and Sasuke fight. "I have a feeling something is wrong with Hinata's taijutsu. I know some styles of taijutsu have been developed to suit a certain group of users. Elementals like the strong fist for lightning. Elementals lightning is an explosive and fast element like that style. I have a feeling from the forms Hinata showed that the gentle fist could be based on earth users, but Hinata doesn't seem to be an earth user and therefore was having trouble," said Naruto. Knew that the gentle fist was an earthly. It was in the scrolls he had taken out of the trash bins and copied for his selection. But no one could know better. They believed that he had gotten the idea. At look, Kurenai was shocked. That sounded like a more than likely theory as to why Hinata couldn't seem to control the gentle fist style. Water was weak against earth in the elemental circle. So if Naruto was right, Hinata was a water elemental. She needed to adapt her taijutsu to make it work for her. Naruto might be right there. "I know from Gay that gentle fist is in fact an earth style. You should test your students by their elements. And if Hinata is really a water elemental, or has another element that interrupts the fist is gentle by nature, you should work with her in her own style. You are a water elemental, no? Kakashi asked Kurenai. Yes, I will take the suggestion. And take them to Janato's house after the fight is over. Thanks for the information. Naruto was aware that something was wrong, but since I am not a taijutsu specialist, I didn't know what could be done to help. Hinata said. Kurenai, no problem, said Naruto. Yes, thanks, Naruto said. Hinata. Naruto smiled at her, making her face take a very deep red color. Nat, are you okay? Your face is so red, asked Naruto, putting his hand on her forehead to see if she had a fever. The contact and the concern that Naruto showed her was too much for Hinata, and she fainted. Hinata, Naruto exclaimed, worried. Kurina and Sensei, Hinata needs a doctor. He said, don't worry, Naruto, she will be better soon, said Kurenai, finding it quite funny that a smart boy like Naruto had no idea how much Hinata liked him. Sasuke had some problems with the Kiba's wild fighting style, but thanks to his speed with the replacement jutsu, he wasn't hit often and managed to tire Kiba out in the end. He won by pinning Kiba with some shuriken to the ground for a few seconds, tying Kamaru with the hungry ninja in those seconds, and using the dog as leverage to make Kiba lose the right _. You are very fast, Sasuke commented on Kiba's performance, and you continually replacing yourself with things is extremely annoying. Just wait, next time I will win, said Kiba, disgusted for being forced to give up. But Kamaru was more important than a victory in a training match, and with the way Sasuke had tied up his dog, giving him a boost of energy with food pills, it wasn't a good option in your dreams, said Sasuke. Sakura was still unconscious, so Kakashi decided it would be a good decision to take her home and give Sasuke the afternoon off. Sasuke gladly accepted his afternoon off, and after listening to Team 8, he would go to Jakat Kanato's house to get a chakra paper to test the genin's elemental affinities. He simply tagged along with them with the intent of obtaining some sealing scrolls and seeing what else was on offer there. He would be better prepared in the future for any exercise ideas Kakashi had next. Kakashi-sensei, do you have time for me to test how much can I do in a fight with my resistance? Seals released, Naruto asked after the others had left. Sure, Naruto, just let me take Sakura home and get used to your speed maximum for a while, then we can have that fight, said Kakashi. Lifted Sakura off the ground and disappeared in a body blink. Naruto released his resistance seal and began to perform some movements to get used to his maximum speed. Again, Kakashi returned 10 minutes later, not in a good mood. Sakura's mother had become enraged by her daughter's condition and demanded to know how it happened. Then Kakashi told her that in a training fight against Shino Aburame, he was shown why the clan was feared. Aburame was gone before Isami could get in line. Ready, Naruto asked Kakashi. Yes. Kakashi-sensei, replied Naruto, was standing in the starting stance of the Uzumaki style, the title fist, as opposed to the cheetah fist, which was based primarily on speed. The title fist was a fluid style. It had a change between fast, strong attacks like flooding and slower flowing attacks that were not meant to cause damage but to distract an opponent. Naruto had also added his gentle bastard fist, and thus increased the damage the style could do to an opponent. Kakashi began to attack Naruto with a quick attack, but Naruto avoided the punch aimed at his torso. He took off with all his speed, and the fight began in his office. The Hokage watched the fight between Naruto and Kakashi. So far, he was satisfied with Kakashi's work with his team. He kept them busy, Sasuke and Sakura, out of the village during rank missions so that the adoration of the villagers would not negatively influence them. Sasuke and Naruto received a lot of personal attention from Kakashi, while the Honin did not neglect the other two, and Kakashi was working on returning to his previous form. As long as nothing interfered with Kakashi's mission, things would go well. The Rod agents that Danzo had sent were also on a good track with their missions so far. He had found 30 decrees that he would withdraw. As an Hokage, he had the power to change the decrees, only with the laws things were different, but he had always checked them very carefully. Careful if there were new laws that were not to have passed. There were more mistakes than he thought until now. That area had turned out negative, but had not yet passed. All the years since Minato's death, many things could be hidden in the archives, and he knew that the Uchiha had tried to force his will many times. As Naruto and Kakashi entered the phase in which they were including ninjutsu, he knocked on the Hokage door ahead. He knocked and deactivated the crystal ball outside the door, where Karmura, the elders of the village, along with Adzo, were also his former teammates under the Nidame. Hokage Karumura, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? He asked, smiling. He was on guard. Over the years, his two former teammates had taken a more militaristic view than he liked, and had been some of the people who treated Naruto as nothing more than a weapon. Omura had been the one constantly suggesting letting Danzo train Naruto to become the boy's secret weapon. Konoha was one of the reasons why he had to hold on to the hat for so long. Other candidates would have been eaten alive by the council, and the elders had decades of experience in dealing with the Okajima. "We are a little worried about the reactions to your latest decisions," Amura said the Okage. He assumed that it was the curriculum of the Ninja Academy when Inoichi Yamanaka Yasi Yuga and Karama saw the things that the students were prepared to learn and how many hours the schedule dedicated to each area. They protested loudly. Even the stoic Yasi was obviously displeased with how useless the curriculum had become. The emphasis was on theoretical work with a ratio of 75 theory and 25% practice. They had sworn to adjust the curriculum to more physical training and eliminate useless civilian lessons. The civilian council was not pleased. "I assume you were talking about the Ninja Academy." He said yes, that too, although I can understand that changes need to be made to obtain a better proportion of those who pass their Jinin tests could lead to problems if the civilian council is completely excluded from the decision on what is taught. Karu said, yes, many civilian parents sent their children to the academy because they thought they had a chance of becoming ninjas with the current curriculum. If it is changed, many will likely send them to civilian schools. Mura added, "Have you seen the current curriculum?" Alak asked. Yes. And while it is not good, I think some adjustments would meet the need for get better graduation results better than a radical change of the entire curriculum, said Karu. No, they wouldn't. And regarding your concern about having less civilian students, at the moment all these kids are when they leave the academy and by some miracle pass their Jinin test, as cannon fodder said. Alak, his two former teammates, looked at him with a certainty. Of all the civilian students in a class, normally only 10% have the determination to put in the effort necessary in training to do last year's Rogel cut. Is such a case, but his success is mainly due to guy motivating him properly, but those guys who train like crazy on their own to overcome their weakness and turn their only talent into a strength are rare. The three teams that passed this year only have one kid raised as a civilian in them, which is Sakura Runo. Both elders nodded. Now, according to reports, Kakashi has no problem with the motivation and training of Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki, both boys. They do any exercise they can think of without complaining, even if you can tell that Sasuke is often on the verge of collapsing. Sakura, on the other hand, complains all the time. She has neglected her training during the academy massively and is more interested in making Sasuke fall in love with her than in becoming a good kunoichi. She informed them well from what we heard during the last few weeks. Kakashi is training them very hard. It is more than normal for a girl like Sakura from a civilian family to have trouble adapt. Almost all new Genin would have to, said Karu. The only stories that can be spread are the ones Sakura tells her mother. And since she is the worst on her team, it is safe to assume she is exaggerating. And with Isami and his ridiculous plans how to get his daughter to marry Sasuke, she did not do her daughter any favors in the past by filling her head with nonsense. I know how the girl behaved in the academy outside of the exercises the teachers made them do there. She did not do any training. Sasuke, like many others girls, more time and money was spent on beauty and body care products than on ninja training and training equipment. The only reason she passed is because Sasuke ordered her to do on the Kakashi test after Naruto told Sasuke the meaning of the test. Let's accept that we only have the clan children as new Genin, while we waste the potential on civilian children due to poor teaching. Remember, Jiraiya was a civilian child, and he became the most powerful of the Sannin despite the fact that Orochimaru was a genius, and Tsuna, the granddaughter of the Shodai. In a full fight, Jiraiya would win. So there are talents to be found, but without proper training, they will either quit early on or be killed early in their career. And it is not the intent of the ninja program to have gening in ranks for an extended period of time. They are to learn basic skills, promote teamwork, and get them used to rank like missions that are higher profile. Otherwise, neither even allow civilians to submit requests for our genin to do chores. I mean, civilian children who want to earn more pocket money could take on weeding in normal garden and babysitting. The Okage explained both elders had to agree that in their time, the time a team made the D ranks had been shorter on average. They were used to make a team go through the consolidation process, during which a sensei worked on their basic skills, and the trained in chakra control normally. The honing also got them 2 or 3 jutsus during the first few months to hone their skills, mixed in with the occasional rare C rank to get a team used to the outside world and not get the more eager ones too bored in the village. Is there a reason why in the village you only see teams 8 and 10 doing missions? I haven't seen team 7 in the past 3 weeks. Since it was confirmed the teams had passed, Mura asked. Yes, there is, but the reason is between Kakashi and I just know I have a good reason why teams 8 and 10 are the face of the new generation, he said. But wouldn't it be good for our funds and public relations for Sasuke to make them be seen by the villagers? Asked Karu. That may be, but the reasons for the S team to do the missions they're doing are more important than some other ranks, said the Okage. Mura pondered the reasons. He had been a ninja all his life, and knew the reasons that usually led to a genin to not have contact with the villagers for an extended period of time, would have to observe for a while longer to come to the right conclusion. Yin didn't seem willing to harm them anymore. He returned to his old personality. This was the god of shinobi, not the kind grandfather who watched over the village. So I just have one last question. Does he have a future successor? We all know he'll just stay in office until he finds someone who can take over. Omura said yes, and I will announce my successor during the finals of the Chunin exams, which start in just over 5 months. He said, then aren't you going to tell us? Before he asked how. No, not yet. No, my successor has one last mission to do that doesn't need any more public attention. With me naming him successor, the Okage informed them. They nodded. The secret was part of a ninja's life. After all, they both said goodbye to the cage and left the office. It was the end of the first month, and the 3 Honing Sin 6 of the rookie teams met at a bar. They had planned to review their success and the training of their teams over the past month. I'm really pleased with how far my team has come while there is still a lot of work to do. They are a well-functioning unit, and they know how to combine their clan techniques to achieve good results. On my fake mission, said Kurenai. She hadn't done as many missions as the other teams. Instead, she simulated some to better train her team, specially tracking. By the way, I think they are ready for some resistance seals now. Kakashi, would you mind coming tomorrow to place them? She asked. Sure. Can I leave my team alone during lunch break so I can get there tomorrow around 1? Suma, do you also want the seals for your team? She asked. Yes, I have already warned them, although Shikamura thinks it is troublesome, and he is completely unmotivated to force him to train even if he doesn't want to. It can only be good for him. The only motivated one on my team is Ino, and she just wants to not lose to Sakura to get Sasuke's attention. She thinks that if she and her team are weak, Sasuke will never notice her. Asuma's side. I see. While placing the seals doesn't take more than 5 minutes per person, so I can make your team after what I did with Kurenai's HM. It seems my team has a longer break for lunch tomorrow. Kakashi mused. That's something I wanted to know too. How come you're following such a rigid schedule with your team, and why all the missions you do are practically completely out of public view? Tomas asked. I just need to get Sasuke away from the adoration of the villagers. He needs to realize that no one will just fall on their knees because they are in Ukiah in a fight. The villagers put that idiotic idea in his head. The Ukiah were also always very arrogant, and arrogance can lead to death on a mission. Sasuke's father, Fugaku especially, was a very proud and arrogant man and was convinced that being an Uchi made you practically royalty. As the villagers treated Sasuke like a spoiled prince after the massacre, he didn't find out that no one outside of the village would give a underscore about my harsh training, and keeping my team isolated from the villagers is bound to remedy that idea quickly. You're lucky that Ino is from a ninja clan and knows to put his missions first and not completely neglect his training. He has a better foundation to work from, and you're the truly lucky one. Kurenai Yada never showed any signs of being a fangirl and wants to become strong enough to prove herself to her father and clan. While it is shy, with the right support and good teammates to show her they've got her back, she can overcome that, and I have a feeling your team is well prepared for that. Kiba, as an Inuzuka, was raised with the mindset that the pack is the most important thing to protect. That to him includes his clan and his team. Shino, as an Aburame, knows the hive mentality, and although he needs to improve on social contacts, he will always protect his teammates and work to improve the overall strength of a team. Hinata for years, and we're well prepared to help her with the trust issues, said Kakashi. Yeah, I'm glad to have such a good team, and since Naruto pointed out the potential dangers and Nada puts her teammates in by holding back taijutsu training, she's getting better at them provided by her elemental affinities. In Naruto, right, Yada is a water elemental. I looked up some taijutsu styles that are based on water to help her adapt her soft fist to her element. She seems a lot happier now that he can develop his own version of the gentle fist. It takes some time until he gets it functional, but the first few katas he tweaked work pretty well. Kurenai informed them. I'm curious, what elements did the other two have? He asked. Sumashino is an earth element, and Kiba a lightning element, she replied. Also, did you test your genin on their elements? Kakashi asked. Ama, yes. Interestingly, Sasuke is a lightning element, but due to his clan's fire element training, he also has a strong affinity for fire. Secondary, Sakura is an earth element, and Naruto, well, his main element is wind, but he also has a strong affinity for water. Secondary, and an almost equally strong affinity for lightning. Normally, you only get it after years of training and training to improve your affinities. And if I say he's a wind element, I mean he can control wind instinctively, said Kakashi. Seriously impressive. Even I'm not that good with manipulation from the wind. I wonder where he got the information on how to train those affinities. They're not part of the normal library. It seems it's more of a mystery than everyone thought, as Suma commented, and then sank in a deep thought. Kakashi, suspected he might be able to live up to. Naruto's disguise, since he was the one who had tested the blonde's abilities. By the way, how are your team's matches? Kakashi asked. Shino won against Choji, Shikamaru won against Kiba and Jinata, and one against Hino, he said Karina, and smiling. So we have 4 wins for my team. Sasuke and Naruto, each of them have 2, then Karina has 3. Wins 2 from Shino and 1 from Hinata. Asuma has 2-1 from Shikamaru and 1 from Ino. Kakashi summarized yes. And next month we wanted them to do team matches, or would you rather they do a task? Asuma said, I think a team obstacle course would be a good exercise. You taught them to walk on trees, right? Kakashi asked. Yes, everyone can do it now, so we could include that's in the course if you want to design a course. And I'll show you my ideas in 3 days, offered Karina. Sounds good to me, Asuma said. I have no complaints either, replied Kakashi. At 9 a.m. on Monday morning, Team 7 stood in front of the Okage and chunning on guard in the mission office. Team SI present for a C-rank mission. Okage-sama announced. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto perked up. They would finally get a better mission than those ranks. Sakura just hoped she could survive the last month of training. Had been hell. You hadn't thought the ninja life would be so grueling in your mother's plans. It always sounded so easy and glorious. You went to the academy. You were placed on a team. They were on friendly terms with Thea country. So when they switched to visible travel after passing the border, they weren't stopped by the T Country military. They arrived at the port of T Country around 6 p.m. Kakashi told them to look for an inn where they could eat after that. He would show them a place where they could set up their tents while. Akira wondered why they couldn't stay at the inn for the night. Now, he knew better than to question his sense, and Kakashi went to check on Konoha's shipment, so he could seal it in the morning. After a nice dinner at the inn, Kakashi showed them the place where Konoha ninja normally camped in this mission, as it came up every month or two. The local administration had just reserved a spot for the team that received the supplies to Suke and Sakura. They were tasked with setting up the tents. Kakashi checked the area for any nasty surprises, and Naruto secured the area with some seals that would keep the enemies out and cause them some nasty injuries if they tried to force their way in. If any of the local army members wanted to talk to them, all they had to do was call them. After all, however, the night was quiet, and at 7 in the morning, Kakashi allowed them to have breakfast with a few supplies he had gotten in the village last night: milk, some eggs served in a pot, some rice and vegetables after lunch, and a short morning warm-up of climbing up and down a tree 10 times, and then some exercises. Kakashi took his students to the port. There, they were greeted by the main merchant who coordinated the shipments to Konoha. Good morning. Is it you, Kakashi? I think the last time I saw you, you were about the age of your students, the old man said. Yes, it's me. I didn't think you would remember me. After all this time, Kakashi said, that hair and that mask are nothing you can easily forget. And you did this mission quite often during the war, when the other two were still too inexperienced to go to the front. Even if your sensei didn't normally accompany you now, why don't you introduce me to your team? The old man asked. Sure, this is my genin team. Team 7 from left to right are Sakura, Rino, Sasuke, Yukiya, and Naruto. Uzumaki. Team 7. This is Murako Takami, the main merchant who has been supplying Konoha with the goods. We are going to buy transportation for decades, said Kakashi. You said Uzumaki, a real Uzumaki? Asked Mr. Takamichi. Surprised? Did you know the Uzumaki clan? Asked Naruto. Actually, I traveled to WHB country quite often since Zio was allied with Konoha. It's a shame what happened to the village. I thought they had all the Uzumakis in that then. But as I see, one must have survived in Konoha. Your parents? Naruto asked Lord Kami. Sorry, I don't know. I'm an orphan. The Okage only told me that Uzumaki was my mother's name, said Naruto. How bad great ninjas the Uzumaki's demons with those seals they created, and damn good with a sword. Also, once I had a guard for my Yuffie ship in the Second Great War. I was a young sailor back then. We were attacked by Kirin Nin. But even the chin sword they had with them didn't have no chance against Zoro Uzumaki. It was one of the most impressive fights I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot, said Mr. Takami. Yes, well, enough of the past. You and I have jobs to do. Kakashi inspected the products yesterday. Everything was in order. Yes, as always, everything we order is top quality. Merrick, how? Kakashi replied. Well, your students are trained to seal things in scrolls. Asked Mr. Takamichi. Are they? By the way, Naruto, we need 3 more scrolls. Check the ones we got at the office from the mission last night. And 3 are too old to be able to safely say they can be used. Kakashi said. No problem, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto offered and pulled out 3 of his 5 empty storage scrolls. Kakashi coordinated where they were going to work, and after an hour, all the boxes and crates were safely sealed, and the scrolls in the genie's backpacks. It was good to see you again, Kakashi. Takami. Yes, he said when Team 7 was ready to leave again. The same way, Merrick. How? I guess we'll do this mission again in the near future. So we'll see you soon, replied Kakashi. Well, maybe next time I can invite you to lunch you. We're very fast with your work. It shows that you trained them. Well, Kakashi said. Mr. Takamichi, thank God, said Kakashi. Goodbye. The three Genin also said. Kakashi led his team out of the village, and once they were outside, they increased their travel speed to slow running speed. They would speed things up once they were out of T count. The Team S arrived at gates of Konoha no choice late in the afternoon. Kakashi searched them and took them to the Oakage Tower to deliver the scrolls and give the brief report. Normally, the team that received the mission would deliver the scrolls directly to the hospital, but with his animosity towards Naruto, he didn't want to give them the chance. When they entered the mission office, Karina and Team 8 were busy with the interrogation team. 8 returned from the D-rank mission to weed Mrs. Yukin's garden. The mission was completed successfully. The garden was clean after 2 hours, Karina said, and handed over the signed mission scroll. M's interpretation will be in the written report. It is well noted. Next, said the Chunin, the team did return from the C-rank mission to receive the delivery from T-Country for the hospital. There were no problems during the mission. We arrived at the T-Country port in about 8 hours. The products are of the usual quality and are sealed in this 20 storage scrolls. 3 of the scrolls of the armory that was provided to my team for the mission was too old to be used safely and was replaced by Naruto Uzumaki from his private inventory. He needs to retrieve them or replace them with new ones after the goods are opened in the hospital. I recommend checking our stored seals, which are older, like the Dark Phoenix storage scrolls. The performance of my students will be my report written, said Kakashi. Why did Team 7 already get a mission from C-rank? Karina and Sensei complained. Kiva, because they received special training, and Kakashi is one of the strongest honing in the village. You will take the C ranks once you master the basic skills for the higher rank missions and have completed the required number of D rank missions, answered Kurenai. What does Kakashi Sensei's strength have to do with the decision? Kurenai Sensei asked Hayata. His stuttering had decreased a lot, even if he still had a long way to go in case if something unplanned happens that is beyond the Genin's abilities. The honing sensei will protect them, and the more inexperienced the team is, the stronger the honing sensei must be to ensure that the team will be safe. Promoted to honing half a year ago, Kakashi has been a honing since he was 13, explained Kurenai. All the Genin were impressed upon hearing and looked at Kakashi in amazement. Even Naruto was very impressed by that. Okay, team, if you can go home, be at the gates tomorrow morning at 6 as usual, he said. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. They said. Team 8 is also fired. The meeting is tomorrow at 8 at our training camp, said Kurenai. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. Team 8 replied. Dark Phoenix. Kurenai asked Kakashi. Once the Gen were outside, the new seal specialist the Oakage has hired to supply seals to the village. The first one died a few weeks ago, and Dark Phoenix replaced him for security reasons. He is only known by the code name, explained Kakashi, so that's the reason for the new seals on the armory and on Jack Kanato's. The Chunin said in the mission office. When I received the scrolls for your mission, Kakashi, I saw that the stocks had been filled and some new variants had been added. Indeed, from what he told me. Okay, Sama. Dark Phoenix, it's really good, Kakashi confirmed. So you met Lord Takami again. How was it? Kurenai asked. Cheerful as always. I told some old stories as we sealed the boxes and drawers, this time from when he had just started sailing on a merchant ship and were entered by the Kiri Ninja in the Second War, said Kakashi. Yes, I remember. When my team received that mission, he was always good at telling stories. Kurenai remembered. That's good. I'm leaving, said Kakashi. I've also planned to meet Anko tonight, said Kurenai. Have fun, said Kakashi, and left with a body. Blinked. Hanzo and the Sandame Oakage sat in the completely sealed office of the Oakage, reviewing the results that had investigation of the art agents. This is more worrying than I thought. I knew you had overlooked quite a few decrees that weren't the best in the village, but even I didn't know there were so many, said Danzo. Me too, and I suspect that I didn't overlook all of them, but that someone who had access to the seal of the cage got them approved secretly, as I didn't review all the decrees that were on my desk in detail. Because I simply didn't have the time, I will allow myself to think that some were approved by me, but many of these here would have stopped me for sure. And if there had been too large of an amount of decrees that were placed on my desk, I would have definitely suspected sooner. The seal is kept in the Oakage office at all times, and the tower is guarded by the Ambu. So either someone within the tower has access or someone copied the seal and slipped the sealed decrees into the outgoing paperwork. The Oakage mused. Danzo nodded. He had thought Sarutobi had gone senile in his old age, but even he would immediately say that those many decrees that were passed in the past 12 years that he was unaware of were impossible. There was more evil in the village than he had thought, and he had wanted to change by becoming Oakage. Myrat has also found a large amount of listening devices throughout the village and has detected for possible spies. They are well hidden, but we now keep them under constant surveillance. We hope to follow the small fish. We identified the larger ones. We also noticed a strange set of seals on the ancient Ukiah district. As far as I know, Jirai will come here next week. He should look at the seal and tell us what it has said, Danzo. Yes. It will be for the best, the Okage agreed. How do you want to proceed with the problem of the merchants who are charging too much tax? Danzo asked. The Rod agents had discovered that more than 60% of the shopkeepers demanded 2% more tax on the goods than the Okage had allowed. With that large number, no one had detected anything. When they finished buying their food, normal people had just assumed that it was delivery costs and such that made them expensive. Well, they will get messages that massive additional tax payments plus a fee for tax evasion will be paid into the people's coffers. They can decide if they want to keep their prices as they are or lower them to the appropriate level. No matter what they do, they will be publicly exposed for their deceptions. I will publish a list of all tax evaders to make it clear that I will not tolerate them. I will also publish a list with the decrees that are annulled from now on. That will take away a good part of the power that the civil council and the rich merchants who bribe them have in the village, and I will make sure that Naruto is out of the village when I do this. I'm relatively sure that they will try to unload their life on him, and there is no way to say what he will do in retaliation, said the Okage. You are not talking about jokes, right? Yusin asked. No, I'm talking about at least broken bones, and at worst massive damage from wind elemental jutsus. Naruto. Already he won't stand for abuse. He's too close to exploding, and he has the skill to back up his threats. The Okage said you shouldn't keep him under surveillance. Then asked Danzo, wanted to know the reason the Okage didn't do it. What do you think Kakashi is doing all day? I'm not an idiot, Danzo. Kakashi is doing damage control before things get out of hand. There's a reason I put him as the sensei of Team S, and it's not Sasuke's potential Sharingan, said the Okage. You came up with a trick interesting. Everyone in the village and outside of it will assume that his main job is to prepare Sasuke Ukiah and train him to use his Sharingan once he awakens, but being one of the village ninjas who always kept Uzumaki safe and who doesn't hate the boy ties Uzumaki closer to the village. The training matches with the 8th and 10th teams have the same intention to get more ties with the village. So in case something happens to you, it's main draw right now. If he feels accepted by his companions, he won't be as tempted to leave the village as he would otherwise be. The effect is increased as all members of the 8th and 10th teams are children of the current heads of their clans, so he will be on good terms with the future Shinobi Council. And it would be fatal for the village to lose the power of the impressive abilities of the Kyuubi Uzumaki to another village. As Kyumo said, Danzo, I see that you haven't become any stupider in your old age. Danzo, the only way Naruto can achieve an easier life in the village is to be accepted by those he will work with in the future. I am absolutely sure that he will be promoted to Chunin after the exams in Konoha. Therefore soon, he will be leading teams of genin on missions. From what I have heard from the senseis for the new teams, there are some really talented this year, some not. Be prepared for when the exams come to Konoha, but the teams will be able to pass the first 2 phases and show the world the power of the new generation of Konoha. And these genin, they represent the most well-known clans that almost all of us have. They are the heirs of the clan, said the Okage. Yes, indeed, an important generation, Danzo agreed. They continued planning how to return the embezzled money to the town coffers. It was Friday, and the 3 Honings have been summoned to their teams for the task of the first team of their bed. Okay, today you're going to demonstrate your ability in teamwork. We have established an obstacle course that you will have to complete as a team. Each team will go through the timed and monitored course. By us, there are certain criteria that we will be looking for, but we will not tell you what they are until the course is cleared by all the teams. We will decide which team will do the course first by draw of matches. The longest match will go first, then the second longest, and the shortest last. Asuma explained. He extended his hand with 3 matches for Kakashi Karina, and they both drew a match and then compared the length. Okay, team 10 goes first, then team 8, and the last team 7, said Karina. Teams 7 and 8 sat down while team 10 walked to the starting line. The course is marked with these markers, Asuma said, showing a round paper the size of a tennis ball. They are in 3 colors, 1 for each team. You have the yellow marker. Team 8 has the blue marker, and Team 7 has the red marker. You must collect all the markers along the course. The obstacles you will have to face will become apparent when you are on the course. We have placed a Chunin on the course that will observe you and take notes of your performances. As we are not objective, they will give the points for this exercise. They have the list to look for. Then, if you see Akakodu again Oyumo Kamuri, you will know that they are part of the test. The genins nodded, and Team 10 prepared to leave when Kakashi gave the signal. They hurried. So how is your new style of Taiju? Yada asked Naruto. It's taking time, but I have a better feeling than before, and Kiba and Shino are great. They help me train all the adapted movements and give me advice on how I think I can improve. Hinata replied shyly. That's great, I'm sure you'll master it. and then you'll be a force to be reckoned with, Naruto replied. Do you really think so? Naruto Hinata asked shyly. Sure, you're a good kunoichi. You just need to realize it and train hard so that your taijutsu style suits you better. And when you have some surprises in your repertoire that no one expects you to have, you'll show them, all said. Naruto, what kind of surprises are you thinking? Naruto asked Shino. Well, all ninjas, especially those from a clan that is known, should have at least one or two surprise moves that can catch an opponent off guard. I mean, take you for example, Shino, you are an Aburame, and how as soon as an opponent finds out and has some information about your clan in general, they will know that you work with your symbiotic bugs. Therefore, they will use attacks that can keep your bugs away from them or that are generally effective against them, like elemental widespread attacks. Or they could, if they have the time and materials, come with bug spray or insect repellent. Now, if you could also use, for example, Kenjutsu, you would have an advantage they didn't expect. I know you bore, thanks to housing the bugs, you have very little chakra that can be used for jutsus outside of your clan's techniques. So honing using a weapon would give you an ace, explained Naruto. That sounds logical. I'll have to think about it. What do you think Hinata Shino could learn, he asked, nodding his head in consensus to HM's suggestion. At least a little ninjutsu to give him ranged attacks. Gentle Fist style is a short-range style, but I think with his great chakra control, he would gain the most advantage with Jinjutsu. He could trap his opponents in a Jinjutsu and then strike quickly, said Naruto. And what about me? Asked KBA, interested. HM, you specialize in a wild style of taijutsu in cooperation with Akamaru that gives you a short and medium range. What is your element? Kiba asked Naruto. Lightning, replied Kiba. Then his first step, once you have mastered the basic chakra control exercises, i.e., doing them instinctively without thinking about it in every situation it could be, incorporating lightning into your style. If you covered your hands in lightning before striking an opponent, the attack would be more devastating. Depending on how well you have learned to control it, you could activate and deactivate it with a simple thought, which meant it would be harder to figure out what you did. I don't think normal weapons would work for you, as it would be difficult included in his normal style. I don't know if it's a crazy idea, but can Akamaru use jutsus? Asked Naruto. Yes. He can. You mean you should learn some jutsus, since no one would expect a dog to use them? Asked Kiba. Yes, and differ from what your clan normally does. I'm not that knowledgeable on how you train your dogs. Just that your combination attacks can be devastating, answered Naruto. Team 8, oh, your turn, Kakashi called out. And they saw that Team 10 had returned. Team 10 received some instructions, and then they left, sat down. How is it? Asked Sakura. I'm sorry, we have orders not to tell you anything, said Shikamaru. We should have waited so long, said Sasuke. So how is the training with the resistance seals? You put them in last week? No, asked Naruto. Yes, we did. They are so troublesome. I feel so slow. Although I don't like the rush. That's ridiculous, Shikamaru replied. I'm sure I know a good way to get you used to them faster, said Naruto. What is that way, Naruto? And I didn't want to know. Don't tell him. It will be even more troublesome, Shikamaru pleaded. Shut up, Shikamaru. I won't be held back by your constant laziness, Ino replied. It's okay. The way you get used to the seals faster is by sending chakra to your muscles. Once you get used to the seals with chakra and can move like before, you reduce the amount of chakra until you don't feel the seals without chakra anymore. And if you want to motivate your teammates to go in more, well, let me tell you that hunting another with summons and such allows them to run faster, Naruto said. Smiling maliciously, sadistically muttered Sakura. Be glad that Kakashi-sensei only lets my clones pepper you with rubber balls during dodging exercises, Naruto answered. What kind of dodging exercises does your team do? Asked Choji. Crazy, Sakura answered. Funny, said Naruto. I can surround all the members of our team with shadow clones and throw rubber balls at them, or in the case of Kakashi-sensei with synth, although I can't use them, poison. Sadly, as I said. Crazy, said Sakura. You sensei participates in your training? Choji asked, surprised. Not only does he participate, does more physical training than even Naruto, but that could have been expected from a former Ambu. We are really getting stronger with him, said Sasuke. Did you learn any new jutsu, Sasuke? And he didn't faint. Not yet. But we learned tricks to better use the ones we already know. Kakashi-sensei told us that we would learn some Hutu once our basic training is over. Should happen by the end of the month, Sasuke replied, glad. At first, he had been upset that Kakashi didn't teach them any new jutsus before he finished his basic training, but once he had experienced what Kakashi considered basic training, he wasn't so angry anymore. He knew he was increasing his body's strength and speed, he was improving his chakra control and reserves, and he learned many important skills for missions. He had discovered practical methods to make transportation easier, how to think like a ninja, and improve your general awareness. Kakashi was strict, fair, but he also had a sense of humor and knew how to train very hard. It was perfect. Approaching Itachi. Team 7, your turn, Kakashi called out. As Team 8 had just crossed the finish line, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto went to the starting line. Karina and gave the signal, and they were off. Naruto took the spot, Sakura in the middle, and Sasuke in the back. Okay, keep your eyes open for the red markers, Naruto said in a professional voice to his two teammates. They knew he had switched to mission mode and would treat him with the utmost professionalism. Sasuke was the first to spot a marker. Naruto had them stop and check for hidden traps. This time there weren't, and Sakura got the job of picking up the marker and putting it in her bag. Naruto suspected this would be graded on teamwork, so they needed to get Sakura involved somehow. They took off again and arrived at the river. In the middle was the next marker. So we have to swim over there now, asked Sakura. Not necessarily. Neither of the members of teams 8 and 10 were wet, and I doubt they know how to walk on water yet. So there has to be another way to do this. Look around for any clues. Naruto ordered. Naruto, there's a kunai lying here with a red dot on the end of the handle, said Sasuke, from the direct bank of the river. I guess then this is a target practice task. Maybe we'll get the score if we hit the red marker, he muttered. Naruto, okay, I'll do the throwing, you cover me. I don't want to be surprised by any nasty ideas Kakashi-sensei has come up with, said Sasuke, and Naruto nodded, pulling out his kunai covering Sasuke. Sasuke aimed and hit perfectly where the kunai had been. He threw another kunai with a marker tied to it. Naruto looked at the kunai fountain and saw Kotetsu waving from a tree. Sakura picked up the kunai and the marker and continued their search. The next marker was hidden in a trap field that they needed to deactivate before getting the marker. Nothing difficult for Naruto. They had to climb a tree to get the next marker from a bird's nest. They let Sakura get it while Naruto and Sasuke defended themselves from the projectiles that Izumo was throwing at them to prevent them from getting their marker. The next part was to cross a thin log over the river. Nothing difficult with the exercise of walking through the trees. The next marker was harder to get. He fell into a trap full of foxes. Hungry Naruto solved the problem by having Sasuke secure his ankles by hanging from the log above the trap and distracting the foxes with a dead rabbit he had in a storage scroll. By the time the foxes finished with the rabbit, Naruto was already awake a long time ago. This obstacle was followed by a tracking track where the genin had to get a marker from under a series of nets. Getting the marker from above would not have worked as the net was made of metal, and at the ends there where they had installed lightning seals that would activate if they tried to cheat on this task. Definitely Kakashi-sensei's idea, and Naruto, being the fastest, got the marker, while Sasuke and Sakura watched Naruto simply transformed into a squirrel to run under the net and get the marker. The next obstacle was to sneak through a part of the forest where 7 beehives had been placed around the marker, and as they needed to cross the part to get to the finish line, everyone needed pass, and they couldn't let one member of the team try it alone. Sakura had to hold back her fear of insects for this part repeatedly. She told herself it would be over soon. Unfortunately, she didn't look for her way. She stumbled and alerted the beehive beside her. Understood, Naruto commented and sprang into action. If one beehive woke up, the others would soon follow. Sasuke, we need to smoke, he ordered. Sasuke nodded and fired a modified version of his fire jutsu. The dried grass beneath the hive was enough to distract them and slow them down, so Naruto made 2 clones, one taking Sakura, the other covering the team himself, ripping the marker from its position and all running as fast as he could towards the finish line. The bees close and behind them. Luckily, there seemed to be a barrier of some sort keeping the bees contained in a certain area. Once they crossed the finish line, the bees stopped and returned to their hives. Asuma took his time and wrote it down on a clipboard. Okay, already you're done, rest. And in the meantime, Kakashi, Karina, and I will take the points that the 3 supervisors gave you in the obstacle course and add them to the time points. He said the 3 genin of the team, if they joined their teammates from the other 2 teams. Do you have the bees angry with you? Shikamaru asked lazily. Yes. Sakura stumbled right next to a beehive and woke them up. We managed to buy some time with Sasuke honey. So, Shikamaru decided to place those cookies around the hives to distract the bees with something better than us, and he snuck away getting the marker. He said with pride, and we have an expo on insects in our team. Shin simply calmed them down with one of his clan's jutsus, and we got the marker easily. He said KBA with pride. What did you think was the hardest obstacle? He asked the others. The trap with the foxes. These beasts were especially wild when Akamaru and I got past the trap. Hinata got some serious scratches from them. He replied, Kiba, for us it was the net. It took us a long time to get the marker out from under it, said Choji. That wasn't a problem for us. I had Akamaru get it. It's small enough to not have any problem with such an obstacle, replied Kiba. How did you solve that obstacle? He asked Team 7. Naruto transformed into a squirrel and got the marker easily. That way, Sasuke, replied Shino, and Shikamaru wondered about that it wasn't the transformation jutsu, just an illusion. Maybe there was an advanced version that Naruto knew with it all. It was possible. Finally, their senseis and the three. Chunin approached them. Okay, we have the grades that Irika Kotet gave you. Juice totally the team. If he got 16 points, the team, or gets to 19 points, and the team 10 to 20 points, the reason for the results will be discussed with your honings in 6 tomorrow, said Kakashi. He was a little disappointed by his team's marks, but he expected them to do even worse with this type of exercise. There had been a big focus on teamwork, and that was definitely a weakness of her team. We already won, Ino cried jubilantly. She didn't expect to win, but obviously there were other criteria besides being fast and doing the task. Sasuke didn't look happy that his team had come in last. He hated losing. He would need to see what Kakashi's report would entail tomorrow. Maybe that last hurdle with the bees had been a disadvantage for them. In the briefing about the test, the team did find out that the reason the other two teams had been ranked higher than them was that the teams 8 and 10 had shown better teamwork and more consideration on how solving the tasks had been a team decision in the team. If Nar Brute had mainly given the orders and the others had followed him, although they had shown some teamwork in certain tasks, such as the fox pit or the bird nest and others, they had not. The bees did not look good in their statistics. Either it had been an exercise in stealth, and they were forced to give up the stealth that had been marked their time. He had been the best of all the teams, but that hadn't been the main focus. But he did increase his points a bit during the following week. They stayed in the village doing training and some D-rank missions since Jiraiya was expected to return any day to evaluate Naruto's skills in sealing, and no one wanted to risk Naruto being on a mission when Jiraiya returned. It happened on Friday. Of course, Jiraiya had already been in the village since Thursday morning, but he had taken the opportunity to do some research. He visited his sense, and on Friday, just before lunch, "Hey, Saratobi-sensei, you miss me," he called out. "Jiro, it's good to see you. How was your trip, though?" Okage asked and sent his ambu and activated his privacy seals. "It was good. Soon I will have enough material for my new book, Ika Violence. You said I had to come back to evaluate a potential seal master. Who is Kakashi?" He leveled up. Asked Jiraiya, "Isn't that Naruto?" "I asked him to supply our armory and the shops of shinobi team in the village under the pseudonym Dark Phoenix." Already Naruto managed to fool everyone even after his academy graduation exams a little over a month ago. He had asthma, tried in disguise, and Naruto is easily honing level overall. The only thing he lacks is experience. All the reports I sent you about Naruto's development can be forgotten. I didn't even know he was that good. I thought that while he had some talent, he didn't use it well enough. But I couldn't really do anything about it with Naruto being a civilian until he graduated. He was under the jurisdiction of the Civil Council, and I had no power to secretly train him unless I had handed him over to Danzo, which I wanted to avoid at all costs," said the Okage __. "It is an impressive feat to reach that level so young, and also keep it a complete secret. How did he get all the training and knowledge? You wrote that you had to switch his class teachers repeatedly to get him some theoretical skills," asked Jiraiya. "Yes, until I placed Irika Umino in that class, who, although Naruto didn't like him, didn't let his personal feelings cloud his professional attitude. Naruto was actively sabotaged. Now we find out that since the teachers couldn't keep him out of class all the time, they didn't teach the whole class properly. When he was present, they focused on topics that, while they may be useful to a ninja, are not vital. Many students failed their gening tests because they didn't get the information that was most important. I have already initiated some changes in the village. The academy is now the responsibility of the Shinobi Council. All ninja are instructed to ignore orders from the Civilian Council, as they are not part of the chain of command, and I have had some Danzo, the Rod agents, help me review the decrees that were passed in the 12 years since Minato's death." The Okage informed his student. "Do you think it was wise to involve Danzo?" asked Jiraiya. "He was informed that I had him in my hand and that I could finish him off easily. But as his robots were useful, I didn't, as Danzo enjoys the idea of becoming Okage through his machinations. He also knows that it's unrealistic to think that he could be Okage long enough, or even be considerate with his state of body, to make a difference in the village," the Okage explained. "So you're cleaning house. It's about time, if I may say. So you let the council get away with too many things," Jiraiya said, sitting down on the office couch. "The only thing he wanted the job to become a traitor to us. I needed to keep the office as long as I could and find a new successor, which I have now. And don't worry, I'm not talking about you. I know you don't want the job," said the Okage. "Oh, that sounds interesting. Who is he?" asked Jiraiya. "Kakashi attacking right now is the Honing Sense and of the Team 7. Formed by Sakura Aruno, the daughter of a civil councilor, Sasuke Yukiya, the last survivor after the massacre committed by Itachi and Naruto Namikaze," said the Okage. "So he knows about his parents and the fox." Jiraiya asked for confirmation. "We assume Jonin level in Genjutsu, But since he is immune to lower-level Jinjutsu, we can't really be sure about it. We need a Jinjutsu specialist to test him. His Fuinjutsu is high class, but the last evaluation he must undo, and he has a solid chunning level in the area of poisons. We give him half a year of missions and training from Kakashi to make Shunin, then half a year of leadership experience with teams under his command for Jonin. He said Okage knows that I'm his godfather, Jiraiya asked. I didn't tell him, and he didn't mention it. I don't know if that information was in Minato's journals or Puzina's at his house. Naruto found it after finding the contents of the box and getting his family's jutsu, sealing the knowledge, and some other things from there. But he didn't move there because it's known that his father lived there. He didn't want to have the villagers after his head more than they already were. You have to see how he reacts to you. If he meets you and does you responsible for his hellish childhood for abandoning him, you'll have to try to work on your relationship. I know he respects you for your sealing skills. And if I explain to him why I couldn't get him out of the village, and he'll probably understand Naruto. He's smart and knows how to weigh arguments against each other. The Okage informed Jiraiya. Okay, so where is it best for him to meet? Naruto Jiraiya asked. And attacking a ninja is a punishable offense, and the ninja in question can retaliate. He told me that if I hadn't been sure that the Sambu would have hunted him down and brought him back shortly after we noticed his disappearance, he would have been gone years ago. Jiraiya already realized that this was really serious. The village would never let their Jinchuriki go, but it wouldn't do Naruto any good if he got into that situation. And if he really was as good as his sensei said, then maybe in a year or two, he might be too strong for any Ambu to catch. Konoha didn't need another Itachi out there. Naruto is also doing solo missions through his clones to earn more money. Mostly our craftsman jobs. His reputation is improving very slowly, but it will take years for the stupid villagers to accept him as Naruto and not the fox. That's time we can't waste. I've given orders to Kakashi to put his team through the grinder. He must strengthen the old bond he had with Naruto. Make sure Sasuke doesn't think he can get stronger outside the village faster than training with Kakashi, and get Sakura or Runo out of her fangirl mentality. That girl is so screwed. If she hadn't been the only one with at least some useful skills in her class, I would have never put her on the team. But that class was really bad at their skills except for the heirs of the clan, and they put together as the next team Ino Shikcho and a follow-up team with Nada Yuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Yuzuka. She reported to Jiraiya. I see. Well then, I guess to evaluate Naruto's skills, it would be better if I met him personally at the training camp 61. Is it free? Asked Jiraiya. Yes, I have reserved it for your use until next Wednesday. Don't screw this up, Jiraiya. The Okage said. Seriously, don't worry. I know I have a lot to make up for with Naruto. The least I can do is help him with his Fuinjutsu and see if he's interested in the Toad contract, replied Jiraiya. The Okage nodded. Also, there is a large unknown seal in the Ukiya district. Please take a look at it after you're done with Naruto's assessment. I will, sensei, said Jiraiya. If something happens, I'll be with Naruto. Jiraiya walked out of the office through the window at the training ground 7. Kakashi had just finished his team's morning training and told them they could have lunch, much to the amazement of Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto had been slower today. That riddle was solved when Kakashi asked if Naruto had increased his resistance seal level and got a positive answer, leading to Sasuke silently fuming that Naruto was advancing even further. While he knew Naruto was better, he hadn't considered in his calculations that Naruto would not stop improving. That led to the realization that Itachi would not have stopped at his previous level either. So in order to kill Itachi, he first needed to get to Naruto's level. He knew he was getting stronger through his training. With Team 7, then a white-haired man landed next to Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't know you had already returned, said Kakashi, greeting the newcomer. Naruto perked up at the name of Jiraiya. Well, sensei told me you had a student to evaluate him in Fuinja, so I came here to take him with me for the rest of the day, if you don't mind, said Jiraiya. No. Okay, I was already informed that you would be doing the evaluation of his level once you get back. By the way, there's a new book coming out soon, Kakashi asked excitedly. Oh, are you still a fan of my great work? Yes, I'm working on a Checha violence right now. It should be ready in a month or two, said Jiraiya. That's great to hear it, Jiraiya-sama. Looking forward to it, Kakashi said. Naruto simply shook his head. The head knew that Jiraiya del Samin was a pervert. His father's diary had told him so, but seeing it in reality was something else. Jiraiya looked at the 3 genin and immediately saw the resemblance that Naruto had to Minato. Although his facial shape was different, he was definitely his father's son. Okay, Naruto, you are going with me. I have booked training camp 60 and 1 for the evaluation of your Fuinjutsu skills, Jiraiya said. Okay, Naruto replied, and stood up. Might as well eat on the way to the camp. Training 61, Jiraiya took Naruto, leaving the rest of Team 7 behind. Kakashi-sensei, "Who is the white-haired man?" asked Sasuke. "That man is the greatest author in the elemental nations, and also the only recognized seal master of Konoha. At the moment, Jiraiya of the S regularly comes to the village to give updates to the OC of his spy network. And while he is here, Eva, I will assess Naruto's level in Fuinjeta," said Kakashi, "is one of the legendary three," Sakura asked in amazement. Why would be interested in Naruto and not Sasuke? She asked. Kakashi sighed. He had hoped to get further by getting Sakura out of her adoration of Sasuke. "I told you why Naruto is skilled in Fuinjutsu, while Sasuke isn't," answered Kakashi. There were more reasons, but he didn't tell them to his team Sasuke. Although he was irritated that Naruto caught the attention of one of the cell, he didn't know that with the area Jiraiya excelled in, he didn't have the opportunity to get attention. And to be honest, he wasn't interested in learning either Fuinjutsu. Sure, it was useful to have the seals to use on missions, but he didn't want to invest the time it took to learn the art. After all, he couldn't use it while fighting Itachi. So he preferred to work on getting stronger. Jiraiya already took Naruto to the isolated training camp. "Okay, I think some introductions are in order. I'm Jiro Wise Yokon Sak, courted by women, incredibly famous author, an amazing ninja." Jiraiya showed off by showing an embarrassing dance with some toads that he had summoned. "Not forgetting super perverted dad sensei. And supposedly my godfather," added Naruto. Looking at the man, Jiraiya already became serious. "So I wasn't sure about Shinado and Kusina. They wrote it in their diaries." Jiraiya admitted, "The only question I have is why did you never take care of me? When I read that you were my godfather, I was so angry. My whole childhood, I could have had someone who was there for me, help me throughout my life, and stop the assholes in the village, especially the Uchiha clan. For me, they would strike every chance they got. I had exactly 2 suitable protectors, 2 Ambu of the many, who were under the command of Okage Dog and Weasel Kakashi Yachi. And they couldn't be there all the time because they had other missions too. I know you couldn't have given up your spy network or taken me with you. I would have been a hindrance as a helpless child during your travels, but why the hell didn't you even visit me when you were in the village?" Naruto yelled at the end. "You know what it would have meant to me if I would have known that there was at least one adult who cared about me, who would have put me through a few hours of training." Naruto asked angrily. "You have every reason to be angry with me. I won't deny that I made mistakes. I had thought about taking care of you, but like you said, it was too dangerous for you. And me, I have too many enemies of my own to take a small child with me on my travels, and if you had been with me, I would have put 2 and 2 together and known that you were Minato's son, so that I trusted Sensei to keep you safe until you were old enough for me to train you. You probably don't know this, but in the 12 years of your life, I stopped 39 assassination attempts from the outside that were targeting you. Every big town hears rumors, and you're a constant topic of the merchant caravan. They talk about that cute blonde boy with blue eyes who's so brave and stands on his own 2 feet, who lives in Konoha. You're right. I could have tried to be there for you when I was in the village, and I tried, but you must realize that I took a huge emotional wound when your father died fighting the Kyuubi. It was not your connection to Kyuubi that kept me going, it was your appearance. You look too much like me, Minato. I have no children of my own." Naruto, in the Second Great Zuna War we were fighting at the time, had developed a chemical agent that prevented those who were contaminated by it from having children. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and I as a Sannin were the prime targets, for they also tried to catch the White Fang. Sakumo attacked Kakashi's father, but he could. All of us were contaminated by that chemical. It was a hard blow, especially for Tsunade. Orochimaru developed a vaccine against it eventually, but for us it was too late. I couldn't stand to see you as your father tore at the wound I thought had healed over and over again. So I decided that since I couldn't be in the village to help you, I would take care of giving you a stipend, so you wouldn't have to rely on the orphan fund. Plus, I left scrolls for you in your apartment when I was in the village, one on fishing techniques after learning about the shopkeeper's behavior, one on farming, and some on basic training techniques that I thought would help you. I took out everyone that was sent to eliminate you from any village, and kept an eye on Orochimaru to make sure he never found out about your existence while your clans didn't have a bloodline. Exactly. The Uzumaki clan had a special bloodline chakra, a reason why Kimo once tried to kidnap your mother. Kuzuna, your clan was known for their longevity, and a child with Namek Uzumaki and Senja blood would have been irresistible to him. I'm so sorry for what you had to go through, but I did what I could in my own pain. Jiraiya said. Naruto pondered the answer. He knew Jiraiya was completely honest. He had seen in his eyes that he meant business, and the money he received from Lokage every week in person. After at first someone had tried to steal his money, it had been what had helped him through the hardest times. He remembered finding those scrolls when he was 7. It had been the beginning of his shapeshifting. He had discovered a way where he wouldn't have to rely on the village to survive. While his godfather hadn't done his best, he hadn't completely left him to fight either. He had just done what he had to admit. He couldn't really understand the wounds he let someone lose, but he knew some people had more trouble dealing with it than others. It's okay, though I can't say it, I'm happy about it, I understand it a little, and at least you try to help me, that's more than most others, and those scrolls really saved lives. They caught me regardless of what supplies I could buy in the village. Not knowing how to hunt fish and grow vegetables properly, I'd probably still be living off of ramen. Naruto shuddered. I suggest we start from the bottom. I'll give you a chance to get to know me and teach me what you want to try to keep an open mind about yourself and not walk away on principle. Dawn. However, don't expect me to trust you. I've had too many bad experiences, said Naruto. Jiraiya nodded. It was more than he expected. Okay, now that the air is clear, I think we need to do an assessment of your Fuinjutsu skills, Saruto Bance. And he said that you believe yourself to be at a seal master level. How did you come to that impression? Jiraiya asked. I've read everything, all the books on sealing that I was able to find in Konoha, mostly written by uncle, by dad. On top of that, I studied the Uzumaki scrolls that mom had. You said the level of seal master was represented by the person trying to get there having to have a complete understanding of all the intricacies of Fuinjutsu, being able to quickly draw the commonly known seals, modify them to their needs. And in the end, once they were able to adjust the existing seals, they created their own. Well, I followed all the steps that the books and scrolls described. Once I learned the basics, I found Fuinjutsu to be an art that came easy to me. It made sense to me how it worked. So adjusting the seals wasn't that hard. Masses of shadow clones that could test them out for me. I designed a few variations of explosive seals, my favorite being a trap version that shoots out poison summons in which you activate them for storage seals and chakra suppression seals. Then I started creating my own seals. I read in one of the scrolls I found in my hideout about elemental jutsus, and that only honing level ninja used them. So, with my problem with the villagers being out for my life, I decided I needed to learn elemental jutsu. Figuring out my main element was tricky. In the end, I cut up a chakra paper. While cleaning the armory as punishment for a prank, I developed a storage seal for elemental chakra. Once I was able to use my wind element, once I figured I could use more elements that could be useful, but after training the water element, which is my secondary, I started thinking about what techniques could become really problematic for me. Fire was not a big problem with the water element, as my secondary lightning is weak against wind, so only earth was left. I would need a very powerful wind jutsu to really have the advantage against an earth user, but if I needed a large amount of chakra, lightning would still be a viable option. I also have a few other designs, some of which I wanted to discuss with you, as I'm not entirely sure of some arrangements. Naruto told Jiraiya. Jiraiya was really impressed by what he heard. Many had tried to find a converter seal that worked, but had given up considering the amount of tweaking it required. If Naruto had found a way, it would indeed give one mastery of the side, but he would wait until the end to judge his godson's level. It was late at night when Jiraiya invited Naruto to eat at one of the Akimichi's restaurants, assured his godson that with him there no one would dare to be rude, and that the specific restaurant they were heading to was run by his former student. Akimichi had been injured in the Third Ninja War and had been unable to continue as a ninja, so he had taken the second profession that the Akimichis were famous for and opened a restaurant. It was going very well. While some people looked at Naruto entering the restaurant, many knew who he was with, and no one wanted to anger him. Asami, Jiraiya, and Naruto were greeted personally by the owner, who looked at Naruto in shock, then at Jiraiya, then back to Naruto, and muttered something about being blind. And he should have seen it. Keep it to yourself, Jiraiya said in warning. Of course, Jiraiya-sensei. But why didn't they tell anyone? IW asked. Orochimaru. Kumo. Pick one, said Jiraiya. I see. Well, what would you like to eat? Yorubo asked, changing the subject. Pick whatever you want, I'll pay, said Jiraiya. After all, we have something to celebrate. Thank you, Jiraiya, said Naruto, and looked at the menu. I would like to have the small variations of sushi. As an appetizer, the grilled seafood platter with vegetables and rice as a main dish, and the seasonal salad with yogurt and herb dressing. And I would like to drink you green, said Naruto. I will have the snack variations. As an appetizer, the sweet and sour roast pork. As a main dish with sweet potatoes and rice. I would also like a bottle to serve with 2 cups, said Jiraiya. You are already trying to corrupt him, Jiraiya-sensei asked Udo, writing down the orders. Hey, he's a ninja, old enough to kill, old enough to drink, and I think it would be good if he got some practice before I introduce him to Gamma Buddy, said Jiraiya, making Naruto perk up. Are you going to let me sign the Toad contract? He asked, surprised. In fact, you've shown that you're more than ready to become the next Toad summoner. Like I told you, I have no children to whom I can pass the contract, so I have to turn to my students, and having been your father my student, and the last summoner, I think it's okay if Tomas the command, Jiraiya said, smiling, kept his voice low, so as not to give the information to others. Naruto couldn't help but smile happily. The summoning contracts were really rare. The fact that Konoha had so many was one of the reasons why it was seen as the most powerful village Konoha had. As far as Naruto knew, the monkey contract with the Sarutobi clan, the dog contract with the Attack clan, the turtle contract with the Mato clan, the crow contract with the Ukiya clan, and then the three Sannin contracts: Tsunade's slug contract, Orochimaru's snake contract that Mitarashi had also signed, and Jiraiya's toad contract. Udo went to the kitchen to prepare the two dishes and warned his staff to treat Naruto Uzumaki properly every time he came to the restaurant. He was to be treated like any other guest, none of the nonsense about him being a demon or that they could look for new jobs. His warning seemed to work. Naruto and Jiraiya took their appetizer 15 minutes later, and Jiraiya already served it. He took a sip from his bottle. "In both cups, good for your mastery." In Fuinjaharan said Jiraiya. "Thanks, Jiraiya," Naruto replied, and they both drank the sip. Naruto was coughing after that. Jiraiya laughed. "You should be a little careful at first. Try to sip it instead of drinking it all at once," he warned. Naruto glared at him, but followed the advice. It was Saturday afternoon. Jiraiya was already in the old Ukiya district, checking out the seal he had found. Rotel was frowning. This didn't look like any standard seal. He knew if he channeled some chakra into the seal and watched where the chakra was going, he didn't like the result at all. He would need help with this. He turned to Lambu, who was there as a fast messenger to Lokage in case it was needed. "Raikon, go to Okage and tell him I need support here. Tell him I need Kakashi and Dark Phoenix for this," Jiraiya said. The Amba nodded and disappeared in a body blink. 30 minutes after Jiraiya asked, "Help Kakashi, Dark Phoenix?" and the Okage were at his side. "What's the problem?" Jira asked the Okage. "We have a level for seal that is somewhat different from what I've seen so far, and it directs chakra throughout the Ukiya district. I only pushed a small amount into the seal, but this is really worrying. I wanted to have Kakashi and Dark Phoenix here to see what they think and neutralize that seal eventually." Jiraiya said, "I think it would be best if you showed us the seal when it's fed with a little chakra," said Kakashi. Jiraiya nodded and repeated his previous test. Naruto seemed surprised by the array he saw. Be the Ukiya were really bastards. Installing something like that in their district would probably go through the entire village. Naruto yelled in disgust. "You know this, Dark Phoenix?" the Okage asked in surprise. Although Jiraiya had confirmed that Naruto was indeed a seal master, he didn't think the boy could identify seals that Jiraiya didn't know. "Kakashi, please check the seal with your Sharingan. If there are parts here in the district that we can see with our normal eyes." Naruto turned to the Honi. Kakashi nodded and pulled up his headband, only for both of his eyes to widen in shock. "There are seals all over the district. Most originate from this seal, but some seem to be their own system. Wait a moment, and then I will prepare it for you," said Kakashi. Soon took a piece of paper and began to draw what he had seen. "There are two types of arrays that originate from the seal here in the district. I see mainly the second type. Only a few houses have the first type. It is repeated throughout the district. This is the other matrix," he said, pointing at the two matrices he had seen. "The second is a very complex secret seal used to hide an important location." "Sensei, didn't you say you couldn't find many scrolls when you cleared the Ukiya district after the massacre?" Jiraiya asked. "Yes. Although we found some scrolls and weapons, it was not the number we expected in the Ukiya district for a clan that had copied jutsus for generations. There just wasn't enough material, and Sasuke didn't have any either. He had some scrolls on Sharingan techniques and fire jutsus. We searched for a long time for the library we suspected here, but we could never find it," the Okage confirmed. "Well, I guess you needed to look with a Sharingan from a certain position. The second array probably hides the library you couldn't find. I've seen that seal being used for places like that before." Dark Fix, while he has only a vague idea about the first array, seems to be, "You know what it is?" Jiraiya turned to Naruto. "It is a parasitic seal, consists of a main seal, which is the one you were called to review, and many other subparts. Those are the ones Kakashi found with his Sharingan. I think from what I saw, the subparts not only spread throughout the district, but throughout the village. When Jiraiya-sama activated the seal, we saw the connected parts spread across the district gate. This seal works like a chakra leech. The great seal here is the receiver, and the smaller ones are the senders or sub-receivers. From what Kakashi said here, are mostly underreporting. It would have been activated at full power. The Ukiya could have sucked the chakra from the people in the village, leaving them defenseless and taking control. I guess now I know why the massacre happened," said Naruto angrily. Both Jiraiya and the Okage seemed surprised. Kakashi seemed resigned to having dodged a threat like this. The Okage now had the irrefutable confirmation that his decision to sign the annihilation order had been the correct, although they still didn't know why they had killed all the little children. Should have been exempt from the massacre, but even Itachi didn't know what had happened to them. He had first eliminated the leaders of the revolt, and then all the adults or teenagers who had activated the eye and were involved in the conspiracy, which unfortunately had been the majority of the clan members. Can this seal be used? Dark Fix asked the Okage. If it is completely viable, and with its size and the amount of connected sub-seals, it will take some time to deactivate, especially since it seems they created it so that only those with the Sharingan could see the seals. Otherwise, the Yuga would have already found the seals with his Byakugan. We need to find them all and deactivate them, said Naruto. The Okage nodded. That would be a very time-consuming task. I think I should first map out the seals that are scattered around the village with my Sharingan. That way we can see if there is a way for others to take care of it. Of the seals once were there, said Kakashi. Yes, that will be the first thing you should do. How many shadow clones can you make and still use the Sharingan? Asked the Okage. I think 2. If I'm fully rested, Kakashi pondered. 10, said Naruto, and held out some seals. These are some powerful storage seals. I tested them with my own shadow clones. In each seal, there is enough chakra stored to last 5 hours under normal training conditions, i.e. learn some new jutsus. By my calculations, you should be able to have 10 clones running with one Sharingan activated for 3 hours, as the Sharingan has a slightly higher drain than constant jutsu training. For you place the first seal on yourself to have the chakra to produce the clones. The others you place on the clones as long as they are not hit by anyone. The seals keep them running until the stored chakra is depleted. The others looked at Naruto in amazement. That system works for everyone, or do you have to adjust it for each person? Jiraiya asked, impressed. Analyzing the seal. No, those are universal. It's just a normal chakra storage seal that I modified a bit so I could give power to a person or shadow clone. My original idea for them was to use them to treat chakra depletion in a fight. Give a boost to someone who is down so they can get out of there without losing def. And unlike soldier pills, those seals don't have any negative effects after, like receiving all the amount of exhaustion in one major hit. After exhausting, if someone stores their own chakra, there is absolutely no effect. If you use someone else's chakra, it might be that the recipient feels a little strange, maybe a little drunk, but I couldn't test that aspect. Yet Naruto admitted. Amazing. Alok said that would be a powerful one to have in a fight. How long does it need to be on? He asked. For a normal ninja with average chakra reserves, I'm guessing it could be drawn out during a night's sleep. A seal requires about the same amount of chakra as 2 A-ranked jutsus. Of course, you can also power up the seals with more chakra output in a shorter time. I think the overnight method is the easiest, and the one powering the seals won't even notice the drain when they wake up. Naruto said, I see. Well, I want you to make thousands of those seals for our Dark Phoenix Armory. Those seals will be classified as level 3. By the way, how often can they be used? The Okage asked. They should normally last between 10 and 15 uses. They're a prototype. I'm working on making them last for 20 uses. It's impossible for them to last longer since the chakra conductive properties of the ink can't handle more, as these seals constantly give out and take a lot of chakra. By their nature, wear and tear makes them less effective over time. Naruto replied, still, that's remarkable. I see your mastery of Fuinjutsu was well-deserved. Okay, Kakashi. Get to work. We need to figure out the whole dimension of this conspiracy. Dark Fix. Jiraiya, come with me to my office. We need to discuss something. The Okage ordered. Yes, Okage. Kakashi and Naruto said. As Jiraiya replied, yes, Sensei. Kakashi placed the first seal and felt amazing at the amount of chakra he had available. He made the 10 shadow clones easily, and then placed Naruto's chakra storage seals on them. He and the shadow clones took off with the intention of searching the village for the parasitic seals. The Okage sent his Ambu out of his office, and Jiraiya installed his strongest privacy seals. Once this was done, Naruto put on his hood and the mask on the lower part of his face. He had a suspicion what this conversation was about. Okay, Naruto, I would like to know how you were able to identify the seal so easily, asked the Okage. Okay. Well, it was double the base of the seal, is described in some of the scrolls and books I found in my parents' house. As you know, the Uzumaki clan was famous for their skills in Fuinjutsu. The seal was used originally to hold prisoners in Nuso. I guess that's why the Ukiya had that seal. After all, they were in charge of the military police. The intention is to keep the prisoners weak in order to control them more easily. You have a seal that takes away a prisoner's chakra, and a receiver. The stored chakra was mainly used to power the village's electrical system. Although the Ukiya seal was modified, they first made it so that only everyone could see the master receiver seal, and second place the sub-receiver seals, and added to their own reserves temporarily. But with the likely use of jutsus, that would have been easy to balance. The reason no one thought of using the receiver seals like that is it would overload the system and damage a person's chakra network. They have made the sub-receiver locations similar to a device that turns on batteries. The Uchi are the batteries. You can imagine what would have happened if the seals had been activated. The rest of the village would have been too weak to resist, and the Ukiya could have replenished their reserves in their district. Naruto explained. Okay, that is indeed very worrying, but you did not explain your second source of information. I know a little about the Uzumaki seals of Kusina. That is why I recognized all the similarity in style. But how could you identify the other parts? Asked Jiraiya. Naruto's side, that is to keep his knowledge a secret. But it was a matter of security of the village. If someone used the seals against him, it would be catastrophic. The night after the Ukiya massacre, when all the ninja were chasing Itachi, I snuck into the Ukiya compound and collected as many scrolls as I could. I also took some weapons I could in a large sack. Two of the scrolls I found described the seal, said Naruto. And you didn't tell me that before. Why? The Okage asked sternly. Because I thought it was my fucking right to atone for what those bastards did to me until Itachi killed them all. When I heard the Ukiya had been massacred, I felt like they were having a party instead of the general mourning that the village did. Out of 100 attacks against me, 98 were made by those bastards Uchis and Mai. Itachi is a hero with what we discovered today. I am only supported in that. Easy for him. The village would have fallen into the hands of the Ukiya, and I would be dead. I would have found a way to escape, or I would be a meaningless weapon under his command. Naruto responded, looking at them. Challenges to contradict him. Both men were shocked by the blatant hatred Naruto showed when talking about Ukiya, but the Okage could understand that. Thanks to them messing things up all the time, he hadn't been able to properly protect Naruto. The Uchiha had had too much influence, and all the captured culprits hadn't really been punished since the responsibility fell on the military police. I understand that you have any other important information that I should be informed of? The Okage asked. Besides, I know all the weaknesses in the village's defenses. Naruto asked, surprising the two older men. Again, but how did Jiraiya ask? Being a prankster and playing pranks on the village served two purposes for me. One, it helped me vent aggression and kept me from going on a killing spree, and on the other hand, I trained my skills in stealth trap, setting, infiltration, assassination, and information gathering. I know my only real chance of rising in the ranks is to be better than everyone else, while the other genin in my year are starting to see me as more of an idiot prankster. Now most of the village is so entrenched in their beliefs that it would take several large-scale actions on my part to change their minds about me. So I decided that I would train myself so that I could become a ghost. I know that infiltration and assassination experts are rare. I thought that might be the niche I could fit into, especially since it seems to be something my ancestors were famous for, said Naruto. Yes, the Namikaze were once known as the most feared assassins in the ninja world, although from what I saw of your abilities so far, I wouldn't have assumed that would be the area I wanted to work in. The Okage asked. I tried to improve my skills in almost all areas of shinobi skills, but I definitely have the mind of an infiltration and assassination specialist. I have been forced to act from the shadows for years to not be killed in this __ village. Over the years, my personality started to think that way. You know how often I thought about how easy it would be to kill some of the more pesky civilian counselors while they were sleeping and blame it on rot, asked Naruto. You know about rot? Asked the Okage in surprise. Sure I do. I know most of what they're about. I know their location, their training methods, how much of an idiot Danzo is, some of their members, and what kind of business Danzo is involved in. But since they're not really a problem, as long as you can keep Danzo under control, I think they could be put to good use in the village. And I think you're already doing that. If their increased presence in the village over the past few weeks is any indication, said Naruto, it will be a slap in the face to Danzo that someone noticed that his ninja are spying on him. Jiri already chuckled. What do you mean Danzo is an idiot? The Okage asked. The guy is stuck in the past, although he is still a powerful shinobi. Playing the cripple is more of a deception than anything else. He is as old as you are, and his reserves are dwindling. It is completely unrealistic to think that he could ever be a good Kahon. The guy has so much information on the situation in the elemental nations that he could have made Konoha the undisputed champion long ago. Claims that he wants Konoha to be the strongest village but does not give it his full capabilities. I think I should talk to him at some point, Naruto muttered. Do you really think you could change his behavior? Asked Jiraiya doubtfully. I am the great-grandson of the man I admired more than anyone else, and I look quite a bit like him. Too, my great-grandfather was the one who combined the cunning of a high-class assassin and the power of a combat ninja. He was the one who founded Rot and put Danzo in charge. And you really don't think Danzo doesn't know who I am? Naruto asked. Both Jiraiya and the Okage had to admit that it was almost impossible for Danzo not to know about Naruto's heritage. That's why it looked too much like Minato, and Danzo knew about Minato's heritage. Still, if you get close to him, be careful, Naruto. Danzo is not someone you want to underestimate. The cage, I know, but the same is true for me. Naruto smiled. I can be 1 or 3,000. I can be everything. I want to be a plant, a mouse, a giant. Don't me matter, he'll see what kind of threat I pose if he goes too far, and since I have no real ties to the village or anyone he can go after, well, he can't blackmail me. Both Cage and Jiraiya were worried by that last statement, but it was true nonetheless. The only one Naruto had any kind of attachment to was the Hokage himself, and maybe a little to Kakashi, but both were strong enough to take care of themselves, and having Naruto's potential singled out like that could be more than a little unsettling. It only led to them how much they needed to keep the blonde in the village. The next morning, a Naruto clone in his Dark Phoenix disguise brought to the first room the chakra storage seals that the Hokage had ordered. These seals were difficult to make and took a lot of Naruto's energy, which meant he couldn't mass-produce them like the easier ones, meaning he didn't have the reserves to use thousands of shadow clones like normal with these seals. He could have 250 clones making a seal every night, while not he lit the seals except for the very basic level that was needed to store the chakra in the seal. It was still tiring him. So once a clone had drawn and lit a seal, he dissipated from being out of chakra. He handed the stack of seals to the cashier, who wrote down the amount of money to be transferred to Naruto's account. Luckily, the bank was under the control of the Hokage, and the accounts were only kept with numbers for anyone who didn't have the authorization, meaning only the bank manager, the Hokage, and the respective account holder could connect a number to a man. Therefore, no one would wonder how a genin made so much money on a regular basis, because selling so many new seals to the village earned Naruto a good amount of cash. He had easily paid for his new cloak, which he was working on in preparation to use for flying. Shortly after the formalities were completed, the clone dissipated and informed Naruto of the successful transaction. For the week, Team 7 remained in the village, mainly for training and some D-rank missions, which was because Kakashi had to find all the seals that the Uchiha clan had hidden in the village. All the members of Team 7 noticed that Naruto was colder to his teammates than even before, but still kept everything professional. But Sakura obviously didn't learn to read her teammate Naruto's mood. "Why are you acting like this?" she accused him. "How did you ask not to interrupt her training exercise of doing pull-ups in a branch, as if you were better than us, and not even worth talking to?" she replied, looking at him. "That could be, because that's exactly how I see it. I could make it a lot worse, but that would disrupt the functionality of this team," said Naruto, still not stopping. "How dare you say that Sasuke was the rookie of the year? You were the last one dead. You could never measure up to him," she yelled. "Didn't he show you the last month and a half that the academy rating was garbage? If he wanted, he could have been the rookie of the year, but what would that bring me? Recognition and respect. The village is so screwed up in their minds that they would deny anything I did, even if there was no doubt about it. They have put Sasuke on a pedestal, not caring that he is nothing special in their clan, and what good did it do him to inflate his ego so much that he lost a sense of reality? It hindered his growth instead of promoting it. And you don't even let me talk about your failures. You were physically one of the weakest members of our class. The only one who you actually learned at the academy was the theory, nothing remarkably useful in the field, jutsu. Although the forms are consistent, it is too weak because it lacks power in any kick or punch, and it gets tired too soon. You didn't train more than what the instructors made us do during the practical lessons at the academy. The other time you spent stalking Emo and fantasizing about how to rape him. And what if we meet a missing mean on a mission? What separates our team? Talk to him with the knowledge about the elemental nations and show her how to make a nice bouquet of flowers. Those are complementary skills for a ninja. We make our money as thieves, assassins, and soldiers. There is nothing romantic in our profession. Once we are out of the learning phase under our honings, and we will face other ninjas who will not hesitate to kill us if their mission orders it, or you are good enough to survive, or you die. Nothing else, said Naruto. Without stopping doing his exercise, Kakashi hated how the state of cheer on his team, but he couldn't really do anything about it before he managed to snap Sakura out of her fangirl mentality and get Sasuke knocked off his pedestal of believing he was better than everyone else. At least the raven-haired boy had finally realized that Naruto was stronger than him. It was obvious in every team training session, and since Naruto managed to keep his cool around Sakura and Sasuke and didn't let himself be tempted to physically beat them up a bit, he didn't see any reason to interfere. He was doing his own exercises. He was busy better. And his Raikiri, if he was going to become Hokage, he needed to have some extra firepower in his arsenal. So far, he had increased the range of the attack. Seeing Naruto improve by leaps and bounds had also motivated him to improve. He had to admit he had relied too much on the death gift. The Sharingan had an appeal to make people lazy. It was easy to learn new jutsus so there wasn't as much work involved as there normally would have been, but they hadn't called him a prodigy in vain. He had made Jining at only 5 years old and Chunin at 6 that was. Even faster than Itachi Chia at 13, had become Honing. He was the son of the famous Fan. He was the copy ninja, the man who had copied more than one jutsu, so it was time for him to go back to supporting his reputation. Whenever he didn't have to train his team or observe missions, he was working on mastering all the jutsus he had copied and was writing them down for the Okage library. Through a shadow clone with the chakra seals that Naruto had created could keep a clone running for 8 hours without using the Sharingan. That was more than enough time to write down his knowledge. Once the seals were found in the village, he would use the shadow clones to train like Naruto did, although he could only do it on a smaller scale. The seals allowed him to get a good effect. After all, he just needed to master the jutsus he already knew. He saw Sakura's mouth agape at the lesson Naruto had given her, and furious because neither Sense nor Sasuke were defending her. Sakura goes back to her own exercises. Kakashi reminded her Sakura looked ready to explode, but she didn't dare ignore a direct order from her Sense and started running through the training ground as fast as she could. Team 7 was in the Lokage office ready for a new mission. Kakashi had finished mapping the locations of the seals, and while he was out with his team, Jiraiya Yambu were trying to deactivate the seals on the more troublesome places like the Okage Tower, the Ninja Academy, the Amba headquarters, and the guard area of the Shinobi prison team. "Yeah, ready for AC rank mission," said Kakashi, surprising Irika, who was doing his duty in the mission office today. "AC rank, aren't they a little inexperienced for that?" asked Irika. "That's not the first, Irika. We already did one. And just because I had another important mission that kept me inside the village, we didn't do another one yet," said Kakashi. Irika was surprised. He wouldn't have thought that Team 7 would already be at rank C. Normally a team kept doing ranks for at least 4 to 6 months before a sensei decided they were ready for higher rank missions. But if the rumors he had heard were true, Naruto was much better than he had shown at the academy, and Kakashi was putting his team through some tough training. "Okay, Kakashi, I think I have something appropriate for you. We have a simple escort and protection mission to Wave Country. The client is a bridge builder named Tizuna, who wants you to escort him back and protect him from bandits and such until he finishes his bridge," said the Okage. "Mission accepted, Okage-sama," said Kakashi. "Very well, send Tizuna," said the Okage loudly. An old man with a straw hat holding a bottle that obviously contained alcohol was standing in the doorway. "Those kids are the protection I get. I paid for real ninjas to protect me, not those scumbags," protested. Naruto was in front of him before Tizuna realized that he had left his position. "It's funny you should say that. I know for a fact that this jet could cut your jugular vein before you even notice me," he said, smirking, causing Tizuna to gulp in fear. "Mama, Naruto, don't scare the customer," said Kakashi. "No, you're funny, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto pouted in mockery and instantly returned to his previous position again. Without Tizuna being able to see anything, "You have nothing to fear, Tizuna. I'm a Honing, and those 3 are some of the best ninjas we have in the village. We are more than enough to deal with a few bandits," Kakashi assured Tizuna. Naruto saw a slight tension in Tizuna. When Kakashi mentioned the bandits, there was something else. He probably needed to pay a little visit to the Rot base if he had time before he left. "When are we leaving?" he asked. "So tomorrow at 7 at the main gate," answered Kakashi. Naruto nodded and left the room. In a blink, Tizuna looked at the spot where the blonde had been a moment before he really should have waited. Something like a ninja. After all, people told the most incredible things about them. Naruto reappeared in the forest near the entrance of the Rot base. He made 5 shadow clones that he transformed into forest animals and transformed himself into a mouse. Then he sent a clone that had not transformed openly into the base. He stayed in the shadows following his clone without being detected. It was time to have a little conversation with Danzo. The non-transformed clone took 10 minutes to reach the area where the Rot base was. He split into several areas. Once he was in the middle of the platform, he was stopped by 4 Rot ninjas with blank white masks who held him in position with kunai and in 4 vital areas. "I want to talk to Danzo. Would any of you mind calling him?" said the clone calmly, not caring that he was threatened. One of the 4 holding him gave a signal that Naruto and his clone thought was the order to another ninja in the shadows. 5 minutes later, Danzo came out. "I'm interested. Why would you come here, Uzumaki?" "And more me, I would like to know how you knew about this place," asked Danzo. "I have known this place for 4 years, and I know what this place is, the headquarters of your small Uro subdivision that should have been dissolved, but I also know that the old man simply turned a blind eye because you were useful to the village. By the way, I am only a shadow clone, so I advise you to keep your ninjas tied up before they blow me up, and I can't give you the message that they sent me here to give you," said the clone, still keeping an emotionless face. Danzo he made a signal to the 4 of them which made them back off a bit, keeping the clone under control. Okay, well, I guess you want to know the reason for my visit. The reason is twofold. My original wants to know if you have anything on the political situation in Wave Country, because our new client is acting a bit suspicious. The second one is offering a mutually beneficial alliance. I know you tried to get me into your unit since the day QB was sealed in me, while I have no interest in becoming a weapon. Nonsense. I also know that with the public opinion of me, there will be hard times before I can live a half-peaceful life in the village. And I also know that Itachi Ukiya killed the Ukiya clan on your orders. Naruto revealed Danzo's. I narrowed. This boy knew too much in his opinion, but an alliance with him could prove useful. The boy was at the level of honing, and that at 12 he just needed experience, which wouldn't be a problem with the way Kakashi trained his team. The boy would reach the rank he deserved in an intriguing year. You actually don't sound like you care that the Ukiya clan is dead, said Danzo. I don't care in the slightest. They were power-hungry bastards who would have risked a civil war in Konoha just to gain power. And my personal history with them is nothing I care to remember. Either they tried to usurp the Elder's power, they found out before they could attack, they paid the price. I know you've faced threats to Konoha for decades from the shadows. As well, I know you have ambitions to get the Okage hat. Well, I have to say that it is an illusion of yours. The dime, I would never name you, while I have other suitable options. And that Sharingan that you have of Shirsuchiya will not really help you. Yuga, you are arrested, said Naruto. Danzo seemed to want to attack, but Naruto only raised his hand. You have a nerve. Do not worry. I did not tell the old man about that little secret. Although I did not hate Shursui as much as other Uchas, I did not like him either. If you like the desecration of corpses, they are your problem, not mine. Not my interest is gaining power in this village will be much easier after I cut loose in the Chunin exam. For now, there are only rumors that I held back in the academy after the exams. Sakura seemed immensely relieved that Kakashi was still alive. Naruto had to recover for a moment. While he had killed animals before without problems, killing a human was still different. He knew it was kill or be killed in this world. But the first death, still it was difficult. With luck, she could take down the bully. Sakura looked at the corpse at Naruto's feet in horror. Sasuke looked indifferent. After all, he had seen others die before. Good job, everyone. That was a perfectly executed reaction to an ambush. Naruto, are you okay? Kakashi asked, worried. I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei. Just give me a minute to get it straight in my head, Naruto asked, trying to calm his feelings. Talking about killing was definitely easier than doing the deed, but if he wanted to become a good ninja, would have to do it again, and if a bunch of thugs were waiting for him that he would have to kill to free the country. Kakashi nodded towards Naruto, resolving to talk to him later about his obviously first death, and then turned to Tazuna. You didn't tell us that the ninjas were after you. You only informed us about bandits and such things. He confronted Tazuna. I don't know what you're talking about. Tazuna tried to evade. Oh, that's easy. I knew about this ambush 20 minutes before it happened. Because of Naruto, his clone scouts had informed him about two ninja hiding in a puddle on our way. I was impaled with a log when they attacked, and I let my team handle things for two reasons. First, I wanted to see how my team handled a situation like this. And second, I wanted to know their target. Were they after one of us or after you? Those ninjas try to get to you from the beginning. So I want a really good explanation for this. I will take my team back to Konoha with you. Lying about the scope of the mission, he broke the contract he made with Konoha. Kakashi informed Tazuna. Okay, there's a super dangerous man after my life. You've probably heard of him. His name is Gato. Tazuna. He confessed, president of Gato Shipping. He currently ranks 5th among the richest men in the elemental nation, said Naruto. Is suspected of being involved in criminal activities, but could never be proven. Yes, that's him. He came to Wave Country a little over a year ago. First, we didn't think anything about it, but soon he bought the entire industry, our nation's shipping company. You'll see Wave Country is an island, so we depend on shipping for goods. But that wasn't the worst part. He used his monopoly to dry up the country. People live in poverty. Many lost their homes because of Cat. Whoever protests gets killed. Whatever he wants with his hired thugs, making sure no one dares to oppose him. His shipping business covers his criminal activities. He deals in drugs, alcoholics, rare goods, even slaves, anything that brings him money. The only thing he fears is the bridge I'm building. If I finish my bridge, Wave Country can break their monopoly and regain strength, said Tazuna. But why didn't you tell the truth, asked Kakashi. That's easy to conclude. Wave Country ran out. They had no more money than for AC rank mission. Yes, they poured all their money into the bridge to have their freedom. I guess in the recent past, Gato had tried to get Tazuna to escape the country. With all the money people could gather to hire some ninjas, he was hoping to get ninjas strong enough to protect him while he finished the bridge. And if Gato had used his goons, he would even have been lucky that was true. But those two are the demon brothers the missing. Ninja of Kiri ranked B in the bingo book for +1,000,000 Aro reward for both 3,000,000 Aro. Naruto quoted from the bingo book. He had read Tazuna nodded. He's right in the past. They only use thugs. There are rumors that he hates ninjas because they are so expensive. I wasn't sure if he would hire a ninja to get me out. And really, we are super poor even. Our Daima has no money. All the money I gave to Konoha is from the people. And it's all we could afford. We put everything else into the bridge. It's our only hope, said Tazuna. Still, you shouldn't have lied. If you had told Low Cage the problem, he would have found a solution, said Kakashi. Now we still have the problem. This mission is too much for this. Team, I'm in favor of continuing Kakashi-sensei. This is not just a mission where the client wanted to save money. It's about an entire country going down the drain because some greedy bastard wants to line his pockets even more than he already has, and we can't afford for people to think that Konoha would let a country fall into the hands of a man. Like that we are strong enough to continue, said Naruto. Naruto is right, we are strong enough, I vote that we continue, said Sasuke. Already thinking about what kind of fighting experience would get Sakura looked unsure, but didn't want to let Sasuke down, and the wave people obviously needed help. I agree, she said. Kakashi looked at his team. He knew this was the best Genin team. He could have gotten the mission. Naruto was practically a honing in everything, but the title Sasuke was probably low-level Chunin, and Sakura, after 2 months of rigorous training, was a normal Genin, but could stay back and be support if a fight started. He wouldn't need to protect them all like if they were true Jenny. You know that if we continue, our next opponent will not be Chunin level, but most likely a honing like me, he asked. The three nodded. Naruto calm and determined, Sasuke determined, and Sakura a little worried but still determined to continue. Very well, we will continue, but once Wave Country recovers, you will have to pay the difference in rank of the mission in which it will take place, Kakashi said to Tazuna. Of course, thank you very much, he said gratefully. Naruto sealed the head of Meizu, whom he had decapitated, in a scroll. To collect the compensation later, Kakashi decided that leaving Goza here tied up until the Ambu could pick him up was too risky. Naruto, do you have prisoner scrolls in your repertoire, he asked. When I need to do that, but I can make the seals. I assume you don't want to risk him escaping when he could be a good source of information, Naruto asked. Indeed, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded. He pulled a blank scroll out of his backpack. He grabbed his unsealed kit and began to draw Sasuke, and they saw for the first time how good their teammate was with Fuinjutsu. They had never actually seen him create a seal from scratch. Saying they couldn't help but be impressed was an understatement. Boy, you would think you were one of the Uzumaki of old, said Tazuna. I am an Uzumaki, Tazuna, Naruto replied, finishing the seal by pressing chakra into it. A true Uzumaki, but your hair is blonde, not red, Tazuna exclaimed. I don't know my parents, but my mother was an Uzumaki. That's what the Okage could tell me, said Naruto. What's so special about the Uzumaki? Sakura asked. Clueless Kakashi looked at her strangely. Don't tell me they removed that important part of history from the Academy's lesson plans, Kakashi said. Huh, what do you mean? Sakura asked. Okay, improvised history lesson. Before the Third Great World War, Konoha ninja had a sister village called Oo. It was located in the ancient land of whirlpools, an island nation near Wave County. The leaders of the village were the Uzumakis. The clan was known in all the elemental nations for 3 things: their longevity, their skills in Kenjutsu, and their incredible skill in Fuinjutsu. The Senju clan that founded Konoha and the Uzumaki clan that founded Yuzusho were distant cousins. Kono won the Second Shinobi War because we had the Uzumakis on our side, but then shortly before the Third War began, IWA and Kumo decided that in order to have a chance against Konoha in the Third War, they needed to eliminate our strongest ally. Yuza kept their attack plans completely secret, but they didn't. I hope the opposition they would have to face at Yuzusho would get a great victory from this battle. They lost 10 times more ninja than Yuzusho had lost. It was that battle in which M-sensei earned his name Yellow Flash, and Puzina got her name Red Deb. They took down the remaining ninjas. It was nothing more than a bloody massacre. The weakened ninjas of Hiwa Kumo, while they still had the numerical advantage, were no match for those two, and the rest of Konoha's forces were killed to the last member in memory of our failure to reach Uio in time to help them as they did for us in the past. Konoha wears the Uzumaki clan spiral on the back of our Chunin and Honi vests, while the Uzumaki clan crest is white like on Naruto's shoulder. The symbol on our vests is red. To always remember that battle, said Kakashi. So he too is from a nearly extinct clan. Sasuke, and notice Sakura was solemn. She knew nothing of that, and seemed to have been a really important historical event, because the Academy students wouldn't learn about it. Naruto had taken in the history calmly. He already knew it was an important part in his parents' diaries, but hearing it from Kakashi-sensei was still something different. The journey continued without incident until they reached the coast where Tizuna had arranged for a boat to transport them to Wave Country. The man who shook the boat was extremely nervous, even though they were covered in fog in the morning. When they passed the bridge, Naruto couldn't help but let out a soft whistle. Underscoring beat Tizuna, that really is an impressive bridge, he said. Thanks, I told you that I'm a super bridge builder, Tizuna replied. Once they reached land, the fisherman wished Tizuna luck in getting back home safely. While Tizuna thanked him for his help, Naruto sent a new batch of clones transformed into birds to explore the island. After all, he needed to have a good reason to know certain things. Identifying missing ninjas from a bingo book wasn't a problem. Kakashi knew he was always overprepared, but knowing the political and geographical highlights of Wave Country, if not sending scouts, wouldn't be good, and honestly clearing out a camp of 500 thugs on his own, while it was still possible, would be a lot easier if his sensei helped. How far is your house from here? Tizuna asked Kakashi. About an hour and a half, Tizuna replied. Beyond guard were likely to encounter opposition. Before, upon arriving at Tizuna's house, Kakashi warned his students. Nodded. They walked around Tizuna, Naruto at the point, Sasuke to the left, Kara to the right, and Kakashi behind Tizuna. Half an hour into their walk, Naruto threw a kuna and into a bush, then looked in a different direction than somewhere else. We have company, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. Location? Asked Kakashi, changing at a quick pace, said Naruto. Hiding between the trees. Zagamomochi was really impressed. He wouldn't have thought a team like this was protecting the bridge builder. He had found the remains of Meizu, but not of Gozu and of Meizu. He could only say that her head had been cut off cleanly with no other injuries, probably the work of Kakashi, but the blonde was definitely a sensor that could be a problem. Otherwise, he didn't look so special. The team seemed to be made up of Hennings. Decided to introduce himself properly and threw his giant sword through the air towards the group below. Kakashi screamed and threw Tizuna to the ground. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto was trained to react immediately to his sensei's commands, and Naruto was in the stance of a lizard, so he jumped back after the sword passed over his head, ready to defend himself. Go, I didn't expect someone like you here. No wonder the demon brothers couldn't accomplish the mission, Zabuza said, standing on his sword that was stuck in a tree. Zabuza, Momochi, demon of the mist, said. Kakashi, you've heard of me. Well, I have to ask you to hand me over to the old man. No, I'm behind you and your OS. If you do, I'll let you run home, said Zabuza. Sorry, I can't do that. Our mission is to protect Tizuna, said Kakashi. What a shame, said Zabuza. Sasuke seemed to want to attack this new opponent, but Kakashi stopped him. No, this one is not like the previous two. Against him, I need to do everything possible. Release your seals and protect Tizuna. Naruto, you're souling, Kakashi said, and raised his headband, revealing the Sharingan. Oh, the Sharingan from the beginning. I feel honored. I've heard of you too. When he was still in Kiri's Ambu, you were in our bingo books. You were known as the copy ninja, the man who has copied 1,000 jutsus, said Zabuza. Zabuza released a large amount of killing intent. He was very surprised when none of the genin reacted, but countered it, especially the blonde one. Didn't seem bothered at all. He had taken the other two and placed them around old man. You'll have to do better than that, Zabuza. Those are my students, and I have put them through harsh training. You didn't expect that he'll let them go on C-rank missions without being used to the killing intent, Kakashi sneered. Interesting, you seem to have some talented ones there, but can they really succeed in this harsh world? They were scared when you killed Meizu, asked Zabuza. What is he talking about? You killed that ninja, asked Sakura. Don't give out sensitive information, Sakura. Naruto just in response. Wait, the blonde brat killed Meizu? No way, Meizu was a chunin on a team with Gozu. Really dangerous, exclaimed Zabuza. Release Naruto alone, he said quietly, letting his resistance seals go completely. Then these aren't your normal genin. Omu was careless. It would make sense. Io jumped from his position on the sword, taking the sword with him in the action, and landed in the water. Hidden mist jutsu, he said, creating a field of mist. No, not like that, Naruto said, and flew through a bunch of seals himself. Wind release, spring gale declared, and a strong gust of wind rose and blew the mist away. There's no way that I let him use his silent assassination technique, said Naruto. Kakashi nodded, running towards the revealed Zabuza. Annoyed blonde brat doesn't like wearing his chunin vest, asked Zabuza, openly facing Kakashi. Now he's not chunin yet, but that will be the case until the next exam, said Kakashi. No way, that brat is a genius. I mean, what kind of games is he playing? Kona attacked with his sword with the intention of cutting Kakashi. Do that boy is a censor. He can use the wind release, and obviously he did his homework. Why is he still a genin? That's nothing you need to worry about. I'm your opponent, Kakashi said, and countered every attack. Zabuza used both honing, used tricks, clones, replacements, and taijutsu Faraz to get the advantage over the other. Then Zabuza got kicked. Kakashi flew into the water, but threw a bunch of Makabishi spikes on the ground to stop Zabuza from chasing him. He straightened up in the air and landed easily in the water. But as soon as he landed, the water gushed out and trapped him in a sphere of water. Now I have you, said Zabuza, and your little team won't stand a chance against me once you're done as long as they don't appear in my bingo book. You're not worth calling them ninja. When I was their age, I already had large amounts of blood on my hands, while Sakura was especially shocked. Naruto and Sasuke remained calm and focused. Kakashi searched for a method to get out of here. He could use the lightning release to fry Zabuza, but that would also weaken him, and he didn't know if the jutsu was held by a clone of water or Zabuza himself. But obviously he needed to worry. Naruto was acting again. Shadow clone jutsu, he said, and published 20 clones around to Tazuna. Sasuke and Sakura watch while he take out Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. Sasuke nodded. He knew that if one of them had the chance to get his sensei out of the water sphere, it would be Naruto, as much as he hated being second best after the blonde. And then Naruto disappeared faster than ever. Zabuza barely had time to stop the blow. With the tanto that the blonde wielded quickly, he took out "This is nothing," Naruto said, and disappeared again. Zabu was now worried and made 10 water clones, but only 10 seconds after he had made them, they were destroyed, and the water fell back into the lake he was standing in, and he couldn't see anything. Understood or be that brat was faster than most. Honing, he needed to evade a quick flurry of blows with that damn tanto that apparently Mont was driving and channeling the blonde's wind chakra, and the blonde knew how to use it. Barely managed to keep the water prison, but when he looked back, he saw that Kakashi was no longer inside, but a cloud of smoke. Instead, Kakashi and the blonde brat were facing each other, going through a chain of hand seals, each one water release water dragon jutsu. Both exclaimed, and 2 water dragons ran towards Zabuza. He managed to dodge the 2 dragons, cursing under his breath. That was not part of the plan. Facing 2 Honing, and one of them, obviously underscore speed, was now in a huge disadvantage. While he could take on Kakashi while using his silent assassination technique, the blonde rendered that jutsu useless. Plus a Sharingan can't be underestimated. Kakashi was famous for a reason, but now Kakashi seemed to have another idea of how to get it out. He went through a few different seals. The blonde was covering the path to Earth, where his shadow clones and the other 2 were protecting the bridge builder. He needed reinforcements. He had hoped to keep O out of this, but it didn't seem to be possible. Gave a secret signal that told Aku to intervene. Leaning release, leaning torrent, exclaimed Kakashi. Ice release, ice dome. Another voice rang out, and an ice dome appeared around Zabuza and a second figure. So you had an accomplice hiding. I was wondering if he really was a Kiri Hunter ninja, but that answers that question, said Naruto. So you knew that. Well, you can't expect anything more from a censor guy, Zabuza said, glad that you had blocked the attack. Aku takes out the blonde. I'll take Kakashi, said Zabuza. Aku nodded. Naruto, stop holding back and do your best, Kakashi ordered. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Yes, Zabuza, trust that this ninja will back him up. You can be sure he's strong, said Kakashi. Dido sensei, said Naruto. Aku attacked Naruto fast, but Naruto was faster. While Aku was going at high speed, Chunin Naruto could go at high speed. Jonin, both boys peppered the other with Zon Shuriken Kuin-Kuna, and Naruto deflected all the ones sent at him, but Aku was hit a couple of times. Neither of the Zon managed to hit a vital area, but Naruto knew the poison would soon do its job. Ice release, 1 death needle, said you, creating a dome of ice needles that shot at Naruto. Water release, water camp. While Naruto countered the move, and the needles managed to get caught in the water barrier. So you're a water element too, Aku said. You know, I can use both wind and water, but Gaul, what I've never seen a bloodline limit. Naruto guessed, in fact, which means you have no chance of beating me, said Aku. Ice release, demonic ice mirrors. A dome of ice mirrors surrounded Naruto, and the water beneath him also froze. He looked around and saw here in all the mirrors. Now you are doomed. Not even Zabuza-sama can break this jutsu, Aku said confidently. We'll see, Aku, Naruto replied calmly. Then he was attacked from all sides by Saiyans. He deflected most of them, but some got stuck in his legs. A speed technique, you shift position from one mirror to another faster than I can see, but it's not any Hutu space-time. Naruto analyzed Aku. He was shocked, and without the hunter ninja mask, Naruto would have seen it on his face. How could he analyze the jutsu so fast? Wind release breakthrough, Naruto said. And not only did he blow away the next barrage of Zons, but he also managed to make a dent in the mirror. Chakra strengthens mirrors. That must cost him a lot of chakra to keep up. Naruto commented. That doesn't matter, Naruto. Before, if I run out of chakra, you'll be dead. So you should just give up and hand over the old man that would save your life and that of your team, offered Aku. No thanks, Aku. I would never give up on a mission, because things get a little complicated. The last jutsu was just a test. Now I know my other jutsu can break these mirrors, he said confidently. Not even Zabuza-sama could get out of here, said Aku. Well, then you'll have to see if you don't believe me, said Naruto, and concentrated the chakra in his hand before throwing a 3-pointed kunai at a mirror, and disappearing Rasengan exclaimed and pushed the spinning ball towards the mirror. The mirror held out for exactly 5 seconds before rips appeared on the surface, and it finally shattered into pieces. Naruto used his normal high speed to catch up to the other mirrors, and soon the entire dome was made. Aiko's impossible, Aku whispered, but was soon forced to dodge Naruto's sword attacks. Meanwhile, Zabuza was losing his cool. Kakashi's game of demon copying completely brought Zabuza out of his calm, and finally, he nailed him with a giant waterfall jutsu and pinned him to a tree with kunai. Can you see the future? Zabuza asked, annoyed. Yes, and your future is death, said Kakashi, hitting the kunai in Zabuza's chest. He heard a scream of pain in the lake, and when he turned around, he saw that Naruto had also finished his fight. A minute later, he was walking towards the shore carrying an opponent tied to his shoulder. Any problem? Naruto asked Kakashi. Not really, Kakashi-sensei, but his demonic ice mirrors gave me a little more power than I originally thought to break, Naruto replied. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked. Naruto had never shown that kind of power and skill before. Sasuke was furious with jealousy. How could Naruto be so strong? How could he get so strong? What the hell? How can he be so strong? Sakura yelled at Naruto. Formation, replied the blonde. Why are you still a genin? Asked Sasuke, trying to suppress his jealousy. Naruto sighed. He had hoped to avoid that discussion for a little while longer. Trouble with the civilian council. They hate me for some reason, and before I wasn't strong enough to be absolutely sure that they couldn't stop me from becoming a ninja. I didn't want to risk graduating early as a girl. The Okage is the only one with power over me. But with the real gening test being an obstacle, I couldn't risk being tricked on purpose. I could have easily graduated with 10, but then Sensei would have probably intentionally failed my team. The only one the council would have never let fail was you, Sasuke. That's the reason I pretended to be the last one dead. I wanted to be on the same team as you, so I wouldn't give the council a reason to try and screw me over, said Naruto. Why would they do that? They're not like that, Sakura protested. Naruto finally broke down. He was still full of adrenaline, and he had to keep his emotions bottled up for a long time. Yes, they are, and your mother is one of the worst members. I was kicked out of the orphanage I lived in with 5 by order of the council. I was denied proper service in almost every shop by order of the council. They have tried to deny me entry to the academy by order of the council, but since it is the academy girl, the Okage could just order them to let me in. The teachers tried to sabotage me by order of, and the military police also did everything they could to make my life miserable. They never chased after anyone who hit me. The culprits got away with flimsy excuses or were forced to pay a small fine, and they themselves were part of 98 out of 100 attacks against. I wanted to know why. I don't like you. That's your reason. I can barely tolerate, but I think holding children responsible for the sins of their parents is wrong, Naruto said coldly. He sealed the captured Laku into another prisoner scroll and walked away. He's lying, Kakashi-sensei is lying, Sakura shrieked. No, it's not, Sakura. All he said was the truth. Kakashi scolded her, surprising us. Against him, Naruto would be honing by now. You've seen, he's much stronger than any of you. Simply, we kept the real difference a secret so as not to discourage you. Naruto's strength is not a result of some bloodline limit or secret ability his family has. It's the result of thousands of hours of blood, sweat, and tears. Yasuke, what he said about your clan is also true. The Uchiha did not behave honorably when Naruto was worried. He hates your clan and has every reason to do so. They were some of the ones who cried the loudest for him to be killed for something he had no control over, and that saved the village. But he became the scapegoat for an event the village couldn't deal with when they were still babies. So it would be best for you not to antagonize him, Kakashi said. Sasuke had trouble believing his senses' words and had adored his father and his clan. He had wanted to become like his father, but hearing that he had allowed a child of his age to be beaten by the Uchihas and other villagers didn't sit well with him. That wasn't honorable and didn't show Uchiha superiority at all. Itachi had been in disagreement with his father for some time. Was that the reason when he was little and Itachi was still his nice older brother? He had once told him about a lonely little boy who he had protected from a mob of drunken villagers on the day of the Kyuubi festival. Naruto was the boy. Itachi hadn't mentioned the boy's name. He just didn't deserve how he was treated in the village during his time at the academy. He hadn't thought much about Naruto. He had been the class clown, the last dead. He couldn't even do the transformation jutsu correctly, but yet here was the same boy fighting on par with an elite honing like Zabuza and taking out a strong ninja like that boy with a mask in a one-on-one fight like nothing that masked boy was at least a high Chunin level from what he had seen, and Kakashi had said that Naruto was at honing level. Be that as it may, things were really screwed up, but maybe Naruto was the one who could understand it. He was as alone as he was working hard for his goals, whoever they were, and his clan had also been massacred in the past. He was the only survivor of the Uzumaki clan. B. This shattered his entire perception of things. Kakashi then had a small attack of exhaustion that was cured with a seal that Naruto took from Kakashi's bag and placed on his neck. After a minute, Kakashi returned to normal, although a little more tired than usual. Tazuna led the moderate team to his house. Although the revelations about the blonde's past had been disturbing, he knew that he was safe as long as this team was around. The rest of the trip went by without further incident. Once they arrived at Tazuna's house, the old man introduced them to his daughter Tsunami. He was very happy that his father had returned safely and had received such strong protection. Kakashi-sensei, I need to tell you some things my clones discovered, said Naruto once Tsunami disappeared in the kitchen and Tazuna went to change clothes. The scout clones asked Kakashi. Yes, I made them fly over the entire island to get an idea of the situation. Here the villager situation is even worse than Tazuna described. The children are homeless on the streets begging for food. But no one has anything to lose. The thugs force them to leave their homes if they can't pay the absurd amounts of money that Gato demands as protection fees. There are almost no fields where corn or vegetables are grown, and if you are surrounded by Gato's thugs, there are two places where those thugs live: a camp on the other side of the island and a base near its city. My clones figure there's maybe 500 of those thugs at camp, and probably the same number at base now that we've taken out Zabuza Yako. I'm afraid Gato might mobilize those thugs to take care of the problem at hand. Tazuna informed Naruto. That's really bad, and even if I called in backup from Konoha, they wouldn't be here in time. So that's just one option, really, Kakashi said, and Naruto nodded. What are you talking about? Sakura asked, confused at Sasuke's face. He had hardened. Murder, said Sasuke. Correct, Sasuke. I'll have to leave you and Sakura here to protect Tazuna and his family. Naruto and I are the only ones skilled enough to take out that many thugs. Barricade the house and take turns sleeping. Naruto can leave you a few shadow clones, but he needs all his chakra for the mission, said Kakashi. First, we need more detailed information on the two bases. The camp seems to be a normal one with tents and some barracks, but you never know, and I also can't tell from the brief research my clones did if there might be other ninjas that Gato has hired, said Naruto. Okay, I'll send one of my summons to Konoha to report what I found. He'll probably reach the village in a day. If he goes the full distance, then we could have a backup here in 2 or 3 days. On how fast Gato acts, that might be early enough for us, although normal thugs aren't a problem for the girls. These numbers are worrying. Naruto gets 20 clones to map out the base and camp. Do you have an updated bingo book? Kakashi asked. I got a nod from the blonde. Naruto walked out of the house and made 40 clones. He transformed them into small birds. They would transform into something else once they were near the two bases and sent them on their way. Okay, we should have the information we need in 2 or 3 hours, he said. Kakashi nodded. How many of the chakra storage seals do you have fully charged, Sensei asked Naruto. 5. Well, I'll have to recharge the one I already used, and I have the other 5 you gave me, but they need to be refilled too, said Kakashi. You should probably do it every now and then and rest, but we still have a problem. If you need to use your Sharingan again, you get tired too quickly, said Naruto. That's true, but no doctor found a solution for me to turn off the eye. It stays on all the time and drains my reserves more than it normally would, said Kakashi, catching Sasuke's interest. How is it that you have a Sharingan? Are you in Yukiya? Kakashi-sensei asked. No, I'm not. That I was a gift from my best friend. It's a reminder of my biggest mistake, he said. Kakashi, stop blaming yourself for that. Instant Obito, he wouldn't want you to punish yourself for that. In the end, you did the right thing and went with him to save Rin. It was his decision to protect you, and Rin don't do it. Do you think he would rather you honor his memory by making sure it never happens again instead of living in the past? Asked Naruto. Asked Kakashi. The newspaper, yes, he wrote down the whole incident. He never blamed you. He was proud of how you turn around and always protected your comrades. Naruto confirmed. Thank you, Naruto, said Kakashi. The whole discussion went over Sasuke and Sakura. What are you talking about? Sakura asked, annoyed that one day you have to stop living in the past and look towards the future, she said. Kakashi didn't explain it further. Naruto, he received the feedback from his clones 3 hours later and meditated for half an hour to process it all. Then he made 2 more clones. One started drawing a map, and the another took out the bingo book to look for the pages with the ninjas he had identified in Gato's hideout. The original began to eat a ration bar. Once he finished the bar, he went to Kakashi. We have a little problem, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. What kind of problem? Asked Kakashi. Well, for my part, my clones found out that Gato never planned to pay Zabuza. He intended to betray him as soon as Tazuna was dead, but he had 3 other ninjas. They're ninjas with D besides IWA. I don't know if they're simply doing normal business with OS and were hired to finish Zabuza's job, but they could pose a massive problem, my clone is. Just looking at them, and the 4 missing ninjas I saw in the bingo book. He said, why are IGA ninja a problem? While we were on opposing sides in the war that was 14 years ago, Sakura asked. It's because who's on our team? I have a massive bounty on my head for my WA for my part in the 3rd Shinobi War. If any IWA ninja can get away with it, they will. Surely try to eliminate me, especially since my sensei was the 4th Oge. They don't hate any other ninja as much as the Yellow Flash, even if sensei died 12 years ago, when he sacrificed his life to defeat the Kyuubi. And unfortunately, from a distance, you would think that Naruto is related to Sensei. They have the same hair color. Siwa doesn't even think there could be a relative of the Yellow Flash they would attack on principle, just to wipe out any possible Namek. You have no idea how many Yamanaka died shortly after the war. Just because I had a darker shade of blonde hair, Kakashi explained I better change my hair color for the mission. Maybe red would go well. After all the Uzumaki had red hair. Naruto mused, no, that won't work either. You'll have to disguise yourself completely without relying on a jutsu. The IWA ninja are masters at detecting them. It was a major problem in the war. Kakashi rejected the idea. It's fine full body disguise, and it's good that I have something like that in my spare clothes, said Naruto. Kakashi knew what that outfit was. It was Naruto's Dark Phoenix costume. But as long as he didn't use the name that shouldn't be discovered, Sasuke was deep in thought. Kakashi might have downplayed it, but there was a relationship between Naruto and the Yonda Okage. Their faces were somewhat similar, but the faces on the Okage monument weren't that good to compare. He tried to remember the picture in the Okage office, but he had never paid attention to it. He would probably have to wait until that they returned Konoha to compare him. If Naruto was a relative of Yondaime, it would be better not to be on his bad side. Besides the fact that Naruto was already Jonin and all, but named Naruto's clone entered the room and showed them the bingo book entries. I found her the most important Tomo Archaea, 39 years old, honing of IWA, ranked as specializes in wide area ground jutsus, war veteran, bounty 15 million. Me known to be brutal against anyone related to Yondakage Ichikawa. Su 21 years old, Tunindua, B rank, specializes in enhanced earth taijutsu, said to have a bulletproof vest comparable to Granite, bounty 1,00000, holds a grudge against Konoha for the loss of both parents in the 3rd war. Mikiko Kamiza, 24 years old, Jonin of Idai, a B rank, specialized in insect-based jutsu comparable to the Aburame clan Ale, bounty 800,000, known to have sworn to kill the copy ninja. Those are the 3 from IWA. And then there were these 3 that are normally missing, ninja or ninjas lost who went to another village, said the clone, and showed them 3 more images to Russo, 25 years old, Jonin Deem, Nin lost from Konoha for treason, including stealing the Nidaime Okage sword, ranked B, specialized in shooting bond from an umbrella, and Kenjutsu, using the lightning god sword. Reward 5 million. Mikimi Reno, 19 years old, former Kiri Chunning, ranked B+, Nin missing bloodline limit of poison touch. Anyone touched by her on bare skin is poisoned, and if not, try dies immediately. If not immune against the type of poison used, bounty 9 million years old, known for working with Zabuza Momochi Seinen Hyunab, 20 years old, former Kiri ranked Chunin lack in limit Stel Relis bloodline, can turn his entire body into steel, aka the living leaf, bounty 15 million years old, known for working with Zabuza Momochi. Read the clone. That definitely poses a problem. If those ninjas interfere with our plan to infiltrate Noos and assassinate the bases, it'll be a lot harder to get this country out of Gatos control. There were others that weren't part of the bingo book, Kakashi asked. Yes, Ao Rokas has a gening team with him. He didn't seem too strong to me. If we're lucky and Gato doesn't find out about Zabuza's death so soon, the Yenin could be gone. I can't imagine someone like Gato working with normal ninjas. Those he can't really betray, that would only give him trouble in their villages, said Naruto. Yes, please keep an eye on things with some clones transformed. I don't want to have unpleasant surprises. I remember my Kiko. She is a tough speaker. She hates me because at the end of the war, I managed to copy many of the techniques of her clan, and they gave them to the Aburame, the rivals of the Kamet Turi. From there, the Aburame blocked all the plans of the Kamet Turi. Kakashi informed his students. Meanwhile, in Kat's hideout, he said that the business magnate frowned because he had not received any message from Zabuza with the latest information. Yet he knew that that damn bridge builder was back in the company of some Konoha ninja, as he hated ninjas, but to fight them you needed another ninja, or overwhelming numbers. Well, he still had the 2 girls that Zabuza had left behind because he didn't think he would need more support than that Aku boy. He was afraid they wouldn't be as effective as Zabuza, He could ask the Iwa ninjas who were here at the time to take out the Konoha ninjas after. All they held Renord for them since their last ninja war, but he couldn't tricking them out of their money. Zabuza and his entourage were easy except for Aku Boy. They were all in that bingo book. And if he betrayed them and killed them after the mission was accomplished, no one would investigate it closer. And through a front man, he had collected nice rewards. Today, he was a known missing ninja from Konoha, so he could blame the Konoha ninja, but the Schwa ninja were a problem. They had been protecting the last shipment from one of their business partners in the land of Earth. They would return tomorrow with the return shipment, but if the Konoha ninja were strong, they might be the only ones capable of eliminating them. But he didn't know who Konoha had sent, and he didn't know if Zabuza had failed or if things just took longer after the Demon Brothers were discovered. Chief, the bridge builder, was seen returning to his home, accompanied by 4 ninja with Day. In addition to Konoha, one of his henchmen suddenly reported, well, that meant Zabuza had failed. Now he needed more information. He saw the ninjas were standing nearby. That could be a chance for them to help without hiring them. Maybe there was a ninja with the group that they hated enough to attack without payment. Do you have a description of the Konoha ninjas? He asked, looking for the bingo book he had organized even though he hated ninjas. It was always advisable to know your enemy. Yes, there are 3 children, 2 boys, and a girl, maybe 12 or 13 of what they look like. And a man, the man has spiky silver hair, and his face is mostly hidden with a face mask and her headband over eye. The man reported that a loud scream was heard from the Iwa. A ninja looks like I'm in luck, and she has a grudge that might work well for me. Rado thought, do you know that ninja ass cat? I know him, of course I know him. That's that damn ninja copy Kakashi attack. Oh, what a nice coincidence. Now I can fulfill my promise and kill him painfully. He said, laughing, my Kiko, don't be in a hurry. Our job is to protect the shipment. We need to find out more to see if it is advisable to act. Although I don't mind getting rid of your student, we still have to do our duty. How do the kids look? If there are some kids from important clans that such a kid might not mind if we come back a little late. Team leader Tomaru said, Tomaru, why hesitate? There's only one team, and as it sounds, it's just Kakashi and a Jenny team. He'll be busy protecting the kids and not fighting with all his power. And I also heard that he's slacked off in recent years and is far from his previous level. Mikiko argued, there's no reason to be careless. Kakashi attack. He is a formidable opponent. If the opportunity presents itself, you can go after him now. What are the children like? Asked Tamaharu. The 3 of them look like normal children to me. The girl, a little thin, has pink hair tied in a ponytail and wears a red shirt, tight black shorts, and a red skirt on her back. There was a white ring, maybe a symbol of the clan. The first child has black hair that looks like a duck, but blue shirt, white shorts, the lower part of his legs covered with white bandages, a red and white fan on the back of his shirt. The second boy has spiky blonde hair, long black pants with dark red bandages on the bottom, dark GR shirt over a dark red one with a dark red vest. I couldn't see any clan signs because I wasn't close enough. The man who saw the group told them that might be profitable. The black-haired one is the last Yukiya, and the blonde one probably a Yamanaka. 2 of the important clans of Konoha. No, he heard about the girl's sign, probably civilian background, just the Chia in combination with killing poop. And it would be worth it. Okay, we'll go after them, make them feel safe. After Zabuza failed against them, they'll probably be on guard for a day or 2 after that. They'll let their guard down. We can still afford to wait 3 days before attacking. Mikiko, you wanted Kakashi, you can try, but Ichikawa will back you up. I'll find the 2 boys, and then I'll back you up, said Tamaru. Yeah, count your days, Kakashi. They will be done soon. Mikiko cheered. No one noticed a small black mouse disappear in a puff of smoke. Underscore Naruto commented as the memory hit him. Let me guess, the Yanin will come after us, said Kakashi. Yes, the Kamizu is determined to kill you, and their leader wants to kidnap Noozami Sasuke to take us to Iwa. They think I'm a Yamanaka, and they know he's in Yukiya thanks to the family crest on his back, said Naruto. Any plan for when the attack happens? Asked Kakashi. In 3 days. I want to make us feel sure before we attack, answered Naruto. Okay, that might be enough time to take out Gato and his thugs if we do this the right way. And messages from your clones that spied on the camp? Asked Kakashi. Nothing wrong, just your normal thugs there except for their number. We can easily take them out. Kakashi nodded. If we have to wait for the ninjas to attack us in 3 days, probably we'll have to adjust our plans a bit. The camp is on the other side of the island, that is to say an hour away. Ninja speed, we can use that to our advantage. Maybe we can stop the AIM ninjas and the missing Neens of Kiri from coming after us. If we are fast enough, Naruto, we will take out the camp and the base tonight. Can you finish the maps early? Asked Kakashi, surprising Sakura. They are being drawn by my clones right now. I can leave the camp with a group of 500 clones in the dark. They would not be seen if they slip into the camp transformed. Once they are done, have a clone near each thug. I can just kill them. That shouldn't take more than a minute. Once the clones are in position, Naruto informed Kakashi that'll probably be our best option. Without a ninja in camp, the thugs are easy prey. And with your shadow clones, you could make that a ridiculous deal. Do you have chakra storage seals for yourself? Kakashi asked. 10, fully loaded. I'm good at that. The only thing I'm afraid of is that if we act now, the Yanin might have the idea of attacking earlier. While I can fortify the house with seals that will take them at least 20 hours to break through, that will still be somewhat tight with the hopes of reinforcements from Konoha. My suggestion is to get the camp out early tonight and the base early in the morning. That way we can gain a few precious hours. That too give me time to set up the seals, said Naruto. That makes sense. You can make some chakra storage seals for Sasuke and Sakura. I want them to have at least one for emergencies, said Kakashi. No problem, sensei, said Naruto, and put 2 clones to work on it. Boss, the map of the base is ready. A clone shouted. Good now. Let's see, said Kakashi, taking the map from the clone. The planning of the attack was going pretty well. The only thing that interrupted things was that Naruto had to tell Inari because his attitude was completely wrong and fatalistic. Although his harsh words were hard on the boy, Kakashi knew that he needed to hear them. Kakashi made sure to inform Inari for Naruto. He had said what he had said and how hard his life had been, and that he didn't just give up, but worked to overcome his problems. At this point, Naruto was the strongest in his age group and had a lot to think about after that talk. End of chapter. If you liked it, subscribe and activate the bell so you don't miss any video. It was barely 11 and everything was silent. His next most important job would be in TR days, and until then he would be off duty. He had just finished his last guard shift and was about shower and then turn in for the night. Tomorrow night, he would go to the brothel that Kat had kindly placed in the camp. Although the women there were nothing special and used, sometimes a man just needed a underscore. He walked to his bunk when he felt a cut on his throat and a sharp pain, and then everything went black. Naruto's clones had taken up position since the original Naruto gave the order and produced the amount of clones needed for this dirty mission. Each clone had around 2 thugs to kill without flashy jutsus, without FSA bravery, just with the book assassination, infiltration of the camp, positioning close to the targets, and then quick death later. He would have to deal with the effects of their deaths. Theoretically, he knew why they were needed, and the thugs left alive would be a threat to his mission. And Wave would never recover, even if the villagers eventually woke up and faced Gato. These numbers were simply too much. A group of 30 thugs was one thing that a group of determined villagers could handle if they really wanted to. But 1,000, no wonder Cat had no trouble controlling people. The CL knew not to disband until they received the signal. The original Naruto couldn't be distracted by his guilt for taking all those lives in 5 minutes. 500 thugs had died thanks to them not suspecting anything. Only 1 clone dissipated, and he had only received the signal from the clones at camp that the deed was done. He hadn't seen nothing of the lightning attack and would just inform the original that the job was done. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't be able to perform properly in the rest of the mission, and that would definitely end with all of their deaths. It was 5 in the morning and an hour. Shifts would change, and new guards would take over. Kakashi and Naruto would enter the building from 2 sides, both completely disguised without village insignia. Naruto waited until the planned time and transformed to avoid the 2 guards without being detected. Once inside the building, he headed to the rooms that were his targets. The normal thugs' dormitories were located on the lower levels. The upper levels were the supposedly stronger thugs and ninjas that would be Kakashi. Naruto's job. He still had enough rooms to cover with the base. Currently, with 400 thugs, he had 200 to kill. Once he reached the quiet hallway where the first group of thugs slept, he made 3 clones for each room and sent them inside. After not even a minute, all the clones returned and just nodded, meaning they had killed the thugs. Naruto repeated the performance on the next 2 floors. The last floor was a bit different. He coincidentally found Russian Air awake on that floor. It seems my hunch was right. The hours before dawn are perfectly suited for an attack. You won't kill me so easily like those common thugs, he said, and took out his umbrella. Naruto knew he had to keep this mission as quiet as possible, and he placed a silencing seal on the wall. Now we won't bother the others. We can be as loud as we want, Naruto said. You're seriously deluding yourself if you think you can defeat me. I'm a jonin. There's no comparison to those thugs who don't know how a ninja works. Oh, he boasted. I'll enjoy being disappointed by your arrogance. You're only on Konoha's B rank missing nine list because you stole the Nidaime Okage sword. It's the sword that's strong, not you, Naruto, he sneered. I'll show you how powerful I am. Do you want to see the sword of the lightning god that can be fixed? Broke and took the sword from the belt he was wearing and activated it. A really impressive weapon, one that I want back. You see, that sword should have been held by the Okage until I was old enough to use it. It's a family heirloom, Naruto revealed. Wait, the Nidaime had no direct descendants, said I. Who says I'm his great-grandson? so that sword is mine, and I'll show you another family secret, Naruto said, and threw a three-pointed kunai at him. It appeared in a yellow flash, already preparing a Rasengan in his hand that collided with Ao's stomach. And you'll see the rays may be strong and fast, but my dad's flying Thundergado jutsu is faster. Enin a hunt, Ao growled, feeling his body failing. In fact, and unlike you, I can back up the honing range with skill, said Naruto, watching Aoi die. Meanwhile, his clones had taken care of the last thugs on the ground, and the three Amin in Naruto sealed Ao's body in a scroll to collect his reward later, then left the building as he had argued with Kaka's, and left some transformed shadow clones to find out how Gato would react when he returned from his night at the brothel that Naruto had heard him talk about. Naruto knelt in front of the bathroom and was vomiting. He had given his clones the order to dissipate, and now all the murders from last night had been transferred into his mind. If other types of clones had the ability to use jutsu, he would have used them. At least they didn't transfer the memories. But now he was faced with the guilt for killing all those people. Were of course criminals who had killed, raped, beaten, and blackmailed others, but taking one's own life through murder was never easy. Naruto didn't notice when Kakashi entered the bathroom and handed him a glass of water, so that the remains of his vomit taste would come out of his mouth. Okay, Naruto, that kind of reaction is normal after the kind of mission we did, said Kaka's. If I had felt that you didn't break down once you got the memories of your clones, do you want to talk about that? He asked Kakashi. Naruto looked up with bloodshot eyes and saw that Kakashi had changed his clothes. The others have been bloodied by the mission. I feel so guilty. Technically, I know there was no other way to protect Tazuna and his family and give us a chance to survive this mission. Two, I know they would have killed us in an instant, and they had done it to others before, but I can't stop shaking. I can't stop seeing the images in my mind, Naruto said. Somehow, in fighting against Aoi, it was easier since he knew what he could do, and that he would kill him. If he messed up, he never got the chance because I was too fast with my first attack. I used Dad's jutsus. When I saw him, I realized I had a chance to get back great-grandfather's sword. I couldn't let that go, and he seemed to have waited for someone to use the hours before dawn to attack. Naruto said, I understand the first time that going out to kill others is not easy. You are something blessed and cursed at the same time for being so good at your job. Thanks to your shadow clones, you could put off getting hit with the full dimension of what you did last night. But now it's coming back in droves. I can only tell you what your dad told me. As long as you're capable of feeling remorse for what you had to do, you didn't lose your humanity. We are ninjas, and in battle or on missions we have to kill to protect those who can't protect themselves. But I refuse to consider taking the life of a criminal who would kill innocents without a second thought. Is a murder, is more like murder a rabid animal that was after we had to take out a bandit camp that had been causing trouble in Fire Country. I killed 20 bandits on that mission, 15 of them while they were sleeping. It's never easy. It will never really get easier. But we all know that if we don't do our job, the next ones to die won't be the criminals, but they're innocent victims, said Kakashi. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto, grateful. You're welcome. Naruto, take these and sleep a few hours. They are pills to calm you down, stomach, said Kakashi, and handed him 2 small light blue pills. Naruto nodded and swallowed the pills with some water. I'll knock myself out with one of my poisons. It will last 5 hours, otherwise I won't be able to sleep, which will be fatal for me. I can guarantee that my seals will keep the attackers away for that long. If any of the ninja try to attack us, this is the antidote. I will be at full strength after getting it 10 minutes later, said Naruto. You are not immune to your own poisons, asked Kakashi, surprised. For most of them, I am. The Kyuubi chakra in my system works as a natural antidote if I have enough time to recover, and I have no other dangerous injuries. I won't die from any poisoning. I developed this one especially to bypass the Kyuubi chakra. After learning about the possibilities of poisons, and that I was a Jinchuriki, I wanted something that could finish off another Jinchuriki. I refused to rely on the Kyuubi. When things get dangerous, a double-edged sword could be incredibly powerful, but there is a high price to pay if I use it. Kyuubi is so full of hate, uncle, that he will try to control me if I give in to the temptation to use his chakra, said Naruto. That is solid reasoning. Well, I will put Sasuke and Sakura on guard, then I will turn myself and, said Kakashi. Naruto nodded and walked to the room where Sasuke was sleeping, and Kakashi injected the sleeping poison into his vein and soon fell into a deep sleep. 5 minutes after Naruto fell asleep, Kakashi woke Sasuke up. Come with me, said Kakashi. Sasuke, he stood up and followed his sensei. How are the missions, Kakashi-sensei asked. He left without problems. Naruto got rid of Aim, Gina, Neo, and Russo. We have lost 900 thugs, and I captured Sanai, Guna, and Kim Reno, who luckily were asleep, which I reinforced with a bit of one of Naruto's poisons that he gave me before starting, and he didn't put up any resistance. They may be lacking Nintas of Kiri, but their bloodline limits are very valuable. It would be very beneficial to the village either way. They could possess information important for our department to find out. You and Sakura must watch the Tazuna house. He can't leave today. We have to wait for him to come from Konoha until we can let him continue building his bridge, said Kakashi. Understood, sensei, said Sasuke. Sakura joined them. Good morning, Sasuke. Kakashi sensei, how was your mission? Asked Sakura. A success, Sasuke. Can you tell me one more thing? Wake me up if someone attacks us. Naruto won't wake up for 5 hours. He knocked himself out with one of his poisons, so he could get some sleep. And if it's possible, I want him to sleep as much as he could. Don't ask him about the mission. When he wakes up, he had to kill hundreds, although they weren't hard to kill. He still feels guilty for taking all those lives. You too will discover in your career that killing an opponent in a fight and killing them while they sleep are two very different things. Just let him accept it, said Kakashi. They both nodded. Kakashi left them to go to sleep for a few hours too, while he was surprised when he returned to his base, had enjoyed a great night in one of his fancy brothels, and now he was ready to get to work on his business. Tomorrow, the IW ninjas would wipe out the scum of Konoha, and maybe the bridge builder. If they only had that strong Konoha ninja, it would be enough. The bridge builder alone, his thugs could mess around, and then this country would be completely theirs after all. Who could take care of thousands of thugs at the same time? No one. Even those pesky ninjas got tired after a while. However, he didn't like the silence in the base. Normally, his henchmen should have been guarding the base or preparing a new drug delivery that was due to take place this afternoon. When he told his guards to see what the reason for the silence was, he got an unpleasant surprise. They were dead. All the people here in the base were dead. After an hour, he got the information that even the same ninjas he had in the base were dead. The genin were killed while they were sleeping. I was in a fight, but only one remained. His blood could not be found. His body, Zabuza's former subordinates, had also disappeared, probably also killed, and their bodies taken as bounties. Underscoring for whatever how this had happened, he needed the Schwan ninja to act now. This could not be tolerated. Then he thought of his second base. He would call for backup from there. These ninja would come to know his power. While losing 400 of his subordinates injured in power, with 600 remaining, he still had more than enough manpower to maintain control of Iron around Wave. And I didn't need to pay that 400 anymore. The Yanin were in Gato's office listening to his rant. I want you to eliminate them. ASAP. Last night, they killed 900 of my thugs while I was away. The entire base on the other side of the island was wiped out. So it turns out the investigation happened even before this base was attacked. I don't care to lull Theos to safety. I want them dead. I'm offering 1,000,000 Rio for their head, said Gato. We would have killed Kakashi anyway. But we have a deal, though. We will take Lukia with us to IWA. But the Yamanaka and the girl are ready. Do you have better pictures of the group now? Asked Tamara. Yes, we have some closer ones, he said. Cat and handed them were the group pictures. The Yanin examined the pictures. Lukia and the pink-haired girl were easy to recognize now, and Kakashi was already known, but the blonde boy's face could not be seen in any picture, and it seemed that he would have liked to put on his hood. Why would he have to do that? Well, not really mattered, would be with the others, and therefore would be easy to find then. And Chika noticed a small crest on the boy's neck. Hey, Tamaru, isn't that the Uzumaki crest? I mean that clan from WHP country that was killed by IWA before the Third War. Asked Ichika. Well, let me see. It could be, but it could also just be a decoration on his clothes. It's too small to really tell. And as far as I know, there were no survivors from Uzushio, and all Uzumakis had red hair, not blonde, said Tamara. Either way, no, it matters. If he's an Uzumaki, he's at most 13 years old, so there's no way he's already that good. At Few and Hutch, you need thousands of hours of training to get really good at it. You'll probably prepare for some seals used against us, but nothing above intermediate level. Even that bastard Namek needed until he was 20 to become a seal master, and he was a genius. So when do we attack? Mikiko asked anxiously. In 2 hours, we'll prepare for a hard, decisive blow against them. Should being in the bridge builder's house with the amount of thugs they killed last night, Jining should be pretty traumatized. I didn't think Kakashi would go that far, but he probably found out about the 2 full bases and wanted to whittle down their opposition whenever he had an advantage. That's not the normal style. They used the tree huggers, commented Tamaru. Yes, the other 2 responded. 2 hours later, Sakura shook Kakashi awake. Sensei are here, she informed him. That's earlier than I thought. Don't worry, I trust Naruto's seals. Let them try to get through them for a while. If Naruto's right, they'll need 20 hours to get through the seals. I had 4 hours of sleep. Not bad, Kakashi commented. Should we wake Naruto up? He asked. Sakura won't wake up anytime soon anyway. The antidote would need 10 minutes to work, and normally he'll wake up in 30 minutes anyway. There's no reason to rush, said Kakashi. Why are you so sure that his seals will keep the Yanin out? Asked Sakura. Naruto is an Uzumaki, Kakashi said simply. About 40 minutes later, Naruto was fully awake again, and was briefed on the situation. They are earlier than we thought they would be, but not too much, said Naruto. I don't know how fast the Konoha backup can get here, probably not fast enough for us to avoid a fight with them. Two of them are honing, and one is chunning. That won't be a big deal normally. I would just take on Tamaru and let Naruto handle it from my Kiko, and Sasuke would fight with Ichikawa, but with their intention of killing me, they wouldn't let us do it like that. So the only fight we can probably provoke that way will be Sasuke's. The main problem will be Tamaru and his scale ground jutsus. Earth users in general are difficult to fight since they are very good at hiding and using the ground you walk on as their weapon, said Kakashi. Their ground jutsus will be blocked by lightning base seals. They have enough chakra for 20 hours, sensei. That's why I said I could guarantee the seals would hold for 20 hours. If I managed to sneak out later and recharge the seals, it might last longer, but recharging all the seals will probably be impossible. It takes a lot of chakra. But if we're lucky, the backup will be here by then, said Naruto. Then they have to go through lightning base seals. But what if they used wind jutsus, asked Sakura? They would need an enormously strong wind user to even do her in my seals. And the wind users are really rare. Even Suna doesn't have many. The only one with superior abilities is Asaki, and even he doesn't have great area effect. Jutsus wind is the rarest of all the elements. Naruto explained. How do you know so much? Sasuke asked. I read the book, bingo, Naruto replied to Zuna, and his family wondered how long it would be until help arrived to Zuna. Especially was very happy now that it was this team that had gotten the mission to find a team like that. It was a great coincidence. Who I would have thought ninjas could keep out intruders so efficiently outside the Yuan. We're getting frustrated. Underscore B, we can't get through. Mikiko screamed frustrated. I want to kill Kakashi. Well, that seems to answer the question of whether the boy is an Uzumaki. Underscore B, I didn't think one would have survived in Konoha, and he seems to be a prodigy if these seals are any indication. Tamaru said, annoyed. What are we going to do? All our earth jutsus are stopped by that lightning barrier or whatever, and even I know there are some other seals too. Ichikawa commented, stay calm no matter how good this boy is. There are limits to how long seals can constantly maintain protection if they are based on an element. Even the Yuzo itself wore out after 3 days, and they had chakra stored up for years. Even if the boy prepared these seals in advance and now place them in his entire protection matrix, they won't last forever if we constantly attack them. But not even we need to do it. The Konoha ninja have a major weakness. They care too much. If we start attacking civilians outside the protective sphere, they will try to protect them, said Tamahara. Good plan. But no, it won't work. They heard a young voice behind them. They turned around and saw a boy completely dressed in gray with no recognizable features, thanks to a hood and a mask at the bottom of the sitting on the branch of a tree. So he has left, or you are very brave, or very stupid, said Tamaru. Or I'm just a clone and a messenger, and therefore none of your theories are correct, said the boy. The Yinning had to admit that would be a very likely option. What do you want? Asked Mikiko. Oh, on the one hand, I wanted to ask you to leave. We can avoid so much trouble. Fighting would be so troublesome, said the boy. And Nara and Kawa thought, confused. I will kill Kakashi. No, brat will get me to leave, Mikiko exclaimed. I was afraid there would be old grudges. Well, I also wanted to tell you that kidnapping the villagers will not help you. You're welcome. You're here in a mission for the PS Shikage. If you don't return to Idai, soon he'll get moody, and the old man already has problems with his hip. He won't like that if you add an unprovoked attack on civilians. What do you think will happen to the income from the IG mission? Asked the boy. Toma had to grit his teeth. The boy was right. They couldn't risk losing customers if this news spread in the war. Killing civilians was one thing, but while they had peace, it was something completely different. Even their militaristic leader wouldn't accept it, especially since they couldn't just kill all the witnesses who would say that IWA was the culprit after all. This wasn't an authorized mission. You see, you'll lose and attack the civilians here. It would be best if you just finished your normal mission here and returned to IWA. I take the information you've gathered and leave, said the boy. Who do you think you were to tell us what to do? Mikiko asked angrily. Just a messenger. What's a good thing having to fight? Would be so troublesome, he said, and dissipated in a puff of smoke. So it really was a clone that looked suspiciously like a shadow clone, said Ichikawa. It was one. That boy must have huge chakra reserves to achieve that. We need to consider our form of attack. We can wear down the seals, but we don't know if it will be enough. They are very safe in there. And if we exhaust our reserves to take down the barrier, we will also lose, because fighting against poop and after having to use the earth chakra for hours will be suicide, said Tamahara. Do you really think that barrier will hold that long time? Asked Ichikawa. You see, that shadow clone, only those with honing level chakra reserve can do that jutsu. And they have very good information about us. They knew what techniques we use. We can't even get past one of Mikiko's bees. We were going to look for them. So they acted before us, I guess. They had another shadow clone spying on Gato. When we decided to attack them, they got the information of how much time they would have, and took out the camp and the base in one night. This team seems to be a team Jenny. There's no way they can pull this off. The only one with experience in assassinations is Kakashi, and even he can't handle that kind of assassination on his own. There must be another specialist, or even a team we don't know about. We need more information before we act. Can we not risk losing one of us in an unauthorized fight? Also, as much as he wants to kill his student Tomo Arrow analyzed, so we're blocking them from getting out and waiting until they have nothing to eat that can take weeks. Mikiko SE, he complained. Or do they just send a team that has enough strength to keep them on their toes while Kakashi and I have another battle? And don't forget that Konoha now seems to have another SEAL specialist. I think we can be relatively sure that the boy is an Uzumaki, which means he'll have more surprises that he hasn't used yet. Tomo Aru continued his analysis. So we're giving up. Asked Mike Kiko, what else could we do that won't compromise our own mission? I can only keep up with the ground. Jetsus, we would need to use the lightning seals for 4 hours. Ichikawa could do it for 2 hours, so I estimate those seals will manage to keep us out for about 15 hours if we go full power against them. I read the report on the Ozio attack. They needed constant attrition of the seals protecting the village for 2 days to even start fighting back even. Then our ninjas were dropping like flies. The only reason Yuzashio fell was that Konoha couldn't get there soon enough, and we had more than 10 times the amount of ninja they had. And even then we lost the entire battalion that was there to the damn yellow flash and the underscore infrared when they arrived. The fall of Yuzashio cost IWA enormously right now. We can return to IWA. I give Tsuchikage-sama our report and inform him that Konoha has an Uzumaki in their ranks who is very good with seals, and that there is a new assassination specialist. I don't know if that specialist is within Kaka's team or not. It could also be that Konoha knew about Gato and his criminal activities and sent another person whose presence was hidden by that team to come here. We just can't be sure, and we don't have the means to kill the team as long as they're locked up there, said Tamaru. Underscore, I hate it when you're right, said Mikiko. So we can probably also report that W won't be a good place to do business for us anytime soon. Kakashi seems to intend to liberate the country from Cat, otherwise he wouldn't have wiped out the camp and base, added Ichikawa. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Tamaro agreed. What do you think about destroying the bridge at least? Asked Mikiko. It's not a bad idea. Maybe we could even get them out of there to protect it. Tamaro pondered. Okay, we'll do it. Let's see if they don't come out then. Inside the house, Naruto was waiting for the report from his second disguised shadow clone. When it dissipated, when the IWA team left, he turned to his teammates and sensei. Well, they've decided that trying to wear down the seals won't do them any good, and that it would be suicide to try get us out after spending so much chakra and removing the lightning seals. They intend to inform the Tsuchikage about Konoha, who has an Uzumaki skilled with seals in the ranks, and about a new expert in assassinations, although they are not sure if it is one of us or someone else. The problem is that they want to destroy the bridge before leaving, and I can make you enough seals in time to protect the bridge. Naruto said, grumbling, annoyed for not having taken that possibility into account before. So that is his last plan for bring us to light. Our mission is to protect Tizuna until the bridge is finished. If he needs to start from scratch again, even if we bring out Gato, that will cost us too much time. We will have to fight. Then Sasuke, Sakura, have you charge the chakra storage seals like I told you? Asked Kakashi, looking at both of them questioningly. They both nodded. Okay. Sakura, you will prepare to be Sasuke's backup when he eliminates as many thugs from the village as he can. I want you to get rid of them. Try conserve chakra. If you can, no normal thug will be able to get through the seals here. So Tizuna and his family will be safe while they're here. Sasuke, do you think you can take them out without Naruto or I backing you up? Will that be your first kill? Asked Kakashi. Can I do it, sensei? Sasuke said confidently, silently pleased that his sensei would trust him with such a mission, with only Sakura as backup, while he would have preferred to test his strength against ninjas. He had realized in his team's training that he was a good way off distance from being at the same level as Naruto, and Kakashi, knowing that Naruto was basically without the necessary experience to obtain that rank, was bothering him a lot. But instead of complaining, he would simply train as hard as he could and close the gap over time. One day, he would be as strong as Naruto, and then Itachi would be the next one he would face. For now, Naruto made a nice leveling table to see how far he had to go. Well, do not doubt it, the bullies will not be a problem if you get them in smaller numbers, but be careful if you have more than 10 at a time. Sakura, I want you to aim for kills with throwing weapons. That should be the best way to help right now. Without me, Naruto, we're there in an emergency. I want you to hold off in hand-to-hand combat with larger groups. If you can help it, Kakashi stated. Sternly understood, Sensei, said Sakura. Naruto pulled a mask over the lower part of his face to completely disguise his most memorable features. You're trying to copy, Sensei? Now Naruto asked Sakura. I can't be identified too easily by the whisker marks on my face. We want to prevent IWA from getting too much information about me too soon for them to know I'm an Uzumaki Island Fuinjutsu. It's already too much to know about me. But that couldn't be helped. They don't need to get a good picture for their bingo books right now. I don't know if we can get them out or if he'll escape, but the fight on the bridge, if we want to stop it from being destroyed, it will be difficult. The less they know, the better, Naruto. He informed the others. Why wouldn't you want to be known out there? It will give you more respect, Sasuke asked. Confused, it's too soon. I need more experience on the mission. Sees me as a threat too soon wouldn't do me any good. I have the skills, but not the experience to face a strong fighter. Since they underestimate me, I can get easier wins. Being a good ninja isn't about jutsus, it's about doing the mission efficiently. You don't want to complete a mission, but your team is seriously injured or dead. That looks extremely bad on your record. And that can happen if you're seen as too big a threat to other villages, asked Kakashi-sensei. He went through that. Naruto replied, neutrally, already going into mission mode. It's true, with how early I graduated and who my father was, I was a popular target for enemies. I intentionally got a sensei who could make sure attempts to eliminate me failed before I got too strong, confirmed Kakashi. So that's the reason why you have this team, Sasuke realized. Yes, one of them, said Kakashi. Half an hour later on the bridge, Kakashi and Naruto were waiting for the ninja. As they had expected, they appeared shortly after their arrival, so threatening to destroy the bridge drew you out of hiding. He took a said triumphantly. It would have been too much trouble. The bridge builder rebuilt the bridge, said Naruto. With how you talk, some might think you're a Nara boy, said Ichikawa. Who knows, Naruto said, shrugging shoulders. I call Kakashi Mikiko, said cheerfully. Whatever, Ichikawa. You want the Barisi boy? Mikiko can get rid of Kakashi, and in case he is too strong for her, I will help her, said Tamahara. Sure, it will be great to kill this Konoha brat, Ichikawa said maliciously. Don't play, just take him out, Kakashi ordered Naruto. Yes, sensei, replied Naruto. Do you really think your little student can kill Ichikawa? No way you will. Regret meeting us here on this mission, Mikiko sneered and left. Naruto looked at Ichikawa, and he had already released all of his seals and was ready to go full speed ahead. His opponent was primarily an earth element user, which meant he had to keep his jutsus primarily lightning-based, and he was a taijutsu specialist who enhanced with earth chakra. Well, now his work with the lightning element seals would pay off. You should just give up, boy. There's no way you can beat me, said Ichikawa. I think differently. Let me show you, he said. Naruto and pulled out his tanto. You'll see why my armor is so no kenjutsu user has managed to pierce through it. Earth armor, he said after flying through some hand seals. Naruto took off at full speed. Surprisingly, Chunin, he used Utsumi's hit and run style secretly as he attacked Ichikawa with a lightning charged tanto. He placed some of the lightning seals on his opponent's body. Ichikawa defended himself from Naruto's tanto attacks, but didn't realize the real danger. He was in the earth armor, had a great disadvantage for the user was insensitive to light contact, was because the armor could suffer significant physical damage without hurting the user, but for a seal master like Naruto was perfect. Once he had placed the seals all over the body, jump back to take a little more distance. Look, even with your lightning chakra. In the meantime, you are not my league. And Chikamaki, no, you're not my league. Goodbye. Activate yourself, said Naruto, and made a single hand seal. The lightning storage seals were discharged all at the same time and completely fried his opponent's system. Naruto inspected that his opponent was indeed dead and then sealed him into a scroll quickly before running towards Kakashi's fight. Kakashi had no real problems taking on the two Yanin. Neither of them had a problematic bloodline limit and could counter Tamaharu's earth jutsus with no problems. His Sharingan was showing him what his opponents were planning, and so far he had gotten a few good hits on Mikiko and one on Tomo Aruhe-sensei. I'm done with my opponent, and I'm here to help you. Heard Naruto's voice already that was fast. Kakashi commented, stop, Aku. You need more time. While Aku had an ice bloodline limit, and we were fighting on top of a lake, he had the advantage there, said Naruto. Wait, you beat Ichikawa in not even 3 minutes? Impossible, Mikiko yelled. What can I say? I'm fine, said Naruto cheerfully. Mikiko, take the boy. I'll take Kakashi. Your bugs should be more suitable against him than against Kakashi with his fire jutsus. Stopping your bees, ordered Tamahara. Make sure you kill Kakashi. Mikiko said, frowning. I'm going to, said Tamahara. Then let's see how you fare against a small jonin, she said, and unleashed a cloud of bees. Naruto went through hand seals water release water bullets, Naruto exclaimed, and fired 5 quick water bullets from his mouth at his opponent. He got maybe a third of the bees heading his way out of the way. The others, as they got where were able to continue the fight. Mikiko had completely dodged the bullets. You'll have to come up with more than a few water bullets, Mikiko scoffed. I did, said Naruto, and went through new hand seals, launching lightning torrent from Naruto's hand. Streams of lightning spread out using the water as a conductor for the jutsu. The bees that had survived the original attack were now fried and died. Now that the pesky bees are out of the way, we can start the real fight, Naruto said, and ran towards Mikiko, and she began attacking her with her modified Tiger's Fist style. Soon Naruto was sure that, like many Aburame in Konoha, Mikiko had forgotten how to have a strong taijutsu. Of course she could use it, but she had relied on her insect-based jutsus to keep the opponent at a distance. And unlike Aburame's insects, the bees couldn't simply absorb their opponent's chakra. They attacked by stinging and poisoning Naruto. They disabled his muscles, and in the end he gave him a fatal blow to the chest, hitting his lung. With a blast of chakra, Kakashi was now giving Tomo Uru massive trouble before Mikiko and her bees forced him to split his attention between 2 opponents. Now, he only had to keep an eye out for one. Kakashi was the superior fighter. That much was completely obvious. While Tomoharu kept his distance, he was having trouble, as he had to avoid looking at. Those who knew that he was much stronger than them ran away if they could or gave up before the fight started. There was a reason for his entry in the bingo book, Kakashi explained, and then opened the safe. Never heard about it, Naruto admitted. He wasn't that well known. The other villages didn't want to admit it. Some of their troops were so weak they would surrender if your dad just looked at them. That wasn't good for business. And only those who saw it happen could tell, Kakashi explained, and started taking money and documents out of the safe. Okay, that makes sense, Naruto said. It took them 2 hours to seal everything in the suit in Gato's office. The guy had been involved in a lot more dirty business than they had assumed. Konoha's intelligence division would love what they had found the next day. Tazuna suddenly had a lot more helpers to build his bridge than before. The news that Konoha's team had killed all of Gato's thugs and Gato himself spread like wildfire. Naruto said about harvesting the fields Gato had kept under his control and sent out clones all over the island to distribute food to the people. The fishermen who couldn't help with the construction of the bridge were out at sea fishing for the people. The children were playing without worries for the first time in years. Naruto also had a group of clones prepare a load of them that would protect the bridge from damage. The night before the official opening of the bridge, he placed the seals all over the bridge. Wave Country would become a strong ally of Konoha after this mission. And while the country was not as they had resources like ores or valuable minerals, now had a farming industry up and running thanks to the fields Gato had kept for himself and his minions. And the fishermen would soon be making a profit again, as well, within 2 years back on their feet. And he was now in debt to Konoha, but especially to Team 7. The money Naruto and Kakashi had returned to the country, and that they had confiscated from Gato, would also help a lot. Kakashi had informed Tazuna that he did not need to pay Konoha, for the increase into the difficulty of the mission had been taken away from Gato. So Tazuna thanked Kakashi enormously. Yaine had come out of his depressive mood, and was now determined to be as brave as Team 7, especially Naruto, and face his problems and not run away anymore. Seeing how 4 people, 3 of them barely 12 years old, had managed to free their country had made a great impression. Of course, Naruto and Kakashi had killed hundreds of men while they slept, but those men had been murderers and rapists and torturers. There was no reason to grant them mercy, as they would not have done so either. A week after the liberation of Wave Country, the bridge was finished and a huge party was held across the island. They finally had hope again. Kakashi also arranged Koniframio that Konoha would place some birds there that could be used to send a message in case Wave Country needed help again. The trust of the people was still shaky. It would take them a while to get back on their feet. The Konoha backup team had consisted of 3 grumpy tunings who had been very reluctant to have to help the Brat Demon team and had taken their time getting to Wave and only arrived 2 days after the battles ended. Kakashi had dressed them in massive numbers. If they had gone at full speed, as they should have done according to his orders, they would have arrived the same day the battles had taken place. Kakashi promised them that their unsatisfactory behavior would have consequences. Even he at his worst had never been 2 days late if his comrades were in danger. He was the first to go full speed. There was a big difference between being late for a D-rank mission and an A-rank one. He almost knew those 3 were dogs of the civilian council and had civilian backgrounds, but even Sakura was dismayed by the way they had slacked off on their duty to help their comrades. and her mother was on the civilian. Council Kakashi had put the three of them to repair in the village as close as possible. He could be on 8D rank mission. Right now, Kakashi didn't want them to prepare anything before he could go back and inform the cage about everything. And here they couldn't do much damage until he got some better equipped ninja here. He figured with the Okage and Danzo now cooperating, he could have a rot team here the day after tomorrow if Danzo wasn't stopping him. You never knew with the old Warhawk. Now Team 7 was ready to go, and nobody was sad to see Naruto go. There was decided to call Naruto his older brother, which Naruto had agreed to while wondering why Yari had chosen him to take on that role. Was also a whole new experience for Naruto to be openly admired by people knew. He had played a big part in getting rid of the bullies that had been the Cat Army. They knew he had fought off the Yanin that had threatened their bridge and killed 2 of them. He was a hero, although Sasuke and Sakura also received a lot of praise. He talked a lot about his fight against the bullies in the village, and the people were very grateful to them. Thank you very much for your super help. Thanks to all of you. Our country is free again, and we can live without fear again, Tazuna said as Team 7 was about to leave. You're welcome. If you ever need help again, don't hesitate to call. No, but next time, tell us the truth from the beginning, Kakashi said. Tazuna laughed. I'll gladly do that. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto. Thank you very much for your help, especially you. Naruto, I've noticed how much it cost you to do what you did, that you took so much with you to help a country that wasn't yours. We will never forget it. As you are an Uzumaki, we also have something that was found in the things our Daimon had in his palace. He wanted me to give it to you before you go, to Zuna said, and handed Naruto a large scroll that had the Uzumaki crest on the side. Naruto took it from Tazuna, inspected it, and got huge eyes that said, "Oh my god, thank you so much, Tazuna. I didn't think that he would never see it," said Naruto excitedly. What is that, Naruto? Sakura asked curiously. She had been much nicer to Naruto after having to kill herself, and knowing what it meant. It's a scroll, my clanmate. I recognize the type of seals used. If I'm right, it not only contains a large part of my family's scrolls, but also the clan's summoning contract, said Naruto. I only read scrolls where the author wrote that with the destruction of Uzushio, all the scrolls on the clan's jutsus, the Uzushio clans, and the Uzumaki clan summoning contract were destroyed before Konoha's backup could get to Yuzu was taken to safety here in W country. Amazing, Naruto said, honestly overwhelmed. Even Sasuke couldn't begrudge Naruto for his feelings. He would react similarly if he suddenly had something left of his clan, and Naruto had nothing that he knew of. At least he had what was saved in the compound after Itachi killed the clan for Naruto. This would be a treasure invaluable, and maintaining a good relationship with Naruto would help him in the end. Naruto would be Jonin in less than a year. That was for sure. The only thing he really missed about rank was the experience. And even as a green ninja, he had excelled in this unexpected rank mission. The performance of Team 7 would lead them to higher rank missions from now on, and to be honest, it was comforting that they had 2 honings on the team. He had seen how quickly things could change alive from the client, and suddenly a rank C became a rank A. He wouldn't have been able to eliminate Zabuza Momochi, or he could have faced him on even terms. He couldn't have killed hundreds of men in their sleep like Naruto had done to free the country. He still had a long way to go. He knew that now, but he had also seen how far he had already come. His Sharingan had activated on the mission, and Kakashi had sat him down and explained the appeal of the eye. He had never heard of it. His clan had always said that the Sharingan was the ultimate limit of the bloodline, and that he had the right to demand respect. Kakashi had informed Sasuke that many Uchis relied on their eyes. He had only met 3 exceptions to that: Shursui Itachi and his mother Miko Uchiha. Although their eyes were powerful, they were also strong. Without them, Shursui had been famous for his use of body blinking in a fight. He had driven his opponents crazy while they tried to hit him. Yachi could cast Jinjutsu with just 1 finger and did not need eye contact with her victim, and his mother had been able to replace themselves with the smallest of things. A leaf had been enough, not to mention his mastery over fire jutsus. Sasuke was deeply impressed hearing those stories. He swore he wouldn't become dependent on the eyes, and he needed to get there too. When he came back to the present, he saw Naruto hugging Inari with the scroll he secured on his back. Team 7 then took off to return to Konoha in a good time. None of them heard the decision to name the Naruto's big bridge and install a plaque in honor of the great service that Team SI had done for Wave Country back in Konoha. Team 7 was questioned by the Okage. This time the mission was too high ranked to give a short report to a Shunin in the mission office and hand in a written report. although Kakashi would still have to hand in the report along with his students as they had all done parts of the mission that were at least Beck rank. He almost gave the first report, then Naruto completed the murder part of the camp and the base where he had been committing the murders, and in the end Sasuke and Sakura reported on their part in the village of eliminating the thugs, then Kakashi reported on the behavior of the 3 Chunins that had been sent to back up his team, which made the Hokage frown. He hadn't thought that Chunin would go against his orders like that. Even if the team they had to support had Naruto on it, they would face disciplinary action. No, there was no way he could tolerate that kind of behavior from his subordinates. The last thing Kakashi reported to Hokage was the amount of money and documents that he and Naruto had confiscated from Gato. He also handed over the 3 prisoner scrolls that contained Aku, Sanai, and Kimi. In these 3 prisoner scrolls, there are 3 honing-level ninjas that Naruto and I captured. I think the Ambu IT department should interrogate them for information. If they're willing, we could consider having them join. Our ranks Aku is not in the bingo book. Sanai and Kimi, all 3, have a bloodline limit. Aku has ice release, Sanai has steel release, and Kimi has poison touch, aqueous, and stasis, and has injuries that should be treated, and the other 2 have just been drugged. Kakashi informed Hokage that is really lucky for the village if we can convince them to join. Our ranks, we would have 3 powerful ninja to support us. Also, I will make sure that the bounties on Yaoi ninjas are transferred to the yours and Naruto's account. Sasuke and Sakura will receive the equivalent of payment for a rank mission. There is a recommendation for a performance above their level for their files. In addition, you are prohibited from speaking about the details of this mission with anyone who does not have the authorization for rank missions. That is, the handbook of this mission could have caused a lot of problems for Konoha if it had not gone as it did. There is information that could harm the village if it gets into the wrong hands, said the Hokage. Both Jin and nodded. This is about the Yanin. And how did they react upon finding out that Naruto is an Uzumaki? Isn't that right? Sasuke asked. Yes, not many people know this anymore today, but the Uzumaki clan was once our strongest ally, and Naruto is on his way to regaining the knowledge of his clan. In some ways, you can compare the importance of Naruto not being exposed too soon with yourself. Sasuke, the Uchiha, and the Uzumaki were very close in skill level and strength in the past. It was so much thanks to Yuzushiyo's support we won the Second War Ninja as the strength of our own ninja, said the Hokage. Sasuke nodded and looked at 4 pictures of Yukage on the wall. He noticed some similarity between the room and Naruto. He filed that information away for later consideration. I need to talk to Kakashi and Naruto about some things in private. So they say goodbye. Sasuke and Sakura have the next 3 days off, and then they will restart their training. The Hokage informed them. Both bowed and left the office. When they were outside, Sakura turned to Sasuke. What do you think they're talking that we can't hear? She asked. I guess it's about the Yanin. There's more going on than what they're telling us. Some advice. Sakura, don't get on Naruto's bad side. Did you just hear what the Hokage said about his importance? We've both seen how strong he is, and as much as I hate to admit it right now, he's stronger than me. I'll get to him as soon as I can, but I've also realized that Naruto and I are more similar than I thought. You'll regret it if you don't treat him properly, Sasuke said, and walked away. Sakura wondered why he had told her that. It was also one of the longest conversations she had ever had with him. But he was right. Naruto was strong. This mission and what he had to do had really opened his eyes to the profession he had chosen, and he knew he needed to find a way to do more for his team. He had learned a lot during the 2 months he had been a Genin now, and had improved greatly, seeing how horrible things had been for Wave Country. Like the skills, especially Kakashi and Naruto, had helped free an entire country from a despot, had made his views clear. Things were not as his mother had told him. The outside world was dark, and if no one did anything against him, things would stay that way. But how could he do more for his team? What skills did they need most that weren't covered by the other 3? Kakashi and Naruto were extremely strong and skilled. Sasuke was also a good fighter. They had been very lucky, as Kakashi had pointed out in the questioning, that their stronger opponents had either totally underestimated their strength, or they had surprised them in their sleep with their quick actions. Otherwise, her team would have had to suffer serious injuries. She paused and thought perhaps that could be an area she could help. Neither Kakashi nor Naruto nor Sasuke had just their medics knew that there were techniques that ninja medics had learned, and that being skilled enough to treat the most common injuries in the field would be very helpful to his team. Would have to talk to Kakashi-sensei about what he thought about it. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi and Naruto discussed with the Okage what steps should be taken next. The Ambu had left again by order of the Okage to give the group privacy, as that was pretty normal by now. They weren't surprised. We just avoided more suspicions about you, Naruto, too. I think Sasuke's suspect, something with the way he looks at the pictures of the dies, said Kakashi. Yes, I noticed that, but for now, he just has suspicions too. I think he's realized he's not as alone in his situation as he thought. Finding out how the Uzumaki clan died has put things into perspective for him, Naruto replied. I think so, but we have to make sure no one finds out too soon. We can be pretty sure I won't know how their ninjas disappeared for a while, and they can't do anything openly since we don't attack, and the entire Wave Country is backing us. Waves. Neighboring countries will soon find out about it, that Konoha did for Wave Country, and it will give us very good publicity. I think we will not be able to avoid the news of having an Uzumaki in Konoha, so that it does not spread, especially taking into account that the bridge is covered with your seals, but as long as no one knows more, it will be easy to continue as we are until the Chunin exams in 4 months. The wave is small, and I do not expect the news to spread quickly to the regions that we do not want them to leave for now, said Kakashi. Yes, I think you are right, but just in case, I will send a message to Jiraiya to be on the lookout for that to happen. What I wanted to inform you is that, thanks to the new seals that our ninjas are using in the field, there are now rumors that we have a new seal master in Konoha. Although no one knows more about it, I will not do anything to distract the information in the village, but all Chunin and Jonin are informed not to talk about the source of them outside their ranks. Anyway, they only know your Dark Phoenix wings. The Okage addressed Naruto. We have very good results from the teams we had on missions that used their seals. They praised the variety of new seals they obtained and described the ways they managed to use them. I am very pleased with how much they improved the success rate for our missions. Thank you, Grandpa Okage, said Naruto. Smiling. You earned it, Naruto. Then you said you got Sense's sword back from Ao Russo when you killed him. The Okage asked. Yes, I didn't get into that fight at all. I used the Hutsu Flying Thunder God and Rasengan to kill him quickly. The sword is a relic familiar, and it made me angry that someone like him had it. Said Naruto. That's good to know. I'll keep that part out of the official report. Try not to openly use the sword in Konoha before the Chunin exams. I don't want any more paper, Leo. That's so unnecessary. Asked the Okage. I want the sword to be a surprise in the exams. Naruto agreed. Okay, Naruto, you're fired. Take the next 3 days off and relax, said the Okage. Naruto bowed and left the office. What is your opinion of his development, Kakashi? The Okage asked. I'm really glad how the mission helped you all develop. Sasuke seems to have realized that not everyone is always about him. Sakura has been given a reality check when she saw the misery of the people of Wave Country, and Naruto finally got some recognitions for his accomplishments. His teammates also now know that he's at Honing's level and have taken a different approach towards him, especially Sasuke. I think has realized that he was too short-sighted in his goal to kill Itachi. Seeing how strong Naruto became gave him an idea of how much stronger he needs to become before he can enter Itachi. Also, I sat him down after his Sharingan woke up and told him what danger he posed to him, depending on the eyes. I think he understood. I will keep an eye on him now. He's on the right track, but I will need more time to be completely sure of his psyche. I will see how Sakura behaves now in training. She was the most influenced by the situation in W Country, having seen the misery and see what we could do to change her, and why we were able to do it had a huge impact on her. If we're lucky, this mission was enough to finally break her fangirl mentality. I don't expect her to give up on her feelings for Sasuke, but maybe she'll put them on hold to get stronger. First, her training definitely showed when she and Sasuke were tasked with taking out bullies in the city. Having their first kills has shaken her, but she got over it. And I think then she was able to appreciate how much she had cost the assassination mission during the night. Naruto, who had to deal with about 700 deaths during that night. So if you have a sea ranker that won't be leaving the village for some time, that would be great. I can train them during the mission in some physical exercises. They train with the resistance seals all the time. Anyway, even if we don't train explicitly, said Kakashi. Yes, I can see the need for that. In fact, we have a sea ranker that I can hold back for your team to take in 4 days. How is your own training going? Asked the Okage. Very well, Okage-sama. I have finished my work on getting more variations of my Raikiri for 2 of them. I have some more ideas to expand my jutsu repertoire with lightning-based jutsus, and I have mastered 100 of my copy jutsus that were previously just me staying at a normal knowledge level. I will make sure that during the next 2 months I reach 300 jutsus at the mastery level. Physically, I am back at the level I was at during my Ambo days. I will have to talk to Naruto for a method to seal the use of my Sharingan. If I could use the eye consciously as Sasuke does with his eyes, I would save chakra. Perhaps with a seal I could get the same effect, to the conclusion that there are very few things that Naruto cannot do with the seals if he proposes it. That That way, he looks a lot like his father. Kakashi commented, "That's right, continue your work there, Kakashi. I intend to spread the news that I intend to retire again. In 2 months, I will not give your name, but many will suspect it. I will only tell the Honing Yanu right before the Chunin exams. These exams will be the stage for you to introduce your team. You know the ability to train strong ninjas is a requirement for an Okage." He mentioned the Okage. "Yes, I have it. And I'm not afraid of anything how my team is developing. Right now," Kakashi stated confidently. "Well, then you'll be fired as well for the next 3 days. Just hand in your report when you get back to work," the Okage said. And Kakashi bowed and walked out of the office. Sakura listened to her mother's rants, upset that she thought she was doing criticizing how her team had done the mission, while the little she had been able to tell her was that they had freed Wave Country from Gato, and that the mission had been more dangerous than previously expected thanks to misinformation. How she wanted to yell at her that the civilian ninjas who had been their backup could have caused their deaths because they hadn't gone full speed to back up the team. Yes, as she wanted to tell her to stop talking Naruto's evil, that he had sacrificed so much to make sure his team didn't have to fight hundreds of thugs. Really, his mother made it sound like only Sasuke had done all the work. No, she had fought and killed 2 now. He completely understood why Kakashi-sensei had trained them so hard from the start. Being a ninja wasn't a game. It was so serious, having to realize that because they got bad information, they all could have died. Made the warnings go better than Kakashi-sensei's lectures could have made. His team was very lucky to have a sensei as strong as Kakashi. They were lucky that Naruto was already at the honing level and only lacked experience. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed. Sure, Sasuke was good, even much better than he had been in the academy. But that wasn't because of his Sharingan. It was because of having worked very hard every day. Since they became Team 7, it was a strength that had been earned in hundreds of hours of hard work hours she had suffered. But now she could fully appreciate having been forced to do it. If it had been like she was in the academy, she had no doubt that she would have been seriously injured or even killed in any case. She would have been a burden on her team. No, her mother's ideas were truly wrong, and she would ignore her wishes in the future. She was a Konoha Kunoichi, and she was proud of what she had accomplished so far. She would find a way to better support her team in the future, taking advantage of her strength. She had sought out famous Kunoichis in Konoha, and the most famous was definitely Tsunade of the Sannin, and she had managed to become super strong as a medical ninja. Why shouldn't Sakura do the same? She had perfect chakra control. It was something Kakashi-sensei had praised her for from the beginning. The only thing she lacked was chakra reserves, but they increased every day. Sasuke was reading some scrolls he had inherited from his clan. He had remembered that his mother had once mentioned that many of the Uchiha ninja who learned new jutsus by copying them with their Sharingan had written down the hand signs and how you needed to mold your chakra for the jutsu his father had scoffed and stated that most of those jutsus were inferior to the jutsus the Uchiha clan had invented, which were mostly fire jutsus. Now Sasuke intended to round out his jutsu repertoire with those inferior jutsus. What use was a jutsu of flashy fire when stealth was the only option you had? Why should I waste a bunch of chakra on tiny fry just to look awesome? That thought could get you killed. I had learned I knew I couldn't have sneaked into the base or camp like Naruto had done. I would have had to use powerful jutsus to kill the thugs, and that would have depleted his reserves quickly. I could have killed 100 or 200 with luck, but more wouldn't have worked. Back then he needed jutsus that worked with less chakra, but were actually effective. Stealth was something he had only learned the basics of, but why not learn a camouflage jutsu that had been copied in the Third Chuan Ninja War? Why not learn the hypnosis part of his eyes? Jinjutsu also allowed you to surprise your opponent and strike unexpectedly. There were many ways to improve their skills, and as the mission had perfectly demonstrated, it wasn't always the big fish who were the ones better. Also had to think of Naruto, probably related to the fourth Okage. The picture was too similar to Naruto's appearance to be a complete coincidence for Naruto's age and what he knew about the date of birth of the blonde he had been born when the fourth died, and for some reason the adults hated Naruto massively and called him monsters and demons. Brats. The only demon he could think of was the Ubi. Naruto was used as a scapegoat for the attack of the fox because had been born the day he attacked. He could understand that if Naruto was the son or nephew of the fourth, the third would have kept Naruto's identity a secret, since the children of powerful clans and families were always targets for kidnapping or assassination with no parents to protect them. This action might have been the only way to prevent Naruto's death. He knew that Kakashi-sensei had been a student of the fourth, so it would make sense to be responsible for teaching the last remaining family of the deceased Okage. Kakashi would feel obligated to teach his sensei's family, and Naruto was strong at a young age, stronger than everyone else in his age group. He would wait and see getting closer from now on. He was well on his way to achieving his goals. He just needed to be patient. Kakashi was teaching them all equally, and they were quickly getting stronger. He felt it in the team competitions against the other teams, and the late arrival of the Tunin team that had been sent to back them up had also shown that the civilian council couldn't be trusted if they had made sure that support came too late just because they expected Naruto to die without support. They were traitors. It was as simple as that, and if Sasuke hated one thing, it was a traitor, and Tachi had taken care of that. 2 months had passed since the mission to Wave Country, and now rumors were slowly spreading throughout Wave's neighboring countries. Many merchants had gone to the newly liberated country, and they saw the impressive at Tazuna Bridge. She loved praising Team 7, especially Naruto. So the story about the new sealing specialist Naruto Uzumaki spread throughout the elemental nations. By now the Raikage and the newly appointed Mizukage had heard of the young Uzumaki, but there was nothing they could really do, and the Mizukage honestly had other things to worry about. She had to rebuild her village after the years of bloodline fleas from the ancient Miyuki. Her army was in a desolate state, and she would take years to get back to the level where they could legitimately claim to be one of the 5 main villages. He was sad that Zabuza had been killed by Kakashi. If he could have convinced him to come back, he would have been a strong ally and had 5 strong henchmen, 3 of them with a bloodline limit if his information was correct. What a waste of resources. Reports indicated that Ko had arrested 4 of the henchmen. One of the demon brothers had been killed in a fight with the Kakashi's team and had collected the bounties on many ninjas, 3 IW ninjas, 1 AIM ninja, Izabuza, and Meizu that was not to her liking, but there was nothing she could do. She had granted a general amnesty for those who had committed crimes against the Euro regime. Otherwise, many of her most trusted followers would have to be hunted down, but that meant that those in Konoha's custody were out of her reach. And this very morning a messenger had brought the news that the Okage was planning to retire again, this time for good. He wondered who would be his successor. There were some strong ninja in the ranks of Konoha. The most likely choice would probably be Jiraiya of the Sannin, although Kakashi Itake had also been quite active with his team in the past few months. The man was now reclassified as S-rank. The Raikage frowned at the report from his spies. Konoha was planning something big. The old Sandame Okage was retiring again, and a new one would be announced. New Oki for the Chunin exams. Then there were the stories about a new seal master and an Uzumaki in the village. What was his first name on Naruto had only found out about the boy a week ago. When a caravan of merchants had arrived and come, they had told stories about his great exploits in W Country 2 months ago. Evidently, the boy had been a key factor in the country's liberation from the business magnate Gado. Now, the former Gado company was run by Konoha. Of course, they had amended the mistakes that Gado had made, and for that they were loved by the people who had been repressed by Gado. And the worst thing was that he could not do anything about it. The change of leadership had been done legally with all the necessary documents and contracts. Kakashi had done a good job there, plus Kakashi was the honing sense and of the team that was doing many missions that normally the Chunin teams would get. He knew of 2 other C ranks that had been important, who knew how many more that one had done. Team had taken some digging, but had their name Sasuke Uchiha, last survivor of the infamous Konoha clan. But the boy was not like most of his relatives. Kakashi seemed to have managed to tone down the arrogance and had trained the boy not to rely on his eyes. He was dangerous to anyone below the high Chunin level. According to reports, Sakura Aruno, although of civilian origin, she was said to be a promising medical ninja with a gift for Jinjutsu. With only 4 months of being a genin, the girl was able to treat the most common injuries of her team. Plus, she was a high-level kunoichi genin, which was definitely due to Kakashi's training. Last Naruto Uzumaki, the boy that no spy got a proper picture of, was as if he didn't want to be known for his looks too. Soon, why would that be? Everyone over 35 knew about the ancient Uzumaki clan and their specialization in seals. From what they had found out from their own seal experts that they had researched in O Country had returned yesterday. He was a high-level seal expert. The seals on the bridge were really impressive. Plus, he had killed at least Ichiko Sans Setsu. It was not known if Mikiko Kamizu had died at the hands of Naruto or Kakashi. The only thing he asked him was how Konoha had managed to hide the boy for so long. The Okage sat in the most recent meeting of the village council and looked at the council members amused. Definitely 4 months of intensive house cleaning had given their fruits. No longer had to deal with so many useless tasks. Merchants who evaded taxes or thought positions, according to their own estimation, had been forced to pay heavy fines. The academy was in a good shape of teaching students properly again, and in the civil part of the council was reduced to dealing with civil affairs and could no longer meddle in the affairs of Ninja Okagesima. It is true that he intends to retire after the Chunin exams, a civil counselor asked calculatingly. Yes, it's true. I've done quite a bit in my life. and I want to finally enjoy my time in retirement. I found a good successor, and I'll introduce him shortly before the chunning exam, said the Okage. Why don't you tell us now? Asked Isam Renault. I have my reasons. My successor needs to do some things before he can take over, and all the publicity will only hinder his current work. I hope to have finished by the time the exams come, the Okage said vaguely with the way he put it. No one who didn't know, i.e. Danzo Shikaku and Cat Commander Ando, would know if he meant Jiraiya or someone else. Many would think he had chosen his student. Jiraiya was a Sannin and well known throughout the elemental nations, and it was common knowledge that he ran an extensive spy network. He probably needed to transfer a successor. As you mentioned, the Chunin exams, the new teams will be participating in them, Danzo asked, giving Okage a bridge to distract the civilian advisors from being too involved. From the reports I saw from teams 7, 8, and 10 should be ready by then. Kakashi, Karina, and Yasuma are reporting a massive increase in genin abilities in the important areas of their training. We should be able to present a lot of members of our most important clans and families to the public once the finals come around. There are many talented genin this year. He also informed me of his intention to allow Team New to participate this year, the Okage replied. That's good to know, Okage-sama said Yasi. I just hoped his daughter wouldn't will shame the Yuga clan. I've heard rumors that Naruto Uzumaki is an expert in seals. The representative of the Kurama clan spoke. Is that true? Is it Naruto's level was confirmed by Jiraiya a few months ago when he was in the village? It's no wonder he has talent in the art. After all, he is an Uzumaki, answered the Okage. But how did he get to that level? He was the last of his class, a civil counselor asked. Annoyed secret cell study. It's not really difficult to get the materials to start the academy. He has the books Basic Fu and Hutsu in his collection, but most genin aren't interested in learning such a complex art. When they start their career, they keep the Ning genin and Taijutsu, maybe also some weapon skill. Shikaku informed them, but Naruto had to clean several rooms after a prank, so it's very likely that he found the books. He just needed to borrow a few, and he could have studied without anyone noticing. It's not like Fu and Jutsu couldn't be used in pranks. What I guess that would have been a huge motivation for him. Understandable with the treatment he received for years. Many members of the Ninja Council nodded. They knew how good Naruto really was. He had hidden all of his skills, while many already knew his rise was just a matter of time until he had the necessary experience. And all the ninja watched closely the bingo books. Naruto already had an entry after the news came out about his involvement in the fall of Gato, the death of Zabuza, and the IW ninjas. He was a C-rank ninja in Kiri and B rank in Iwa's books, probably because no one really knew which opponents they had eliminated and which were accounted for by Kakas, and only the Okage really knew, and he stayed quiet. The 3 captured former Kainens were in the final phase of interrogation, and so far it seemed like they were joining Konoha. It would be great to get 3 new bloodline limits for the village, though the civilian counselors, I don't know yet, they would stupidly try to force the 3 to participate in a breeding program that was not at all what the Okage wanted. Not that they had that power anyway in their bad habits, and he didn't want Kakashi to have to bother with that kind of nonsense when he took over. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were training with their sensei again. Since the revelation of Naruto's true level, the other 2 had trained with much more enthusiasm. Naruto even acknowledged that Sakura was no longer useless. She was a solid high genin level kunoichi, in a good shape of becoming a competent medical ninja since her return from Wave Country. She had used all her free time to study medical jutsus, reading up on medicine, making antidotes and poisons. She knew her anatomy book backwards and forwards, and spent 2 mornings each week when Naruto and Sasuke worked on ninjutsu at the hospital, learning from other medical ninjas how to perform jutsus for battlefield healing. Kakashi still kept his team on the rigorous physical training schedule, but Sasuke and Sakura now had control over their seals at all times. Today, a sparring session was planned with teams 8th and 10th, a team battle simulation. At that time, Team 7 was leading by 2 points over Team 8th, and Team 10 was following by 3 points, although the team could not be called a real team. They were one that functioned properly, a fact that Kakashi was really happy about when he could perform impeccable teamwork, something that made missions much easier. The sparring session would be in an hour, so they now finished their training to get something to eat before the session. They were not informed how the exercise would go. They never knew beforehand that it would not give any team an advantage. Naruto knew that the whole team competition was a way to give him more ties within the village, as the Okage feared that otherwise he would hurt himself. He had to agree that the strategy was sound, even if he had wished that the others his age were closer to his level. But they would need time. Naruto had planned how to change Konoha's opinion of him for years. He knew the civilians would only stop tormenting him Once they found out about his heritage, he didn't care. They weren't important as far as he was concerned. They could rot in hell. A few exceptions were noted, like the Siracusa menu had expanded a bit, as the Takashimas happily sold him produce from their new farm at fair prices. So now he could get eggs, fresh milk, vegetables that were normally grown in Tur country, and sometimes cheese from them, since he had no problem giving them his money. Unlike other civilian merchants, he was always welcomed on the farm. The ninjas now respected him as a comrade. And that was the important thing. They counted on how much he needed to be able to trust them in case he took missions with them in the future. What would happen? He would only be a gening for 2 months at most. Now that the Chunin exams were approaching, all of Konoha was squealing about the information that Sandom Okage had chosen a new successor. Most thought it would be Jiraiya, but Naruto knew it was Kakashi. Kakashi was the best choice for Okage. He was young, the best honing in the village, and most importantly, he had not left the village for long periods of time. Although Jiraiya had already maintained his spy network, which was important to the village, he was not as Kono due to his constant presence. Then there was the mission at Takigakure, where Team 7 had helped Shibuki, the leader of Taki, to put an end to the attempt of a group of rogues taking over the village. Had started out as an escort mission, a low B rank to be precise. But then the team was tasked with clearing the river of waste, and had stayed there a bit longer. Things developed from there, and ended with the takeover attempt. Had been a really short attempt. The attackers, even if they knew Aki perfectly, and tried to get Shibuki to take them to the water hero, a powerful substance with major drawbacks. They hadn't counted on what so high was the level of the team. If Sakura had taken care of anyone who had been injured by the rebels, Sasuke and Naruto had eliminated the henchmen of the leader, who had been confronted by Kakas, and the entire takeover attempt had been resolved in 15 minutes, much to Shibuki's surprise. Luckily, the man had been smart enough to realize that shinobi of that level, ranked as Genin fresh out of the Genin Academy, would be very intelligent, and had signed anew as soon as he could. The next mission had been to escort a diplomat to country just to prevent the assassination of the harm, and return the princess who had been sent to another country. As Naruto could only shake his head at that kind of political stab in the back. A child should grow up loved and with his family, in his opinion, and he did not hide said opinion at all. Maybe it was harsh, but if he let people think that any child deserved to suffer like that. The princess seemed to be totally okay with it, according to him. There had also been some other missions that had not been as spectacular, but had improved the impression that the team had for all of Konoha. Now they finished their lunch and walked towards the training field where the team battles would take place. As they had enough time, they decided to simply walk and not use the body blink that they had already learned. Teams 8 and 10 were already at the designated training field. They exchanged greetings and then listened to what their senseis had to tell them. You were allowed in the areas of the other 2 teams. Good luck, Kurenai informed them. Then each team took a map with their area and ran. Their Team 7 arrived at their area, and Naruto quickly made a dozen shadow clones to search for the item. Okay, what is the plan? Asked Sakura. First, we need information on where the other 2 teams will have their item. Once we have ours, it's a shame we can't move the item. Whatever it is, it's easier to defend while move, replied Sasuke. Oh, we can probably still do that. We just need to set up a good decoy for our item and just get the information out of it if possible. After that, I'll see if I can open the safe without the right code. Nobody said we had to have the code, said Naruto. That makes sense. We need to explore the mission parameters to the fullest without breaking the rules. Sakura realized I can set up a Jinjutsu around the real item to keep it hidden. Besides that, I suggest set up fake hideouts with Jinjutsus to confuse the other 2 teams. If they only notice one Jinjutsu, they'll know it's the hideout with multiple options. They can't be sure. Good idea, but it's better if we hide the real place by normal means, and we'll use all the Jinjutsu as decoys. That way, even if one of the other teams manages to get too close to our hideout, they won't be able to quickly find the information that will give us a time advantage, said Sasuke. Fine, I'll send clones of shadows transform to the other team's areas as soon as we get the start signal. That way we can figure out their strategies and their hideouts. Once we know which locations we should aim for, we'll leave our item under the protection we discussed. Maybe it'll even be possible to take the information out of the item or destroy it after we read it over the Jinjutsus. We'll trap the area around each real and fake hideout thoroughly. We have a time limit for this test, so which we can use if we stop the other 2 teams from getting information. We can win this. Naruto added and received nods from his teammates. Then one of Naruto's shadow clones dissipated, telling him that he had found the item. Okay, let's go, said Naruto, and jumped onto a tree. Sasuke and Sakura, very close to him, all heard the signal that the mission was underway, and for a while no one noticed anything but those who had the chance to sneak into each other's territory without being detected. They were doing it now. That meant Shino sent his bugs. Naruto his shadow clones disguised. He didn't own a mouse to go spy while Shikamaru and Choji kept his body safe. It turned out that Shino and Naruto had the best share of possible hiding places for the information since they had a greater number of spies at their disposal. But unlike Team 7, Team 8 hadn't created as many decoys for their article Sasuke, who after Naruto's clones informed the real were the possible locations of the item, where he had infiltrated Team 8's territory, he managed to easily look through the Jinjutsu placed in the two locations he found with his Sharingan and easily memorize the information. Within the item, meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura were distracting Team 8 until he could get back to them, of course, using a shadow clone and transformation to look like him. The item guard's Kiba, with Akamaru, had been easily dispatched with some of the semen of Naruto's sleeping poison that he had given to Sasuke. They would be gone for about 10 minutes. Sasuke used simple stealth to get into Team Oo's territory, as using Jutsus would have set off Hinata's Byakugan or Shino's mistakes, although normally Naruto was the better stealth user with Genin as opponent. Sasuke could easily hold his own, especially after all the extra stealth training he had done to catch up to Naruto. And considering that Shino, he could spread his mistakes to take out Naruto's normal cloning strategy, it made sense to let them think that Naruto was trying to get their information while Sasuke did it. In the Team 10 area, things were a little easier since none of them were sensor or tracking types. Naruto's clone walked past Shikamaru and Choi in the thick underbrush and went to his hideout, and no, he still couldn't use his jutsu. The clone noticed several traps around the object. Well, nothing a mouse couldn't get past. And just they needed the information, they didn't need to steal it. Then the clone opened the item after several failed attempts and memorized the information, then closed the item again. And it dissipated. Normally Team 10 shouldn't even notice anything wrong. Sakura was fighting Hinata, trying to keep her from straying too far in her territory. To see the lures, now her decision to make it really hard to find her real item had paid off. And by now, Sakura had a way to counter the gentle fist style of Hinata with a medical ninja fighting style. Dodged every time Hinata tried to land a blow and counterattacked with his newly learned chakra scalpels. He had seen what Naruto could do with subversion of that technique. And so he had decided that it would be a good way to defend himself. A medic should not fall, because if the medic falls, there is no one who can treat the team after a fight. So an important part of their medical training, along with the dodging exercises that Kakashi made them do, they had regularly made her a really difficult target to reach. Not that that meant that Hinata was easy to beat. Not the Yuga girl, who was previously totally shy and insecure, had improved a lot since the academy. Sakura knew that Shada gave a good blow. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shino fought to take the lead. Naruto, knowing the sense of smell that insects use to orient themselves, had placed several traps where pheromones of female beetles were spread. Therefore, Shino had to nullify the instincts of his insects, which cost him more concentration and chakra than normal. But he made up for that disadvantage with his chain voice. Since Naruto had told the others what he thought would be good to include in his fighting SOS, they had worked on it. Shino turned out to have talent for the chain Oz and used it with deadly precision, and Nada had learned many Jinjutsu from Kurenai and some ninjutsu from Kakashi. When they switched senseis for a week to benefit from Kata's specialty training, honing Kakashi was the ninjutsu specialist Kurina, and for Jinjutsu Yasuma for weapons, Naruto was really happy that his comrades were getting stronger, as he knew that there were serious threats out there waiting to attack Konoha in the very near future. If they were stronger than they would be with just the sense and the way this was accomplished. Naruto had discovered in the Rot files that a group of S-rank missing nin, including Itachi Ukiya, were taking various high-ranking missions for villages like Iwa and the smaller villages that couldn't afford to train high-ranking ninja, or simply didn't have the means to train talented ninja to that level. It was worrying that a group consisting of such strong ninjas existed. If they ever decided to work against the villages, it could become a major problem. Sasuke joined the fight as soon as he returned from his mission, which meant he took the place of the transformed shadow clone, and together they forced Shino Hinata to retreat. For now, Sasuke's brief, barely perceptible nod informed Naruto and Sakura that he had obtained the information from Team 8-0, and that they could now open the safe. It wasn't as easy as they had expected, though. It hadn't been a problem obtaining the information from Team 10. Shikamaru had apparently come up with a plan to thwart whichever team had the full set of information before them. However, Naruto had a good counter. Shikamaru was limited in the use of his shadow jutsu due to his chakra reserves. Then Naruto let several of his clones be caught by the shadow while Sasuke and Sakura went to open the safe to get the prize and win the mission scenario. Sasuke supported the clones with attacks on Team Ten forcing Choi to stay away, and he didn't have much on the offensive side besides weapons that Sakura made sure to deflect Naruto, who was the one who had the most practice opening safes. Quickly put together the code and opened the door. Inside there was a set of scrolls with elemental symbols, one for each element. He took it out and then called his teammates to get to the honings to end the simulation. Now teammate was also there trying to help Team 10 prevent Team SI from winning. It was difficult to fight 3 against 6, but in the end, Team SI managed to save the scrolls to the meeting point. Very well done, Team SI. You win this round, Asuma shouted once Team C was in the safe zone. All three showed different states of Naruto. Looked like he wasn't even breathing hard, which was easy to understand considering his stamina and skill. Sasuke looked a little worse for wear and was sending lightning chakra over his body to get rid of the last lingering bug Shino had managed to put on him. Sakura looked the worst of the three, but had the least amount of cuts or bruises. Finally, the other two teams arrived. Kiba looked at Sasuke. A mark on his neck showed he had been hit with a Zon before. Besides having some cuts and bruises, and not his jacket was a little singed, and Shino showed cuts and was not breathing with difficulty. Shikamaru looked exhausted, and Choji had a bruise on his cheek. This test was so unfair. Naruto could make more shadow clones than any of us could counter, and he didn't complain. We should have taken that into account and worked together against Team 7 from the start. If we had taken out Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura together, we could have fought. Who got the Among Us scrolls would have been the only way to get him a chance to win this. Shikamaru analyzed. You're right. Having Naruto on the team was an unfair advantage that the team had. Kakashi calmly confirmed, but this setup was so you could try to fix it. You won't always have the advantage of facing opponents who are more or less your own level. It can happen that missing Nin joined bandits or form groups of bandits themselves, especially after the bloodline purges that Kiri began. There are some former Chunin or the rare Jonin that might become your opponent on a mission. The trick to avoiding that is to find a weakness or overwhelm said strong opponent in some way. The Genin nodded. By now they all knew Naruto was at honing level. However, he didn't lord it over them and gave them helpful suggestions on how they could improve their skills themselves. It was a slow process, but with the mediocre training the Academy had given them over the years compared to actual shinobi training, they were doing really well. Now we have planned one last scenario before we allow you to enter the Chunin exams in about 2 months, said Kurenai, causing everyone to pay close attention. This will be an exercise that will put all the members of their teams against Naruto. Naruto looked surprised. Naruto, you will be given something to keep you safe from them. You can use all your skills. The intention of this setup is to simulate that a spy stole important information from the village. They will have to go down together to catch you and recover the information. In the scenario, you are forbidden to use more than 5 clones at the same time to make it more realistic, because no normal spy could match your chakra reserves, explained Kurenai. How much time do they have to find and catch me, and how much time do I have to prepare for my part, asked Naruto with his voice in mission mode. You have 1 week to prepare your part, Naruto. The test, it will start next Saturday. They have CCO days to catch the Okage has been informed about this, so we do not have to fear any third-party interference. Asuma explained. Very well. What area can I use, asked Naruto. The entire village, the outer training grounds, and the forest around the village in a diameter of 5 kilometers. However, you are limited to non-lethal means, Kakashi replied. And Naruto put a wicked smile on his face that made Sasuke and Sakura gulp. They knew that smile promised pain and shame. The rest of the week, no one saw Naruto at all. He had been excused from his team's training to prepare for the test, although no one had said so. He was also meant to judge Naruto's progress. The Okage wanted to know how far Naruto had come in the 4 months under Kaka's tutelage, and the secret plan was to back the council in as many corners as possible. Although the promotion to Chunin was completely in the hands of Lokage, and the judges, many of them were part neutrals who would never favor one ninja over the other things. No. And the council could try to regain some power in the K-phase Cass and starting as Okage. Not that it will work, but distracting them with Naruto's spectacular performance would be a good way to smooth things over. Naruto would also be announced as the son of the Yonda Okage in the finals. Would have 2 main effects. It would let Konoha look more impressive to potential clients, but it would also draw out Minato's enemies over the boy, so Naruto needed to prove that he was ready to take on those 2 things for the rest of the rookie teams. It would be a showcase of how much better Naruto was. They needed to strive to get to the same or close to the level Naruto was at now. And if they saw Naruto as a role model, they would follow him more easily in the future. And if they followed him and trusted him as their leader, He hoped the Okage would unite Naruto closer to the village. There was no hope that Naruto would tolerate more than most civilians. They had done too much, but as long as the main plans were united around him, he would not leave. Finally, it was Saturday, and the 8 remaining rookies gathered at training camp 8 with their sense 6. Good morning. As you can see, Naruto is not here because he has already started the simulation this morning. He broke into the set location to obtain the information he needs to retrieve. The objective of your mission is to find as much information on Naruto as you can locate him and retrieve the information, but be careful. It sounds easier than it will be. You have 120 hours, exactly 5 days from now, to fulfill your mission. We will not help you in everything, as we know Naruto's plan in rough. If you manage to recover the information, come to one of the meeting points, said Kakashi, and handed them a sheet of paper with information. This is all the information that could be gathered about the robbery. So far, good luck. The Honing used the body blink to leave. Annoyed, Shikamaru commented while looking at the sheet of paper. Okay, let's look at the information and develop a strategy. Wait a moment, we have to make sure that no one is eavesdropping on us. There could be a shadow clone transformed from Naruto around. It's one of his favorite methods of gathering information. He could also have placed seals around that would allow him to listen to conversations. Sasuke spoke. It's true that if he knew our strategy, he could easily counter it. Shino agreed. He sent his bugs. After a few minutes, one came back. There is no clones in a 1-kilometer perimeter, but there were some seals that I don't know what they do. It's better if we don't test them, knowing Naruto. That could include something really nasty or just a prank, said Sakura, and none of us know enough about seals to determine what they do in time. The others nodded. So first we need to find a place where they can't hear us. I guess there would be only one place we could get a room where we could be foolproof. The academy, said Shikamaru. Why the Shikamaru Academy? And I didn't want to know why. Naruto wouldn't be able to predict which room we would use. And with the constant sound level, they're listening to a conversation is difficult. He would have to place listening devices in each room to make sure he discovered our strategy. Shikamaru replied, okay, that makes sense. Let's go, said Kiba. They took off to the academy. Naruto sat in his hiding place, listening to the conversations the others were having. If only they knew Shikamaru was right, that he would resort to the seals to listen in on their plans. He just didn't think of all the places he could have put them. It was really easy. Last week, he had smuggled fleas into the Inuzuka compound, which infected all of his Ning dogs. As a result, all of the dogs were now wearing flea collars until they got rid of all the fleas. And on Akamaru's neck, there was a listening seal too small to be found, and no one would suspect using a flea collar to listen in on conversations. It wouldn't have made sense. Trying to foresee the location where the others would plan could have gone everywhere, but by having one of the others unknowingly send him the information, he was getting around that part easily. In this case, teamwork and group meetings would work against him. Plus, no one would notice Akamaru's new collar easily because besides Kiba, no one would approach the dog normally, and only Shikamaru noticed that Naruto seemed to be a few steps ahead of them. The whole time group arrived at the academy and took an unused classroom to discuss their strategy. Very well, team. Oh, you are the best trackers among us. How would you suggest we start? Asked Shikamaru. I can send my bugs to try and find a trail, but I suspect they will need a lot of time to find it. Since he knows their capabilities and is well versed in distraction techniques, I suspect he would have taken measures to hide his scent. So our best bet is for a nod as Yugon to find it. Shino, she summed up. Naruto likes to be unpredictable. You can never predict what kind of move he will do. The one constant in our training matches was always that he would show no mercy and would end a fight when he had the chance to do so. He works efficiently. Sasuke informed the others. On top of that, he knows the village and the forest around it better than anyone. Sakura added. Naruto can disappear without a trace from what I can tell in a split second. On top of that, he is very skilled with traps of all kinds. Watching the shops won't do us any good either, because he doesn't need to go there for anything. We also have to consider his ability to turn a shadow clone into basically all those bugs. There to watch would be our best chance for now. We'll meet back here in 2 hours with the first results, said Shikamaru, and the others nodded. The group soon discovered that finding Naruto was really difficult. From the few clues left at the scene of the robbery, they didn't get much, but they really weren't expecting much. Sakura took pictures of the site to show the others in case they missed something important. Shino let his bugs try to find any trace of Naruto's scent or chakra, along with placing some strategically to protect the village's exits. But as Shino had already expected, there were none, and the security cameras showed nothing about the robbery. However, that feat was quickly solved when Hinata found a device with a tape that had a sequence of 4 hours of the quiet room. As long as no one set off the alarms, no one would find out in time that something was stolen. Kiba and Sasuke had split up to explore the inside of the village. They tried to find out if anyone had seen Naruto, but no one had, and by the reactions of the civilians, they were glad Sasuke wondered greatly about that behavior as he had done many missions inside the village for civilians. He hadn't realized that Naruto disliked him so much. It's no wonder that Naruto hated civilians. He would too if they treated him like that. He probably would have set them on fire or something. He didn't have much patience for idiots, but this made finding Naruto that much harder. No one cared to notice him, even if he had been somewhere. The Kage looked at the report he had received from one of his concerned teams. This was a serious problem. Although they had already taken care of the old Ukiya drain seals, throughout the village a group of Yugas had noticed other seals around the village that looked a lot older. He even had the seals taken care of, but if someone had managed to basically turn the village into a ticking time bomb, it was cause for immediate action. The village's security measures couldn't be as good. If this had been overlooked for so long with an entire clan of Bakugan users around, he decided to call Kakashi as his successor. He should be involved in trying to solve the problem. Kakashi appeared 10 minutes after the Okage sent the call. The Okage activated the privacy seals around the office and sent the ambu. "Did you want to see me?" Okage-sama asked Kakashi. "Yes, Kakashi. We have a problem on our hands that I have not seen before. As you know, some members of the Yuga clan deactivated the seals that originated in the old Ukiya district. During that task, they found other older seals scattered around the village. Explosive seals," said Sandame, giving Kakashi a serious look immediately. "That's bad. How could so many seals be missed? That shouldn't be possible," said Kakashi. "I don't know yet, but it is a major cause for concern. I don't like the idea that people can invade Konoha using a trap like this. Examine the seals. Many must have been decades old, making sure in the security and counterintelligence departments of the village. The worst thing is that we even found masses of those seals inside the Okage monument, the shelters for our civilians in case the emergency services are there," said the Okage. "I see. We really need to come up with new security measures to prevent something like that from happening. I don't want to imagine what could happen if we were the target of an invasion with that kind of security problem on our back," said Kakashi, "especially since we know from Jiraiya-sama's reports that both the Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru are plotting something. In fact, that is why I called you here as my successor. You should participate in the creation of new security protocols. The Chunin exams are in a month and a half, and that will be the time when we will announce you as the Goddam Okage, the one of Naruto's heritage, and show all those who come to see the final strong is our next generation. We can't let anything happen. Then I want the Chunin exams to be the last highlight of my career." As Okage said, the Sandame. Kakashi nodded. "Should I call Naruto? He's the one with the best idea of the weaknesses in our defenses from his jokes," asked Kakashi. "Excellent idea, Kakashi, but aren't you testing the rookies on their tracking and capturing skills?" the Okage asked. But I have a way to contact him if needed. Could you send us a shadow clone and work as Dark Phoenix? Does that make sense? Since including new seals in the village defenses would make them stronger and more unpredictable, we have to consider that we have S-rank missing mean who know a lot about our methods to protect the village, said Kakashi. "Okay, call him." the Okage agreed. Naruto took an hour to show up at the Okage's office in his Park Phoenix outfit. "You call me Okage-sama?" asked Naruto after landing at the office. "Yes, you're getting as bad as Jira, always coming in through the window. We need your expertise in sealing and the weaknesses of the village's defenses." Dark Phoenix, said the Okage. "Okay. What is the reason this came about?" Naruto asked. Intrigued, Kakashi informed Naruto about the explosive seals found and their thoughts on the overall security of the village. "I see. Well, first we need to change the frequency of the protective barrier around the village. Both Orochimaru and Itachi are still registered as Konoha Ninja, at least for the barrier. It won't notify us if they broke through it. I suggest letting Jiraiya write those seals, as he has more experience on what areas should be covered and how to write the chakra signatures that are allowed inside. In new seals, I would even suggest not excluding anyone from being seen at all. They should send a message for a surveillance team. Said team can compare the chakra signatures with our ninjas. Maybe we can get the Okage to receive a special signal so that he and an escort can pass through undisturbed. That way, no one can get through unnoticed, even in the event that a Konoha team is ambushed outside. Additionally, I would suggest making sure that the walls are reinforced by similar seals like the bridge in W Country. Any attempt to break down the walls would be much more difficult. Difficult for any intruder at this point, says Orochimaru. He would just need to summon some of his larger snakes and let them crash into the walls, creating a hole where the attacking troops could pass through. Naruto listed his points. "Before we can begin, we have to eliminate all the spies we have in the village." Kakashi spoke. "We would waste our time if an enemy spy found out about the new measures and attack when we take down the previous barrier to replace it with a better one. The best strategic moment to attack us would be the Chunin exams, as we would be forced to not only fight off the attackers, but also protect our important guests with all the guests entering, as well it would be harder. To detect known hostile elements, leave the elimination of spies to me and Danzo. We can deal with those we know and keep watch easily. After all, that's what Rod is really good at, Aloka said, and receive feelings from the two younger ones. We also need to find a way to stop air attacks. Some ninja have techniques that allow them to fly over natural obstacles, and as long as they stay out of range of the barrier, we won't notice them until it's too late, Kakashi mentioned. Is that true? We need to keep a body ready at all times to fight off air attackers. We would need long-range specialists or find a way to let them fly themselves. Any ideas from SEALs on that dark fix? Asked the Okage HM. Could it be possible? Let me outline this for a moment. It is possible to use SEALs with clothing. My cloak that I have for the Chunin exams is proof that it works, but I use my wind manipulation for that. And the fabric I made my cloak out of is very expensive and rare. Naruto muttered, drawing calculations on a piece of paper. The material used can't be too heavy, but it must be chakra conductive, yet it must be durable enough to not be easily destroyed. Or nature manipulation, or chakra manipulation. Gravity could work. Nature would be harder, since wind manipulation isn't that well trained in Konoha. But what if it was a device? The two older men watched in amazement as Naruto's pen sped across the paper, writing things down, drawing diagrams, crossing things out, and forming the basics of a possible seal or device. Meanwhile, the boy's blue eyes sparkled happily at the challenge. The hidden Ambu really didn't believe what they saw. That boy reminded them so much of the late Yondaime when I was trying to figure out how to make a seal work while letting a shadow clone do his paperwork. Okay, I think I can do this in about a week, Naruto finally announced. Just I need one of the guarded training grounds to test it out. Once I've built a prototype, we can fix that Dark Phoenix, said the Okage. What other problems does our current security have? That ninjas got lazy during the time we had peace. Kakashi here is the best example. While he is now at rank S, he dropped to rank average from almost rank S. After leaving, you allowed his skills to deteriorate. While rank average is still impressive, if he had to face a ninja like Itachi Ukiya, he would have had his ass handed to him, and he was one of the strongest in the village while being ranked. It is also embarrassing how easily Naruto Uzumaki could pull off his pranks. Of course, he was hiding his real abilities, but in reality a student at the academy who was able to fool basically all the Chunin in the village when he was 8 years old. They should have been able to catch him sooner or later, even honing once he turned 10. And Chunin no longer stood a chance. Naruto pointed out the blatant instance of those in charge of catching him after one of their pranks. The only restriction they had was to not use lethal methods and bring him almost, unless so that means they should have been able to catch him easily, even if just by using basic concepts like transformation or replacement. Irika. Mai didn't manage to do it right, and he's an average Sunin. Naruto didn't mention that Irika was also a censor, and therefore could find Naruto no matter where he hid, until he figured out how to suppress his chakra. After that, they had needed the Honi. Yes, I want you to address that problem at the next meeting, the Okage nodded. Besides that, you should make it mandatory for all those with Chunin rank and above to take courses regularly to improve their knowledge. I've seen it myself. It has been seen to me, allowed me to do whatever I wanted in my training, and neglected to get stronger at a certain point, while Genin have their honing senseis to improve their skills. Most clan ninja get better techniques after doing Chunin. Others may have some family techniques if the families have been shinobi for a while, but otherwise the development of our forces is restricted to clans, and some keep their members for clan matters and are just reserved for the village, said Kakashi. We could, for example, implement Tsunade-sama's old idea of establishing a medical program. We still have very few competent doctors out there. We have many with good chakra control at the academy. It just never leads to anything. Why not target those who have the control needed to become doctors while the children are young? Training a good doctor takes time, and it would actually help if we could send some of those who didn't pass the test honing sensei, but they had control, to the hospital for further training. They would not directly become full ninja, but a fully trained doctor would earn the rank by passing their test. He suggested that is actually a very good idea. Kakashi one that is practical. The hardest part is finding ninja who are willing to invest a lot of time in intensive study of anatomy and medicine. But if we take the graduates who fail the exam for other reasons, we could build a good base, the Okage acknowledged. Well, I'll call Jiraiya to fix the barrier seals, while you can create a functional way to build aerial combat devices that won't hinder any ninja who uses them. The Okage then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi writes a draft of the idea for the program and includes any other ideas on how to use the potential that is currently being wasted in the failed graduates village. Until the new curriculum shows effects with the next batch, we should use what I've already done. I want reports in 3 days. Goodbye. Both Naruto and almost bowed and left the room. This time, through the door, Shikamaru sat reflecting on the information they had gathered on Naruto and the clues of the false case they had been tasked with solving. They had tried for 3 days to find Naruto, but had failed completely. The only positive report was that Shino's bugs hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, so it was fairly safe to say that the information he was still inside the village. It was as if Naruto always knew what they had planned before they did it. They had examined the entire academy classroom for listening seals, but they had come up negative. How? Did Naruto know what steps they were taking? How he heard their discussions after the room was cleaned. He had the others check all of their clothes and accessories. In the case of the girls, even their headbands had been checked, and nothing had come up. They had checked for shadow clones in disguise, and there was nothing there. This was getting frustrating. Everyone had gathered together to gather all the information they had obtained. They needed to find out how Naruto was always one step ahead of them. We damn well know Naruto is somehow listening to our conversations. They told us all about the fake mission a week before it started. How have we ruled out the location, our clothes and accessories as a base for him to do it? We must have overlooked something. We need to figure it out before planning something new. We only have 2 days left, and if we don't find the leak, we'll still be embarrassed by falling for their false cinders. Shikamaru declared. Hino and Sakura could only hasten her. They had been victims of a paint bomb trap and still had orange hair, much to their disgust. Sasuke and Shino had fallen into gunpowder traps when they searched the old Yukiya district, thinking the abandoned parts of the village would make a good hiding place for Naruto. It had even affected Shino's mistakes, and that had bothered the normally stoic Aburame, Kiba and Akamaru. They had been knocked out by a stink bomb for half a day after they had thought they had found a clue in a small alley. Their noses still hurt and were almost useless to them at the moment, and Nada had barely avoided being hit by a trap he had set. Shino, what can we do? Asked Choji. We need to think of anything that happened during the week before the test mission that wasn't normal, anything out of the ordinary from the norm. It could have been Naruto's doing, whether it's unusual people in the library or someone buying an unusual amount of supplies. You can assume Naruto would have done it using a transformation jutsu, said Shikamaru. We checked the stores, but the Okage Commission the only one who bought more supplies, and that's nothing new since Dark Phonics started equipping the village armory with seals, said Sasuke. It would be difficult to separate who could have been Naruto and who was Sama's agent. Is that true? Then the stores could be one, but it's hard to figure out, especially with only 2 days. Shikamaru admitted. I don't know anything abnormal, he said. Kibo, we just had one other dog bring fleas into our kennels, so all our dogs got new flea collars, but that happens every few months, and after a thorough cleaning, everything goes back to normal. The collars are prepped by my clan vets and check. Take care of yourself. Well, someone bought all the shampoo supplies in the village 2 days before. Let the test begin, said Hinata, surprising the others. Honestly, you didn't think my clan with so many people with long hair would notice something like that? She asked, exasperated. Did something like that come out? Hinata asked Shikamaru. No, the next day the stocks had been replenished. She replied, we have also checked all the possible hiding places that are suitable to establish a kind of base, all the places that are a little isolated, and even the forest area that is part of the stage was nowhere to be found, said Shino. We're overlooking something. What could that be? Shikamaru pondered. What if he used an obvious place? He couldn't have used any of the places that are unreachable to us. But what if he thinks we wouldn't look in an obvious place? Asked Sakura. We checked at Chiraku, the cage monument, his apartment, the academy, and all the training grounds. Shikamaru on the H list. I don't know any others, and by now we should have found at least something. Shino said. Yes, he can't sit in a hole for 5 days without leaving scent trails. He would at least need access to sanitary rooms, otherwise tracking it would be much easier, added Kiba. He pondered the subject. Naruto listened to what his companions were thinking and laughed a lot. At one point, he thought that Shikamaru might come to the right conclusion about the flea collars, but luckily Kiba had told him that it was not abnormal for it to happen.